Oh, did you see this? Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. We'll be starting shortly. I'll ask my fellow task force members to get seated so we can start. Thank you. Good morning. Today is Saturday, May 6th. Welcome to the California Reparations Task Force 15th public hearing. As you all know, we are almost to the finish line, so thank you on behalf of the task force for running alongside us on this 2-year journey. I'll now turn to Parliamentarian Johnson to establish a quorum.
Madam Chair, I will begin to call the roll with Madam Chair.
Present.
Madam Chair is present. Vice Chair Brown.
Present.
Vice Chair Brown is present. Member Bradford. Member Bradford is present. Member Grills.
Present.
Member Grills is present. Member Holder. Member Holder. Member Holder is absent. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer is absent. Member Lewis.
Present.
Member Lewis is present. Member Montgomery Stepp. Member Montgomery Stepp is present. Member Tamaki.
Here.
Member Tamaki is present. Madam Chair, excuse me. There are 9 members on the task force, and the number required for a quorum is 5. The number present is 7. Madam Chair, a quorum has been established.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. We'll now turn to the public comment period and return to item 2, which would be welcoming remarks by elected officials. We'll first turn to the phone lines, which will last for an hour, and then we'll turn to in-person comments. I believe everyone who wants to make a public comment has a number. So now I'll turn to Ms. Aisha Martin Walton to queue up the phone lines. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Moore. Good morning, task force members and the public. My name is Aisha Martin Walton. I'm with the Department of Justice, and the task force would like to hear from you. The public comment, as Chair Moore had indicated, will be for 1 hour on the phone lines and then 1 hour in person. You will have 2 minutes to speak, so please be advised, in fairness to everyone, at the 2-minute mark, you may be politely interrupted. However, please know that there's a public comment period at each of the meetings, and the task force encourages you to participate. You may also submit written comments at any time via email at reparationstaskforce@dlj.ca.gov. So with that, Chair Moore, it's my understanding that our host, Mills College, is here and would like to welcome everyone before we switch to the phone lines. So representatives from Mills College, please take the mic. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Ashley Adams, and this is Ife Tile Walker, Dr. Erica Weisinger, and Dr. Darcel Lar. We are the co-founders and co-directors of the Mills College at Northeastern University Black Reparations Project. The Black Reparations Project is a collaborative effort between students and faculty here at Mills and UC Berkeley's Goldman School of Public Policy. Our work is focused on promoting public education and research on Black reparations policies and initiatives. In 2022, Mills College merged with Northeastern University to become Mills College at Northeastern University. Our campus has a proud history of advocating for social justice and equity for Black lives, dating back to the late 1950s. When Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Mrs. Coretta Scott King visited Mills College, and Dr. King spoke to a nearly all-white student audience.
In the 1960s, the Mills College Black Student Union rallied for changes to the admissions process that led to an increase in Black enrollment, the establishment of Black Studies courses and programs, and more support for Black students on campus. The students also called for the hiring of Black faculty and staff members and protested against racial discrimination in the broader community. This legacy continued well through the 1970s, when then Black Student Union President Barbara Lee invited Shirley Chisholm, the first African-American woman to be elected to the U.S. Congress, to speak to the Black Student Union. Through our work, we continue to honor and respect these Black leaders who have walked these same spaces before us. As we move forward, the Black Reparations Project remains committed to continuing the legacy of leading change in partnership with other leaders in this reparations movement through our dedication to social justice, equity, and solidarity. Our operating principles are based on cultivating joy, prioritizing healing, and the power of love as a force for transformation.
As educators, we especially want to uplift the task force's recommendations around educating the public through a truthful telling of our shared history. We have found that when our students and our educators learn about the injustices that have been covered up, they are naturally moved to seek healing for the wrongs. We recognize the connection between individual and collective liberation, and that we all need each other to achieve the liberation and social justice we so desperately want.
We also commend the task force's recommendations for a multi-intervention approach to addressing the historic atrocities. We appreciate the challenges you have prevailed under over the past 2 years, and we are here to support you in the next phases of your work. We warmly welcome the California Reparations Task Force members, visiting elected officials, and public participants into this space, and we hope to unite with a common sense of purpose. We acknowledge that we are but stewards of the homeland of the Ohlone people, and we honor the continued efforts of the Native and Indigenous community leaders who work to preserve the history and culture of the tribes which make up the Northern California and surrounding regions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mills College, for that welcome message and for hosting us today. So now we'll turn to public comment on the phone line.
All right, thank you. If there are any elected officials before we start, task force members, if it is with your pleasure, we would like to acknowledge any elected officials that may be in the room who would like to come up for a moment and welcome. Otherwise, yes, can you please introduce yourself?
Absolutely.
You are an elected, yes.
So my name is Kevin Jenkins. I am the Oakland City Council member for this district, and I'm so grateful to have you guys here today in Oakland, California. It's my pleasure to welcome you all here to the Reparations Task Force. As a City Council member, I'm honored to have the opportunity to share in this crucial event. Today, we gather a diverse group of individuals from various disciplines, all of whom share a passion and dedication for addressing the issues of Black reparations. It's through the collaborations of these bright minds that we can effectively discuss and promote education and research on reparations policies and initiatives. The Black Reparations Project is a powerful example of what can be achieved when dedicated people join forces. So I want to express my gratitude to everyone here today. Your presence and participation in this event underscores the importance and urgencies of addressing this topic of reparations. I am confident that through our collective efforts, we can make a significant stride in advancing reparations in our great state of California and ultimately the country. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring day. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councilman Jenkins.
Thank you. All right, we will resume with public comments. And again, those of you in the audience, thank you so much for coming out today. We will start with the phone lines, and as elected officials appear, we will allow them to say a couple of words of welcome. So with that, I believe, Trini, we have Amy, who is our AT&T representative. AT&T, are you on the line?
Hi, I'm here.
Hi, good morning, Amy. My name's Aisha Martin Walton, and we will be taking people in the queue. I will let you know when to introduce each person. So why don't we go ahead and begin and open with the first line.
Thank you. We'll go line 82. Your line is open.
Yes, good morning, LaDonna Williams. I'm hoping the lines are clear because it sounds real spotty on our end. So first I want to say good morning to everyone. Ms. Chairperson Moore, you declared your alliance with the Tribal Council during the last meeting, and I implore you to check into that Tribal Council before you align with them, because they have been very discriminatory and excluding Black freedmen issues from the California discussions on resources that are due to tribal members in California, and especially targeting Black freedmen, trying to keep them out of funding and processes. I want to recommend that this task force match the $5 million that is being recommended during for the San Francisco reparations. We want to recommend that the reparations for Black Americans be tax exempt. We also want Black Americans to be made a protected class like they're doing all of these others, and not having to go through 2 or 3 years of discovery. To do this, we need immediate protection for Black Americans, and we want a separate Freedmen's Bureau set up for the reparations. This $1 million we're hearing on the news is just inadequate, and it's a further injustice if that is what this task force is going to recommend for Black Americans with the 400 plus years and continuing years of slavery and injustice that we have been forced to endure. To even throw $1 million at us is just an injustice, especially when you compare it to the $450,000 that was being recommended for illegal aliens that came over here, or excuse me, immigrants that came over here for 2 years of suffering. You could come up with that number, yet you throw $1 million at us. And last but not least, the average person, Black person, should have access to task
Amy?
members and committees.
Take a hold, Amy, if you could hold
you.
for 1 moment before you open up the line to the next caller. We do have the distinguished Congresswoman Barbara Lee, who is here. So Chair Moore, if you would like to invite her to the mic. Chair Moore's mic is not on, please.
Hello? Hello? Okay. U.S. Congresswoman Barbara Lee represents Californians in the 12th District, which includes Oakland, and she is the highest ranking African American woman appointed to the Democratic leadership. She served as a representative in both the California State Senate and California State Assembly. Congresswoman Lee is a graduate of Mills College. Thank you for gracing us with your presence.
Well, good morning, everyone. I want to just thank all of you so much for being here. Welcome to my congressional district, the 12th Congressional District of California. And I just want to salute and thank our elected officials, of course, Senator Bradford, Councilmember Jenkins, everyone, all of you, my brothers and sisters who have come out this morning to bear witness to really a historic moment. To Reverend Brown, thank you so much for your leadership. We've known each other for many years. I've been to Mississippi and in the South many, many times. And sometimes we don't recognize who our national treasures are. He's everywhere. And I want to thank you very much for continuing to fight the good fight on behalf of really regaining the soul of this country. So let me take a moment. Give Dr. Brown a round of applause, because it's remarkable that he's doing this at this point in his life. Let me thank all of you again who have come before us in terms of leading the way, but also taking a moment to lift up our ancestors, for whom we firmly stand on their shoulders. Firmly stand on their shoulders. Through our forebears' tenacity, resilience, and determination, I can stand before you today to thank you to continue to fight the good fight on behalf of them. That good fight is being continued, and I want to just say once again to you, thank you. It's a privilege to bring together scholars, policymakers, activists, people from all backgrounds to discuss and promote education and research on Black reparations policies and initiatives. And I'm really proud of the collaborative effort between the faculty and students at UC Berkeley's Goldman School of Public Policy and Mills College at Northeastern University, which of course is my alma mater still, I think. Mills College is. Not Northeastern. Mills College is my alma mater. I'm really inspired by the turnout this morning. It's really the voice of my constituents. It's your voices that I try to amplify in the halls of Congress in Washington every day. Reparations are not a luxury for our people, but a human right long overdue for millions of Americans. Millions of Americans. A promise of 40 acres and a mule made to formerly enslaved people over 150 years ago has yet to be filled. And it's critical that the promise be made, that was made to our ancestors many years ago, is kept. And the process of truth-telling and racial healing, that's got to be carried out also. The atrocities committed against Black Americans are undeniable, and reparations are a tangible route to acknowledging and making amends to the glaring economic and social impacts, generational impacts of slavery and systemic racism. And we must repair this damage. We must repair it. The lack of generational wealth due to racism has severely impacted the lives of African Americans in the United States, and we are demanding that the government pay their tax. There's no equality without equity. Now, in recent years, I've led the efforts to support reparations. I have to take a moment to acknowledge, in Washington, to acknowledge the late Congressman John Conyers. He introduced H.R. 40 many years ago, and I was proud to have been, I think, the second co-sponsor when I went to Congress. And of course, at that point, it was very controversial. We actually got our California Democratic Party way back in the day to support H.R. 40. A congressional bill proposed the creation of a commission to study and develop reparations for African Americans. And of course, now I have legislation also that goes along with H.R. 40 to establish a Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation Committee. Because we need, that's right, we need it. And I want to applaud you all for taking the lead, because California is leading on this issue. A state, this task force, it's a model for other states in search of repairing the damage, realistic avenues for addressing the need for reparations. And I can't tell you how proud I am, because in the debates in Congress, I'm able to lift you up constantly as we move forward to try to pass H.R. 40. Reparations are not only morally justifiable, but they have the potential to address long-standing racial disparities and inequality. By acknowledging past injustices and offering comprehensive reparations, our government can take a significant step toward reconciliation and healing, or I would say transformation. There's nothing really to reconcile. So I call on all lawmakers and citizens to support federal and state level legislation that aims to provide reparations for those who have historically been marginalized and had to deal with the impact of hundreds of years of being enslaved. Our ancestors fought this fight so that we could be here today for you to carry it forward. And so I just want to make sure that you all know how many of us in Congress support what you're doing. We are looking forward to the completion of the study. These payments are past due. Hopefully these receipts will be lifted up. And I want to thank you again for the work you're doing to bring forth really in a very credible way, in a very studious way, but also in a very spirited way, because the spirit of our ancestors are here with us today, all of you. the work that you're doing, because I know that all is well and it's going to be done. So thank you all again very much. And again, welcome to Oakland, California.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's give a applause to Congressman Lee. Thank you so much. Are there any other elected officials who have showed up this morning to give a very brief remark? Any other elected officials before we resume the public comments? Seeing none, hearing none, we will go back to the phone lines. Amy, next caller, please.
Thank you. We'll go line 28. Your line's open.
Hello,
Hello, we can hear you.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Renee Turner, and I am an African American freedman. I mean, a Black American freedman, Negro, person of color misnamed as African American. The misnaming of African Americans towards Black American freedmen as if we are owned as property stemming from enslavement and the selling of our ancestors by other Africans, and not as a culture and lineage of free people, either consciously or subconsciously. Has America, people on this panel and the diaspora, acting atrociously, and it's traumatizing, expecting us to trauma bond with other people who suffer from the work from their own politicians that look like them, where they are the majority. I also find it interesting that we have already given repair to the diaspora through civil rights, equal employment opportunity, minority enterprise, educational opportunities, housing, anti-poverty, and social programs that were made available for Black Americans and not the immigrants. So in my landing statement, I would also like to ask, why is it that we are being treated as people who cannot speak for themselves, have people on a panel misusing money, and also not misrepresenting us because you're not talking to the majority? As freedmen, all have talked to freedmen from state to state in America, and we do not appreciate being misnamed African American. We are not with the flat blackness. We want respect for our lineage and our culture, and most importantly, the reparations is the debt to our ancestors. Cut the check. And from the bottom of my heart, I would like to say thank you, and thank you from the bottom of my ancestors' heart as well.
Thank you. Amy, next caller, please. Amy, feel free to open the next line.
Line 37, line 37, your line is open.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I would like to show gratitude to Chairwoman Camilla Moore for staying on task with the original intent of AB 3121, and also by being in line with the will of the people. It's strange to me that lineage-based eligibility was voted on over a year ago, and yet we have to remind other people on this task force every meeting about that vote because they want to go rogue. Here we are at the last meeting, but we're still seeing racial language being used in policy ideas, when there are people on this task force who are lawyers and should know better. The DOJ was told to separate universal ideas from reparations proposals because they don't fit the scope of reparations, but that demand seems to have been ignored, and I want an explanation as to why this is the case. I am still concerned about the misconduct of Cheryl Grills and the mishandling of outreach to our people. The Bunch Center took a lot of money, or took this money that Grills extorted from this task force, and we have nothing to show for it. Every communication form that Grills has brought to the table has been a bust, and I want the DOJ to find time today to explain to the public how we can start an investigation into the obstructionists on this task force and within the DOJ itself. That's pretty much all I wanted to say today. Thank you. We are for lineage-based reparations, and we want policies to be specific to the descendant group, the descendants of American chattel slavery.
Okay, thank you. Next caller, Amy, next line.
Thank you. Line 43, your line is open.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Ms. Zinga Griffin. I'm a third generation Californian of lineage, and I want to thank the task force for their hard work and for having open meetings. I'm going to play a portion of the March 4th meeting, day 2, part 1.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I want to address, as a prefacing with this presentation of the public education plan, and it goes to the issue of the vote on lineage in March of 2022. And I think there's been some legitimate concerns spoken about that. And I just wanted to clarify if there, to remove any doubt for both myself, for Cheryl Grills, and I think for every task force member on the lineage question, the eligibility issue. The task force has spoken. The task force has spoken. And as far as I can see, every task force member, including myself, intends to carry out the will of the task force, period. And so I will say, and maybe this matters less, but from a personal point of view, the reality of a specific harm class of descendants, foundational Black Americans, needs to be acknowledged, that heretofore has been invisible, that has fallen at the bottom of every metric in California that matters, absolutely has to be recognized, whether that's in compensation.
In closing, Prop 209 repeal is not reparations. Racial impact analysis is not reparations. We demand a section defining the community of eligibility be added to this report, and the separation of reparations recommendations from universal and race-based policies recommendations. You are duty bound. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments this morning. Amy, next line.
Thank you. Line 49, your line is open.
Good morning, task force members. My name is Ernest Russell, and I'm calling to ask the California Task Force to clarify sections in Part 5 of the final report that are related to racial universal policies that go beyond the scope of AB 3121. As you heard from other callers, universal policies or racial attempts for race-based policy are not reparations, and we would like for the DOJ and the task force not to muddy the waters of what true reparations looks like. Now, in order to achieve what we're asking for, we would ask for the California Task Force to remove or separate sections of Part 5 of the final report that pertain to proposals that go against the intent or scope of AB 3121. The scope of this repair should be limited solely to the descendants of those who suffered the generational harms of California injustice, and the intent should be to prioritize and deliver that repair to the community. Lastly, it is important to note that the current efforts to communicate and educate the general public on reparations have failed miserably. I would like to highlight the comments of the last caller that asked for an explanation of why communication efforts have been squandered and why the DOJ lawyers are writing racial/universal language that opposes the will of the lineage-based standard established by the task force. With that being said, I thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments this morning.
Martin Walton, I'd like to pause to acknowledge Assemblymember Reggie Jones Sawyer is present. So it's a bit hard to hear. Can we turn the volume up a little bit if we can? Thank you.
For the speakers?
For the public comment,
The public
phone lines,
commenters.
it's a bit muffled for some reason. It's hard to hear.
Okay, we will check on that. Thank you. Are there any other elected officials who've shown up this morning since we began? All right, we'll continue. Amy, next caller.
Thank you. Line 78, your line is open. Line 78, please check your mute button. And with no response, we'll move on to the next line. Line 56, your line is open.
Good morning, committee people. My name is Naila Kha, and I am a Black American freedmen, aka African American, colored, Negro, Black. California Assembly Bill 3121, sponsored by Shirley Weber, establishes a task force to study and develop reparations proposals for African Americans, with a special consideration for African Americans who are descendants of persons enslaved in the United States. However, this final report contradicts the intended creation of the task force AB 3121, stating many recommendations cannot be implemented only for descendants and must instead be framed to benefit the larger community of African American Californians, or even all Californians. The majority voted on lineage-based solutions and recommendations, yet this is a direct contradiction to the purpose and intent in the creation of the task force. Other examples of this obstruction interference is HR 40, HR Res 194, which all refer to the transatlantic slave trade and their descendants. This modification must not be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy, next caller.
Thank you. Line 36, your line is open.
Hello?
Hello.
Good morning, committee people. My name is Mazan, and I am a Black American freedman, AKA African American, colored, Negro, and Black. Reparations historically has never been an all-inclusive claim. No other ethnic group that has or is receiving reparations have been forced to include other ethnic groups in their specific claims. Not the Native Americans, Jewish community, nor Asians. By introducing the larger African Americans, Californians, or even all Californians to this conversation, this now becomes an entitlement program. Now we are not in opposition to introducing programs to fulfill those needs. However, that is not the premise nor direction of this task force. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Amy, open up the next line.
Thank you. Line 46, your line is open. Line 46, your line is open. I'm sorry, we will move on to the next line of 53. Your line is open.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Well, good morning, committee people. My name is Winter Boyd, and I am a Black American freedman, AKA African American, colored, Negro, Black. I want to address this committee this morning because I'm concerned about the final draft being proposed. I would like to start by saying that this final draft, as proposed, obstructs true reparations. These proceedings have been heavily laden with obstructionist behaviors and practices. Commissioner Tamaki, you of all people are fully aware of the importance of having a committee that is representative of the aggrieved group. You are a member of the San Francisco Japantown Foundation mission, a foundation made up of entirely Japanese immigrant people. The purpose of the foundation is to address concerns of the Japanese immigrant community here in the United States. There are no Black, white, Caribbean, nor Hispanic people on that foundation to act as obstructionists to the progress of the Japanese immigrant community. Why do you believe that type of sovereignty isn't deserving of Black Americans? Commissioner Tamaki, you are fully aware that the JACL, AKA the Japanese American Citizen League, was an organization made up of entirely of Japanese immigrants. They were responsible for determining the harms to Japanese interned here in the US and what reparations for that internment should look like. They were no Blacks, no whites, no Hispanics, no Caribbeans, or no other ethnic group that was a part of the JACL. Therefore, there were other ethnicities acting as obstructionists to the justice claim for Japanese immigrant citizens. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much. Amy, the next caller, please.
Thank you. Line 86, your line is open. Line 86.
Hello, can I be heard?
Yes, you can. Good morning.
Thank you. This is Angela Nirvana. I'm sure you guys have been missing my testimonies. The shenanigans of these hearings have just been team too much for me. From fighting NARC and COBRA and 4 task members for lineage-based reparations, to whites and immigrants being able to have a say at our reparations table when we've never been able to have a say at theirs, to being called racist for speaking up and out about how oppressive and albatross immigration is on Black Americans whose ancestors built this country with their lives. Contrary to Joe Biden attempting to change history by giving Hispanics all the credit. To the latest betrayer, Democrat-loving Amos Brown, who as president of the San Francisco NAACP wrote a hit piece of a letter opposing cash reparations for the handful of Black American San Franciscans who are too poor to even relocate, reducing their reparations to remedial education programs, public housing, and more just over broke jobs. And I've got zero confidence in our anti-Black representatives voting for us to get the cash repair. We are long overdue after being legislated out of the state from 17 to 3%. I believe y'all are playing in our faces and grifting off reparations to keep us sheep walking to the polls to vote for Democrats to our own erasure and replacement with immigrants. But I'm holding on to my seat. What my Texas comrades want to know about the residency requirements to receive whatever comes of the reparations you all decide on. Thank you for your time. Justice for Jordan Neely.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Amy, next caller, please.
Thank you. Line 32, your line is open. Line 30.
Yes, we can barely hear you. Can you speak into the mic a little bit more?
All right. I would like.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you maybe lean into the?
Good morning, Chair, committee people. Yeah. Can you hear me?
That's better. Go ahead.
Hi. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and the task force members. My name is Anthony. I'm a Black American freedman, aka African American, colored, Negro, Black. Slavery is exploitation that a person cannot refuse or cannot leave because the threats of violence, coercion, deception, or abuse of power. By the definition, the existence of Black American freedmen in the United States is one perpetual enslavement. The United States government not only exploited,
I'm sorry, we lost the caller.
Okay, let's go to the next caller. Next caller, please, Amy.
Thank you. We'll go to line 52. Your line is open. Line 52, your line is open.
Hey, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, good morning. So hopefully my time starts there because I didn't know if y'all could hear me. Good morning, Grand Risings Committee people. My name is Brandon Tharp. I am a Black American freedman, aka African American, colored, Negro, Black. Slavery is the exploitation that a person cannot refuse or cannot leave because of threats, violence, coercion, deception, or abuse of power. By that definition, the existence of Black American freedmen in the United States is one perpetual enslavement. The United States government not only exploited the free physical labor, sweat, and tears of Black American freedmen that we could not refuse or leave because of threats, violence, coercion, deception, and abuse of power to bring about financial prosperity to individuals and the country that we do not benefit from. But the United States government also forced Black American freedmen to produce the moral and ethical prosperity for other and countries. That is manifested from our trauma as the result of centuries of terror enacted upon the Black American community. I see you all are trying to bamboozle things, but I want you to be martyrs, not to be perpetrators. We were forced to fight for citizenship codified in the 14th Amendment. We are forced to fight for the Civil Rights Act of 1965. We were forced to fight for affirmative action, and yet the Black American freedmen, due to government policies and practices, has not been able to receive any. The American freedman has been relegated to a bottom caste with the news on the country. Due to the federal government and the citizens, the American freedman benefits least from affirmative action. Due to the government and citizens, Black American freedmen have had Civil Rights Act used to vilify and demonize them, while others enjoy the benefits of his protection and the comfort of his social safety net for Black American freedmen. It has become an albatross. Please do not be a perpetrator, be a martyr. This is about lineage, not race. Stop trying to all lives matter this situation. All lives do matter, but this is about a specific group, a specific debt, and a specific country. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy, the next line, please.
Thank you. Line 31, your line is open.
Thank you. This is Zay Watson. Since emancipation, state and federal agencies have conspired to obstruct the advancement of Black Americans through public and private practices. I never imagined history would repeat itself by displaying what seems to be conspiracy to sabotage this task force in real time. Thanks to DOJ's Michael Newman, task force members Tamaki, Grills, Jones Sawyer, and Holder. Since lineage-based reparations were voted into effect, there's been countless efforts, publicly and privately, to undermine lineage-based reparations. For example, in June of 21, pages 5 and 6 of meeting minutes, the task force voted on adding several items to the final report, including a section on eligibility. Every action item was added to that draft released on Monday, except for the section addressing eligibility. I and others are insulted and highly disappointed at the attempt to completely disregard this action item and find it to be malicious in nature. Member Grills has personally been responsible for the mismanagement of several communication agencies. All have been failures. Additionally, Member Grills has avoided the proper vetting processes, hired agencies based on personal relationships. Said agencies also have conflicts of interest, including favoring race-based reparations over lineage-based reparations. And she's attempted to meet privately with one of these agencies, which violates the Bagley-King Act. Members of this task force have been fighting tooth and nail, but my concern is that the aforementioned members have been fighting against the very people they've been sworn and tasked to seek justice for. Today, I'm demanding that they be held accountable. I'm demanding they add the eligibility section they voted for. I'm demanding audits for these comm agencies. And I'm simply demanding you do your damn job. Thank you. Denise first.
Thank you for your comments this morning. Next caller, Amy.
Thank you. Line 44, your line is open.
Hello, this is Prince Ramsey. I'm going to address a few things in my 2 minutes. First, to the task force. Actually, let me introduce myself a little more. My dad was in the Marines and the Navy. I was born in San Diego, grew up in LA, and live in San Francisco. I emailed the task force a proposal for the California Reparations Plan. I also applied to be a research data specialist on AB 3121. I just want to bring that to your attention. And then here's the California Reparations Plan that I've come up with based on the United Nations definition of reparations. It says adequate, effective, and prompt reparation is intended to promote justice by redressing gross violations of international human rights law or serious violations of international humanitarian law. Victims are persons who individually or collectively suffered harm. The term victim also includes the immediate family or dependents of the direct victim. And under my proposal, I said victim, African American freedmen. We have our tribes, Afro, Black, Colored, Negro, Mulatto, any tribe can apply for federal recognition like SBA and ADOS, etc. Then we talk about the 5 parts of reparations: restitution, compensation, rehabilitation, satisfaction, and discontinuation. Under restitution, restoring the name, return of stolen property, including intellectual property; compensation, to close the California wealth gap of 1.5 million. Rehabilitation, Freedmen Bureau, Freedmen Bank, Freedmen Schools, Freedmen Hospitals, Freedmen Courts; satisfaction, Freedmen Reconstruction; and discontinuation being genocide prevention. I would love to talk more with Barbara Lee about how we can update U.S. Code, Title 18, U.S. Code 1091, the law for genocide. In my last few seconds, let me just say this. In order to regain the soul of this country, we do need to have reconciliation, Barbara Lee, so we can actually have a peace and reconciliation between all of us, right? And then Reverend Amos Brown, last thing, I think you need to make
I'm so
a new
sorry,
clear
your
statement
time
about
is
the
up.
$5 million.
Thank you for calling in. Amy, our next caller, please.
Thank you. Line 100, your line is open.
I am Friday Jones. My name is Consa Jones Muhammad. If you are here from CJEC, NAASD, ARC, please stand up. If you are part of those organizations, you see them with their seats. We are the people. Marcus Champion, Chris Lawson wrote in the specificity into AB 3121. Part of the reason that you all are here is because these people consistently showed us to call and push this legislation through. I need you all to recognize these people in the book. When the history is told, you tell it the right way. Camila Moore, I salute you. You have been fantastic on being on task. The people who voted, the 5 voters for lineage-based repair, I salute you and thank you.
You can't speak in person and on the phone at the same time. So
we are here today for a mission. It is reparation, it is lineage-based. And I want the people standing to be remembered and not the YouTubers who disparage us, not members who were appointed to NARC and then let people talk in the room and disparage and say, we got crazy money. We are self-funded people. Our ancestors were linked. My grandmother left the state because Black women were being rich. So when you don't remember us, you put respect on our name. And that's for some of the people up in this audience too, who don't know how to keep my name out their mouth.
Okay. Next caller, Amy. All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you. We need to get back to the public.
Order, everyone. Order. This is. Where's security at? Where's security at? Everyone needs to stop right now. Where's security?
All right, thank you, everyone. If you take your seats, please, we can resume the meeting.
Everyone needs to stay seated. Everyone needs to sit down right now. Everyone sit down. Sit down. Everyone sit down. Sit down. People in the center, sit down. Sit down. Sit down. We are resuming the hearing. Sit down. We are with the phone lines right now. I'm going to turn to Vice Chair Brown for a comment, and then we're resuming business.
Brothers and sisters, brothers and sisters, brothers and sisters, please. Could we have everyone's attention, please? We want to hear everyone. Let us respect each other. Please, 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 everybody. Please. Just, brothers and sisters, brothers and sisters.
Excuse me, Vice Chair Brown
Just for a
has the
minute.
floor. You need to sit down.
Please,
And
sir. Please, brother. We know that, brother. That's why we're here. Come on, let's hear each other, please. Let us hear each other.
Okay. Are we ready to go back?
Please. Madam Chair, go ahead.
All right.
The phone lines.
Okay. So it's 10 o'clock. Just to do a quick check-in. We have several callers on the line. We've been taking calls for a half hour, and recognizably, we started a little bit late, so we'll just continue. Amy, next caller.
Thank you. Line 84, your line is open.
Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Stephanie Martin, Director of Quantum Consultations located in Desert Hot Springs, Riverside County, Southern California. This is north of Palm Springs. My social location is that of a Californian. My race is white, Scots-Irish, English American. My ancestors have been here since the colonial days. I'm calling in for support of this work. I want to express my thank yous to Secretary of State, Dr. Shirley Weber, for being such a wonderful leader of our time. Also, I love Congresswoman Barbara Lee's presence and important comments and wisdom. Also, thanks to this panel and everyone who cares to have taken the time to participate on this. I want to thank Dr. Cheryl Grills for being aware of Southern Californians' plight and social location, in particular Section 14 survivors and descendants of Palm Springs, and coming out to the United Methodist Church back in late February. I really hope your intention and motivations align with the descendants of enslaved African Americans in your position on this task force. And also understand the living people who qualify for reparations are more than descendants of those held in bondage. They do have multiple identities and lineages. For this purpose, this is a specific population of descendants of the enslaved. That is the root of the harm of it all. The specific stories local here in California have the power to tie into the larger picture of the generational past and wider history of California to the United States of America and its peoples. Also wanting to say this, to the people who don't qualify for reparations, much respect those who do. We all need to support this. Reparations mean to make whole, harm's done. Restitution is owed. Monetarily, happen to these people, it could happen to anyone again if we all don't take the time to recognize and reconcile. Segregated neighborhoods with little known multicultural diversity can be traced directly to housing or economic direct harm committed to those segregated neighborhoods in California. This means that claimants can not only trace their ancestry directly to people held in bondage, sometimes for generations, but continue to be harmed through legal, economic, and social policies, redlining, the like, when they migrated to California from the South, hoping to not be treated like that. Race-based policies have to stop, like the other callers have stated. This isn't just equitable. This isn't equitable. The race-based is out of scope of this repair. This is a genealogy tool study primarily. The American freedmen, that's the buck started in the Civil War era. This is a harm done back in the 1619. This 40 acres and a mule rhetoric only detracts from what the 21st century resolution or reparations should look like and be. This isn't fair because while those records in that bureau are
Thank you so
invaluable
much
and
for your
important,
comments and
they are
calling in
no
this
way
morning. I'm
some
sorry to
part of-
cut you off in the middle of your sentence. Amy, next line.
Thank you. Line 108, your line is open.
Hi. Hi, my name is Catherine Wade. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Catherine Wade, and my parents were from Mississippi, moved to San Francisco where I was born. But I want to talk about systematic oppression and injustices today. If you look up Antioch Police Department, they have a 21-page report. My son was on that report. He was beat, he was hunted, he died at the hands of Antioch PD. I still don't know what happened to my son. But about the reparations, we need that money so we can do what we need to do to heal our community, our culture. My mom's birth certificate is different from mine. My children's birth certificate is different from mine. We are different, but we're African Americans that were brought in here. Slavery, our ancestors built this country up. We need our money so we can teach our children the joy and the glory and how powerful we are as Black people. They don't talk about the Marcus Garveys. They don't talk about the Black Panthers. My daughter didn't have a chance to meet her uncle, Little Bobby Hutton, right there in Oakland because he was murdered by the police. So we need to get our money, put our funding in organizations where we can run them and we can help heal our people. We can empower our people for generational wealth. The 40 acres and the mule, I remember the mule plowing the land while we was working in those crops. The land is already claimed, but yes, give us our money so we can purchase some. That's all I got to say. Pay us what you owe, Ashe.
Thank you so much. Hello, is my mic on? Yes. Okay, thank you so much. Just a quick check-in, folks in the audience. We have about 20 more minutes of in-person callers, phone callers, and then we'll turn to in-person. So thank you for your patience. Next caller, Amy, next line.
Thank you. Line 109, your line is open.
Yes, good morning. I'll be heard.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Jesse Paris. I'm a foundational Black American, descendant of American chattel slavery, and I am calling to stress the fact that we need to keep stressing that this is a lineage-based, this is not race-based, it is lineage-based. Shout out to Jack. Shout out to the FBA family that's in attendance today. This morning, I see you. I appreciate all the work that you're doing. We have to make this clear because California is going to set the tone for the rest of the nation. Whichever way California goes, the rest of the nation is going to go. And I would love to see these task force in all 50 states, because basically all 50 states in the country have partake in chattel slavery and slavery in the country, and they all hold. So whatever California does, the rest of the nation does. So we need to be very clear and very precise that this is monetary based. We need our reparations. It is owed to us. It's debt that is owed. It is not handout. They're not begging. This is something that is owed. If we built this country, our ancestors built this country, there'll be no United States of America for any of these illegal immigrants to flee to, immigrate to, whatever they want to call it to, without our ancestors' blood, sweat, and toil. So pay what you owe. Cut the check. 2024 is right around the corner. You Democrats want our vote. I'm going to have to do something tangible for us. Not just in California, but all over this country. So do the right thing. And shame on you, Dr. Amos, Reverend Amos. You ditched us out on the last task force meeting to go to Ghana with Kamala Harris. Y'all should both be ashamed of yourself. Pay what is you owe. Pay what is due. Cut the damn check. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Amy, next line.
Thank you. 111, your line is open.
One what?
11.
Go ahead, sir.
111, that's me.
Oh, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. My name is Kim Artie Lutulo. I'm the president of Reverend Al Sharpton's National Action Network, an Oakland chapter with 432 cities in my jurisdiction. As an African-American woman, I want to say first and foremost that there is nothing that you can do to truly repair the damages that have been inflicted upon my people during slavery. We are still in slavery. The shackles are on our mind. The monetary peanuts that are being proposed is like putting a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. You need to up that amount 10 times or more. We need fertile land given to us per state, include all labor and materials to build our own homes, hospitals, schools, banks, electrical grids, solar if possible, and gas.
stop all the funding for research and studies in regards to reparations. We already know what that's about. The facts are the facts, and the truth is the truth. Redistribute those millions of dollars for the research into the budget that we're talking about today. The United States of America, our country, must be held accountable. Cut the check.
Thank you. Thanks for calling in. Amy, next caller.
Line 25, your line is open.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Marcavius Bashar Johnson, Dad's Brave Fly America Aboriginal Civil Society, owner of Kepperah Big Book, Instagram Kepperah the Movie, Theater Entertainment, Land of Milk and Honey, author on Amazon. In this challenging experience, there are credibility issues. They work on propaganda and Jim Crow to discredit our copyrighted materials and patents and trademarks, to say that we're not the people that invented these things. You hear me? Like the people that hacked my account. They're trying to say I wasn't a black king, like this fake ass pedophile and ass, you hear me? Epstein ass king, you hear me? You know what I'm saying? Is wearing the crown of the Black Prince of Alejandro Medici. So what do we learn from these set-up bitches? Ask them to show the evidence that I'm not a gray and you are. In parliament and government, you hear me? We need to change the disposition and the depositions of the succession, and we will be successful in a lineage-based approach. But government who tends to do it over administration, over traditional society, that's the checkmate. We fucking checkmating this shit, you hear me? Good day, Chef Cherry Host. You know what I'm saying? My book, Land of Milk and Honey, is a dichotomy of world religion and custom and tradition, and clears up the ambiguity of agriculture and commerce. You know what I'm saying? You hear me? Like, if you say, I don't give a fuck if you're in the streets, I don't give a fuck, you know what I'm saying, about none of that shit, you hear me? If you can't prove that I'm the king of the streets, you hear me? And say that I'm not, you hear me? I'll act the biggest, you hear me? And that's my time, you hear me? I'll rest with that, you hear me? I bet you can't say nobody say I ain't, you hear me? I bet you can't say nobody say I ain't the realest nigga they ever made, you hear me? And still living, you hear me? And broke out of jail 100 times. Try me 100 times, you hear me? I'm out, you hear me? I love y'all, you hear me? Anybody fuck with y'all is murder.
Thank you. Next caller. Amy, next caller, please.
Line 93, your line is open.
Hello.
Good morning. Hello, we can hear you.
Line 93, your line is open. I think we might have lost her. We will go to line 115. Your line is open.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, hi, my name is Ella Baker, and thank you for having me. Good morning, committee people. As I said, my name is Ella Baker, and I am a Black American freedman, aka African American, colored, Negro, or Black. Vice Chair Brown called for a public bid to select communications firms. Task Force member Grills, vehemently in opposition to a bidding process, she intervened and said she would take control of it. Task Force member Cheryl Grills and Bunch Center presented communication agencies that she had personal relationships with, which has raised concerns as it reeks of conflicts of interest. Lineage-based reparations is the goal with this task force. However, the partner communications firms share ideologies focused on race-based reparations, contrary to this task force mission. They have proven themselves to be incompetent and have violated the public trust. The $1.3 million that was allocated for this task resulted in only 2,600 Californians being reached. How has this $1.3 million been spent? What company nor what government agency spends $500 per person for customer acquisition, while the average cost of qualified customer acquisition leads for online marketing agencies, which are around $87 each. Am I the only one that thinks this cost is astounding? Between Grills and the Bunch Center, 7 not-for-profit organizations have had $50K laid upon their laps with no effort nor result. I'm curious, how much has Shona Charles' firm
Thank
been
you
paid
so much
to
for your
date?
comments this
How much is
morning.
her
I'm
total
sorry to
contract
interrupt
for?
you in the middle of your sentence, but your time is up. Amy, next caller, please.
Thank you. Line 116, your line is open. Line 116, your line is open.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. Hello, Task Force. Thank you for taking my call. My name is Dr. Tish Crawford. I am a part of the California Black Lineage Society, and I'd like to bring to your attention some things that need to be added to the final report. First of all, March 29th, 2022, your lovely task force determined that lineage would be the base for eligibility. However, a section is not devoted at all to what the eligibility would look like in the task force report. So I plead to you, that section needs to be put in before we say that this is complete. Second, we need to make it clear that part 5 of the final report is not reparations by removing it, separating it, or adding clarifying language. It just is not going to work. Number 3, we need to remove part 5, that anything in part 5 that misrepresents or contradicts AB 3121. Remember, there was a vision, there was an author, and it stated that the task force will follow through on that vision. So please adhere to that and not make any other type of confusing remarks. Also, in the part regarding the eligibility, as we know, to trace genealogy, you need birth certificates and death certificates. So I think should be added to that part. Those items should be free for people who are claiming to be descendants of slaves. We didn't make this problem, but we shouldn't have to pay for it. So that's very clear. That needs to be changed immediately. And also, I like to thank the task force for sending out Chairman Camilla Moore. She spent 2 days in Riverside, and it was wonderful. The people came, they responded to her, they responded to everything that you guys are doing here. And I'm just really appreciative that you brought out so many of the descendants, and she was there for 2 days. So thank you for that representation. Please stay on task, add that eligibility section, and most of all, stay clear and stay with the true vision of AB 3121.
Thank you so
Please.
much for your
You guys
call
have a
this
good
morning.
day.
Thank you. Amy, next line, please.
Thank you. 112, your line is open.
Good morning, good afternoon, California Reparations Task Force. Hello, Chairman Moore. Thank you for all your hard work, CJEC, and everyone else out there on the ground. This is Dawn Page of Concerned Black American Citizens. I wanted to mention just a couple of things. Executive Order 13985 by Joe Biden, January 20th, 2021, calls for disaggregation. And I wanted to take this time to shout out to the Office of Management and Budget and the U.S. Census to comply with this executive order and release us from the straitjacket of the African racial group definition that has teamed us with disparate ethnic groups and created a scenario of legislative apartheid that has served to systematically, economically exclude us from government contracts, services, resources, employment, etc. The Office of Management and Budget and the U.S. Census helped create this problem of multiple names, and we're asking for 3 new categories that respects all individual groups: Black Americans, Caribbean, and Sub-Saharan African would be the 3 categories. This legislative apartheid has resulted in 80 to 90% of affirmative action going to white women and immigrants. I would love to see us include a section that looks at the discrimination that we have suffered, the economic exclusion through government contracts in California. I recently submitted an RFP for the city of LA that was looking for a reparation-based organization to do their outreach, and they rescinded that RFP, and that is just another way of, you know, basically siphoning off intellectual property and then denying us from the rewards of our work. I wanted to call out the AAPI community who testified on March 24th, falsely claiming that Black Americans are the face of Stop Asian Hate, or the face of Asian hate crime, which is completely ludicrous. They and their accomplices, the Manhattan Institute.
Thank you so much for your
like to
call
call
this
them out.
morning and sharing your thoughtful comments. But your time is up, and we have time for just 2 more callers. So Amy, our next to last caller, please.
Thank you. Line 121. Your line is open.
Hi, my name is Constance Johnson, and I am calling, one, to reiterate some of the comments that were made earlier about just emphasizing the lineage-based prerequisite for the benefits that will be available, as well as for the language within the report itself. So a lot of the language that is there that outlines the research that's been done, that looks at the various areas, specifically stating that the recommendations moving forward from the report will specifically benefit those who are foundational Black Americans and who are from the descendants of slaves, like myself. And also just the perspective of the report. So for example, one of the recommendations is repealing Prop 209, and that's from the perspective of us as a group going to the government and going for contracts or for positions that are within that particular section or branch of policy or institutions, as opposed to building something that is of our own, or something that is new and something that is sovereign, that could even be modeled after what Native Americans have within their own lands and territories and communities. And so from the report, which is outstandingly done and delineated, it seems as some of the suggestions and recommendations are to go back to the same institutions which have created a lot and reinforced a lot of the injustices and disparities, as opposed to putting effort and energy into creating new opportunities for the descendants of slaves. And
Thank you
Black
so much for
Americans
your caller.
within this
Thanks
state.
for taking the time to call in this morning. Your comments are noted, and this will be our last caller, and then we will switch to in-person, the first 5 in-person folks. So last caller, Amy, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Line 126. Your line is open.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Good morning, committee people. My name is Winter Boyd, and I am a Black American freedman, AKA African American, colored, Negro, Black. Now, reparations historically has never been an all-inclusive claim. No other ethnic group that has or is receiving reparations had ever been forced to include other ethnic groups in their specific claim, right? Not the Native Americans, the Jewish community, nor Japanese American immigrant community, right? And so despite Germans and Italians being interned during World War II, they were included in the Japanese American immigrant justice claim for internment. The Germans and Italians would have established their own claim despite being interned as well. And so by introducing, quote, the larger African American Californians and even all Californians, end quote, to this conversation, this now becomes an entitlement program and not reparation. Now, we are not opposed to introducing entitlement programs to fulfill those needs. However, that is not the premise or direction of this task force. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Amy, and all of the in-person callers who took the time to come out this morning and call in. So we will now switch to in-person. And if the first 5 folks who received a number 1 through 5, and as you make your way, we are also going to, as with previous meetings, allow for special accommodations. So we will take Bishop Williams first. He will be our first speaker. And also, this is a good time to find out if there are any elected officials in the audience who have showed up today to provide a welcome. So if you could please come and see me or your representative, let me know that you are here. So the first 5 folks, will start with Bishop Williams, and then number 2 is Yvonne Westerner. And please forgive me in advance if I mispronounce your name. Duan Basiliana, and then 4 is Jonathan Burgess, and then number 5, Tosca Bolland. So if those 5 folks, along with Bishop Williams, will line up, everyone else can stay relaxed and seated, and we will take you in the order that you received your number.
Good morning. Y'all should give me 10 minutes.
Bishop William, everyone. Okay, you have 2 minutes, but do your best. Go ahead, Bishop Williams. Speak into the mic.
That $50 million that you took out, we want it back in our community, okay? Yeah, you got that money and took the vice president to Africa. You try to make a whore out of her.
Mm-hmm.
It works now. Okay, thank you.
Please, Bishop, honor the title that you carry. And don't speak about my member, Kamala Harris, that way. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Shut up, man. You
ought to be ashamed of yourself.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Thank you.
You
Okay,
dirty old
everyone. Shh, everyone be quiet. I have something to say before we go to public comment. I'd like to acknowledge an important person in the room, Elaine Brown, who was the first woman chairwoman of the Black Panther Party. Please stand up, Elaine Brown.
That's right. I know.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairwoman Brown. So now we'll turn to public comment again, and we will resume. No one can interrupt. Everyone has 2 minutes. Bishop, you may resume.
Okay. I thank y'all for being here. Thank you for having everybody else here. But the thing that I want to say, through all the research that I've been doing for 50 years, I told y'all I'm 88 years old and I'm a slave, real slave from Alabama and Florida, okay? So I was hoping that some of y'all would, number one, reach out to find out something about where I was in slavery. And I told you about all these young men was buried there, okay? Black young men buried there, shot down with double-barrel shotguns. I told y'all about that. And nobody reached out to me. All the reporters here and everything, they didn't want to know nothing about it. They didn't want to take nothing to the news about this. and everything like that. We discriminated so much. We need black TVs and radio stations and black newspapers to put the truth out here about blacks, because most people today is so many Ku Klux Klan. There are a lot of black people of Ku Klux Klan today. Amos Brown, you one of them. Look, what I really want to say, all the research that I did, I have all the proof. The Port of Oakland is a slave camp, and I want 50% of the Port of Oakland for black people. Money, land, and everything. I want part of the airport, part of the golf course, and everything for black people right here in Oakland. I'm put a black town there, Black Wall Street for black people. Okay?
It's been 2 minutes. Thank you, Bishop. And the personal attacks are unwarranted. Thank you. Next person. Next person. Thank you. It's been 2 minutes. You're out of order. Next person, please. Thank you.
I'm busy.
Person. Thank you, Bishop. Next person. Next person, please. Thank you. Thank you, Bishop.
Bishop Henry Williams has been fighting this good fight for 50 plus years.
Excuse me, sir. Do you have a number?
My number is 2.
Okay, go ahead.
And we're right here on behalf of Bishop Henry
No, you're
Williams
out of order.
and
Number
this
2 is
disrespect
back there.
that manifested
Next
with
person.
him today.
Number 1 is Les Robinson, and number 2 is the woman behind him. Thank you. Number 1, you're next. Thank
Yvonne
you.
Westerner is number 2.
Good morning, Task Force. Good morning, my brothers and sisters. My name is Pastor Les Robinson. I'm originally from Sacramento, California. I'm the great-great-great-grandson of Daniel Blue, who was a slave who came out here from Kentucky and discovered gold in 1749, bought up 7 blocks of downtown Sacramento, started a cleaning business, started a church and a school for minorities in his church home. His church home was burnt down. He stayed. His church is still in existence. It is called St. Andrew's AME Church. It is 172 years old. From the power of that church, he started having what we have come to know as Colored People's Council. And he rallied from 10 Northern California counties, the black leadership, and they began to raise money to hire lobbyists to have 2 initiatives passed. The first one was the right to vote. They started this process in their first meeting in 1854 at St. Andrew's AME Church. The second initiative was the right that African Americans could testify against whites in court. It took them 9 years, but they achieved this in 1863. Amen. That's okay. You can clap for that. We have a right to vote today. We have a right to testify in court today because of this great man. I'm upset because no one knows his name. His name is Daniel Blue. He's my great-great-grandfather. Why isn't there a school named after him? Why don't we hear about him? Why didn't we learn about him in our history books? And I'm here to fight for that. Why aren't our accomplishments as Black Americans recognized in American history? Because if they were, we wouldn't need a Black History Month. If we were included in the American history and given the credit for what we've done, we wouldn't need Black history. We wouldn't need Asian American History Month or Hispanic History Month. I'm saying equity for everyone. And I want to know what happened to all that land that he owned. On the land in which he is reported to own, it now stands the Southern Pacific Railroad Museum in Sacramento, California, the Southern Pacific Railway Yard, an Amtrak station, the federal courthouse, and the county courthouse and the city jail. What happened to that land? It was taken by eminent domain. I want to know what happened to that land because I didn't get the benefits of that land. I grew up in poverty.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm so sorry to interrupt you in the
Yes.
middle of your sentence, but thanks for coming all
Yes.
this way. Thanks for coming out.
We need
and your-
reparations.
And your important comments. Thank you. All right, next we should have number 2, Yvonne Westerner. and then-
Westover. Yes.
Westerner,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me this morning. I am the wife of Pastor Les Robinson. Quickly, we've seen America rally behind court cases through the years over intellectual property and real property, oftentimes resulting in millions of dollars in restitution. We rally behind it without the blink of an eye because it's something that has been stolen, and restitution should be made. We cannot forget or ignore the fact that we stole people from their native land. We stripped them from their families, from their culture, and from their birthright. Yet white America has turned a blind eye to this and say they should get over it, or it's been so long and it doesn't affect the African Americans today because it happened so long ago. On behalf of myself, my family, and my ancestors, I want to publicly apologize to the African American community for our ignorance, our arrogance, our insensitivity to your cause, and for any part we may have had in the atrocities done to your people. I stand here today humbly to show my love and support. Whether enslaved or freed, we know that many African Americans have had inventions they didn't get credit for and therefore earned no revenue. Land was stolen from many, as in my husband's case. My husband has the deeds to these properties that state this land belongs to my descendants forever and ever. There should be no question of what should be done. His land has been stolen, his generational wealth stolen, the schooling opportunities he should have had stolen, his opportunity to grow up in a safe environment where his family could afford housing stolen. He was forced into poverty, running to and from school, hoping to avoid getting into a fight or even getting shot and killed. This wasn't the legacy his grandfather left him. His rightful inheritance was stripped from him. Where is his restitution? There is no record of the properties ever being sold. If this were a claim about a white man's property being stolen, I'm sure the court case would have been resolved by now. He should have the right to reclaim financial compensation for what was left to him by his great-great-great-grandfather, Daniel Blue.
Thank you so much
so
for
that
your
he may
comments
pass
this
it down
morning.
to his descendants.
We really
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you. All right, next person. You should have number 3.
Hold on, before
number
we
3?
start,
Yes.
look, everyone will have 2 minutes to speak. I understand it's a free country, free speech, but we have to do better than this. We have to do better than this today.
The next
okay?
Thank you.
So the next person is going to speak and afford every person the opportunity to have their 2 minutes to say what they want to say.
Thank you, Chair Moore. The next person at the mic should be Dawn. Dawn, it's your turn. Thank you. Good morning.
I'll be quick. I want to speak to organizations that continue to harm.
Speak a little bit into the mic. We can't hear you.
I said I want to speak to organizations that continue to harm and thwart this effort. Racist organizations such as the Native Sons of the Golden West and the Gold Discovery Association formed alliances with the Attorney General, California State Parks, and the governor to steal land from Black families throughout this state through eminent domain. These 2 organizations, although there are many others, still thrive today and work hand in hand with state officials. In fact, there's a reference to both organizations on the California State webpage. Their bylaws included statements such as preserve America for the white man, keep California white, race mingling is a sin. These organizations funded UC Berkeley and other institutions of higher education, wrote curriculum for public schools, funded state parks, assisted in the drafting of legislation to take property from Black families. The Native Sons were very local and took a public position in favor of Japanese internments. They prolifically partnered with the Commissioner of State Parks to secure land for the white race. Their statements, not mine. The pain they caused is evident today. So if you ask why we don't learn the true history of Black Californians, the true history of what was taken, the pain, the harm, look to these organizations that still are alive and here and thrive and partner with the state of California. We must take lead on creating curriculum for schools, preserving our heritage, commissioning our own plaques, monuments, taking back our history and artifacts kept by the state of California in educational institutions, like the Native tribes in California have done. With the Freedmen's Association Bureau, whatever you want to call it, let's ensure we craft legislation that historically preserves our land, our history, our story, and removes historically racist organizations from partnering with the state of California.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your comments. Next, we should have Jonathan Burgess, number 4. Good morning.
Good morning, Task Force Chair Brown. You guys, I want to thank you for your work, but I want to, I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you my disappointment. Assembly member Reggie Jones, so you said, so go California, so goes the nation. That's been said a lot. What this report is missing, and Reverend Brown, you fought tooth and nail to take this back to 1850. As I said before, there were black landowners, some of my ancestors, that had millions of acres of land in California. And for us to not put a dollar amount on it is a miscarriage of justice and it's disingenuous. I know what my family had. Got deeds that go back to 1870. Those ancestors that lie under Folsom Lake, that were pushed off ravines, lynched in the gold fields, and made millionaires out of some of the European families, paid for it. And if our economists don't evaluate those numbers, well, the $1.2 million, that's a drop in the bucket. I'd rather there be $10 million. Reverend Brown, in fact, $5 million is not enough when you look at the atrocities that happened to our ancestors. Nobody's talking about it. When I can have a white friend tell me about the folks that were lynched in Coloma behind land that was black land, and we want to be silent about it today, those are the harms that happened to my ancestors that we don't talk about. When you talk about generational trauma, right, that exists today in my DNA, it's because that happened in Tamaki. We don't talk about it, but we know about the internment camps. We know about what happened to the Jewish folks. What about our folks? And when the president of the United States, who was the California governor, Ronald Reagan, can sign off on resurveying land that belonged to black families, many that we don't know because we don't know our DNA. But if I look at my DNA, because my ancestor left an autobiography, I got white descendants in Virginia.
Mr. Burgess, thank you so much for coming out today. And as always, thank you for your comments.
I want to thank you guys too. I appreciate you. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna leave it right here.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right, our next speaker should be Tosca Bullen, number 5. Who has number 5? Sir, do you have number 5? Is that number 5? Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I
Good
can't see
morning.
that far.
My name is Donnie Brown from Los Angeles, California. Watch Baby, watch Riot. We
Please, brothers and sisters. As Aretha Franklin said, R-E-S-P-E-C-T, let us respect each other, give each other the honor and the respect. We don't need to go out or rap on this meeting to this American media that we did not respect each other here. That's all we're asking. We all have different positions, and we should respect each other's position. We get nowhere other than giving the enemy some negative mess to say about us. That's right. And I'm asking, I'm pleading that we not let this happen.
I want them out. I want
security,
that contingent
security.
out. Security, I need
Security.
that contingent out. I need those contingent in the corner out. They have to go. They have to go. CHP, I need that contingent over there out. Escorted out. Escorted out. They're disrupting the meeting. They need to be escorted out now. Out.
Okay. Sir, you are our next speaker.
Sort it out immediately.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thanks for your patience. Our next speaker, please approach the mic. We will start your 2 minutes over. So thank you. Good morning. Thanks for coming out and taking the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
The world is watching. The world is watching us right now. We need unity.
Yes.
The United Nations declared that the United States of America owes African Americans, slavery descendants, reparations. Look it up. That's in the United Nations. What Dr. Shirley Weber has done for the state of California was find a way that nobody else could to get reparations in legislation, the first of its kind. So let's not mix apples with oranges. Federal versus state is different. So I'm appreciative to the people that's been involved with AB 3121. We need to unite. We need to rally. We need to barbecue. We need to hang out. And we need to show the world that we're behind this thing. Now, just like our ancestors done to get out of slavery, I'm sure they went into prayer. I'm sure they prayed and sung gospel songs through hard times. And we have these two men right here, Honorable Reggie Sawyer, Honorable Stephen Bradford. These two brothers are going to be doing the rest of the heavy lifting through the legislation. We have to lift them up in prayer. We have to keep them in prayer every day as they fight the fight and communicate and put together the proper package
Sir,
that's going to pass
you.
this thing.
Thank you so much for your comments this morning. Thanks for coming out. If we could have the next 10 speakers line up, please. That would be numbers. If you have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, or 14, or 15, please line up. And if the Darlene Crumley, can you please approach the mic? All right, you may begin.
All right, I would like to say good morning. My name is Darlene
Thank you.
Carmody. I am a member of CJEC in ARC Bay Area. And I would like to talk about Chapter 18 in your Part 5. You do discuss in AB 3121 that there's special language and special considerations for African Americans who are descendants of persons enslaved in the United States. However, you also mentioned that in the language of AB 3121, that extensive testimony and other evidence was submitted, and that the task force has considered the impact of historic and ongoing discrimination on the larger community of African Americans living in California. Are we talking about those who chose to come here? Okay. You also mentioned that the term is used to include person who individually or collectively suffered harm. The term has been interpreted to include not only the person who the direct
Pausing public comment, Miss Scruddy. The meeting has been paused because I'm calling for CHP to escort the people in the corner out of the meeting so that we can resume business. So do not stop talking until these people get out of the hearing. To resume, we have to pause business right now because of disruptors. OCHP is getting called right now for the people in the corner to be escorted out.
me see. Yeah, he might talk some more.
What about this woman over here? She needs to be escorted out too. You need to be escorted out too. Okay. All right. Okay. Now that we have order, thank you. Sorry for the interruption to the public. You may resume your public comment.
Also, in this chapter, you state that the term victim is used to include persons who individually or collectively suffered harm. The term has been interpreted to include not only the persons who the direct target of the violation, but any other person affected directly or indirectly. Every one of the task force recommendation is intended to benefit descendants, and a substantial number is intended to benefit descendants exclusively. But you go on to say at the same time, many recommendations cannot be implemented only for descendants and must instead be framed to benefit the larger community of African Americans or even all Californians. That is not reparations. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when in 1961, when President Kennedy signed Executive Order 10925, the Equal Employment Opportunity or Affirmative Action. Then in 1965, President Johnson signed EO 1124, requiring all government contractors and subcontractors to take affirmative action to ensure job opportunities for minorities. In 1967, President Johnson amended that and included women in affirmative action. This resulted in white women being the primary recipients of benefits of affirmative action. And in contrary to what the media shows you, white women marry white men. So therefore, the benefits and the wealth is still inside the white family, which the black families do not get. So they have a more transfer of wealth than black families. Although affirmative action have helped some Black Americans, it did not achieve the goal to repair descendants of U.S. chattel slavery. So let's not repeat history. Let's remove the language from Part 5 that is misrepresented or contradicts AB 31 or the stated will of the task force that was on March 29th, 2022, as the community of Alabama is descendants who have been here from day one, and we are the ancestors of
Thank you so much for coming out, Ms. Crumley. Your time is up. We really appreciate you. And our next speaker, please. Mr. Morris Griffin should have number 7, please. Good morning. You may begin. Yeah, it's your turn. Yes.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Morris Griffin, better known as Big Money Griff, strong community activist, leader, and problem solver, and I'm the chairperson of a group called NCREW, which is the National Coalition for Reparations and Economic Wealth. And from 1776 to 1850s, when we had the gold rush here in California, if slaves did not have this path to freedom, they had to go back to the plantations. And that's why I brought that. To stay on point, I got here yesterday, Cinco de Mayo Day. And on TV, here in Oakland, California, the media asks Assemblyman Reggie Jones Sawyer, there's a $22.5 billion deficit. What do you say to that? And Reggie Jones Sawyer said, there's more than one way. There's where there's a will, there's a way. If you Google tells us today, if you Google on your phone right now, California's budget is $296.9 billion. The general fund has $223.6 billion. The special fund has $70.4 billion. The bond fund has $2.9 billion. All we're asking for is $120 billion because I'm demanding that we have $5,000 every single month to the day we die. That's $120 billion a year to stimulate this economy here in the state of California forever. Now, we helped make this country the way it is today, and now all we're saying is allow us to have an opportunity to stimulate this economy with a $120 billion a year. And now I need you to spread the word what you heard. We're asking for a lot less than the $5 billion that was asked for in San Francisco. We're asking for a lot less than $1 million that was talked about, but we like the fact that it kept us on board.
Thank you so much for your
and there's
comments
so
this
much
morning,
more.
and thanks
There's
for
so
coming
much
out.
more.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, our next speaker should be Orlando Greenhill, number 8. Orlando, good morning. Go ahead and adjust the mic, make yourself comfortable. Good morning.
Good morning. Peace to everybody. Cool to see everybody out here for something that has needed to happen for the last 200 years. We often talk about reparations and people say that we're getting a handout, but we've given this country, let alone the whole world, a handout for the last 200 years. No, 500 years. And it's amazing how there's been so many people, like even recently in the last few years, there were the Italians that got reparations. There's many different people that have gotten reparations. Black Americans have never said anything against that. We've always been for that. Foundational Black Americans have given our labor, our ingenuity, and our talents to this country while going through a whole uphill battle and facing the most horrendous things that still they're trying to deny to this day. What I want is the same freedom dues that the abolitionists were fighting for. That freedom dues is cash reparations. And so I want to say peace to you guys and reparations. And I'm so glad to see all of you guys here. This is why we're here. Our ancestors are clapping for us right now. Peace.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Next speaker should be Darius Lang. Darius Young. Sorry. Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning to the task force members. First of all, I'm Darius Young, and I'm here representing myself as a resident of Oakland, but I'm also here representing the Bay Area Regional Health Inequities Initiative and the Bay Area Advisory Black Housing Task Force. And so I'm here today just to say that, first of all, our task force brings together 80 Black-led organizations dedicated to serving the health and well-being of California's Black communities with expertise in housing development, housing finance, and Black economic development. And so I would say that, as been articulated within the Reparations Task Force report, we know that Black communities are the hardest hit by California's housing crisis, and that's due to decades of discrimination, redlining, and other housing policies, as well as disinvestment. And so what we're asking today is that the task force considering putting into their recommendations our Black housing development concept and fund that will help to bring prosperity and wealth to African American-led communities, and also throughout, those communities that are lineage-based that has been exploited by redlining and all the other inequities in housing policies that have been, brought forth here in California. And so I would also like to say that there's several members of the Black Housing Coalition that has been instrumental in contributing to the work of the task force, and we do appreciate all the work that you all have done and continue to do. I would also say that as of late, I and several other people within our coalition have been approached by the communications group, and we have very well worked with them to help to get the communications piece out. And that's what's needed, the community to come on board to help getting the message out so that more African American, especially those that are qualified for the reparations, to be able to take part in this. And so I would say that even
Thank you
if we
so
don't,
much for your
thank you, and
comments.
I
Thanks for
appreciate it.
coming out. Thanks for taking the time out. All right, next speaker, please. Good morning. You may begin.
Good morning. Good morning. I am Raphael Plunkett. Joe and I are here from Diamond Bar, and I'm also here with CJEC today. It's so great to see all of your faces again. First, I want to thank Dr. Weber for my comments. As always, please get the report and get it shared widely. The information needs to be out there. After reading some of the information, I'd like to add that I'd also ask that you add an eligibility section. I thought we had agreed on that in June of 2021. I ask that there's consistent, clear, and distinct language, Black descendants. Without that specificity, we are vulnerable. And for all of these things to go to other groups, please be specific. As for part 5, a lot of those things are very necessary for our citizens. That's more universal. That is not reparations. The last thing I'd like to talk about is a personal frustration for me. The typos and the grammar, the grammatical errors that is beneath this body, it is beneath the process, and it is beneath us. We deserve better. I can't imagine, I cannot fathom all of the research that you have all done and all the reading that you've done to have dealt with such mediocrity in the face of your excellence. I ask for further excellence going forward. Thank you very much. I'll see you on June 30th.
Thank you. Okay, Nadia Myers should be next. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Nadia T. Myers, also known as Luna Nightshade. I am here to represent the deceased. I'm talking about those who have been murdered and not had accountability. We have AI recognition, facial recognition. We have plenty of photographs of historical events, of lynchings, and other types of atrocities. I would like to see that facial recognition filters will be added to these photos so that we can be able to prosecute those individuals and remedy and mitigate and bring closure to all those families who have lost their loved ones due to injustices. I didn't see anything on the proposal that actually dealt with accountability for those who have caused harm. And so I would like to see those efforts as well. And again, we don't need necessarily individuals, just give the people the money and then they can be able to use the money how they see fit. And I think that's what everyone is trying to say, that all the Wall Streets, the Black Wall Streets that we have, the Rosewoods, all of these places actually put their heads together as a community and they started whatever they needed to do. And it looks like this proposal is actually trying to usurp the funds to go to different other organizations. And if you just give the people the money and let them have the free will to utilize it as their ancestors was going to use it, then I think that would be the most beneficial. And again, using AI technology to actually identify those who were who caused the harm, and they can be classified as terroristic acts as well as gangs acts, and those laws can be used to help mitigate those families who had the loss of those loved ones.
Thank you so much for coming out this morning. Our next speaker, I believe, should be Iris Peoples. Please come forward, and if you have numbers 16 through 25, if you could please line up.
Thank you, everybody. Yes, my name is Iris Peoples. And first, I want to thank the chair, and I want to thank the other members of the task force for fighting for lineage-based repair. Next, I want to thank some anchor orgs who I have gotten a lot of my information from. Those are CJEC, NAASD, ARCC, and the ETM Media Group. So thank you guys for spreading the word and for keeping us informed. And we know that reparations are the right thing to do and are good for America. For instance, that Citibank or that Citigroup released a report that said anti-Black bias has cost this nation's GDP over $16 trillion since 2020. And I think $16 trillion can pay for healthcare for all, it can pay for education for all, and it might even have a little bit of money left over to pay for like a high-speed railway, like from East Coast to West Coast. So we know that protections for Black Americans are actually really, really good for everyone. And then I have a few requests. The first is to add an eligibility section to the final report. The second is to change up Part 5 because it definitely currently contradicts AB 3121, as other people have previously stated. Universal policies are not reparations, even though they might be a good thing. This is for repair, so the universal language has got to go. Next, I would like to talk about some concerns. My really biggest concern is NCOBRA, and we have a member on the task force who is the chair of NCOBRA, who's gotten, I think, $50 million or $15 million, something like that, from Wells Fargo. On April 19th, at the State of the Black World, Grills told guests that she and others are fighting against lineage repair. And I'm like, if you are fighting against that, what are we even doing here? Because we know race-based policies are illegal in California. So I'm very, very concerned about that. And last, I just would like to mention my grandmother, Jessie Peoples, who worked for the post office, and she earned enough money to buy homes anywhere in San Francisco, but she saw with her own eyes deeds that said, do not sell to Blacks. That cost our family millions
so much
in
for
real estate value.
your
Thank you.
comments. Thanks for coming out. Next speaker. Good morning. Should be Ashley Haynes. Good morning.
Good morning, task force members and chair. As a Black American on both sides of my family and a third generation Californian, it's clear we all know reparations should have been paid like yesterday. It's for more than just slavery. Everyone else has been paid, and now it's our turn. I came all the way from Georgia to speak for my ancestors and to make sure we get this done right. Black Americans are the only group that has not received reparations for state-sanctioned racial discrimination, while slavery afforded some white families the ability to accrue tremendous wealth. I ask that you please consider Black Americans that were born and raised in California, but left because of gentrification, racism, and out-of-control immigration. San Francisco Reparations has a good plan for their eligibility requirements as far as residency, and should be considered for the state level claim. Also, most Black Americans don't want to be called freedmen. It doesn't apply to California, and any race can be classified as that. We don't want to be reclassified to emancipated slaves. It's offensive. And no to peoplehood or anything else y'all come up with. We are Black Americans. That's it. Delineation is finally here. Also, we do not need an agency that could potentially steal our money again. So no to a Freedmen's Bureau. We want direct cash payments, just like how the stimulus were sent. 2 million is nowhere near enough. It should be starting at least 5 million like San Francisco.
Thank you so much for your
Also,
comments this morning. 16 through 25 should have lined up. 17's not here. We'll go to 18. Daniel. Oh, 17. Good morning.
Can you hear me? From my experience and background in STEM, the answer to almost any generalized question of remedy to a problem is it depends on the conditions that contributed to the harm, the conditions in which the recipients of harm still reside, and what resources are available to aid in that remedy. Many times a hybrid approach is required on both the micro and macro levels. This definition of reparations is inherently a hybrid approach, and nothing short of the requirements set forth by the UN principles is sufficient to address the harms and atrocities committed against my people, ancestors, and elders, those that are still being committed in the most covert covert and overt ways against my people and contemporaries and the youth that look to us to set an example through policy, regulation, and financial literacy, and much more. As Chair Moore stated in previous meetings, the only true example cited in the Chapter 15 examples on reparation schemes was that of Germany, Israel, and to popular knowledge, that includes not only policy, but land and compensation from the federal budget. If you can do that for a foreign country whose resources you have a vested interest in, then surely you can do that for a domestic nation of people whose bodies were used as the main resources to build this country. I will say it plain. We need to stay focused on the descendants of U.S. chattel slavery and unapologetically so. Gatekeeping the distinct ethnic groups that make up the diaspora is pivotal to progress, as the African-American experience in the U.S. is unique, and that is a fact that we can no longer ignore. Every document produced by this task force should be accompanied by a glossary that defines pivotal words and phrases used that I have seen cause this task force to waste time that could be better spent on what the proposed agency is supposed to stand for. These documents serve to determine the course of our cause. Part of the compensatory aspect of reparations should include tax exemption as well as cash compensation, as the Chapter 17 calculations recommendations could never truly put a number to the amount due in exchange for the labor that was forcibly taken and exploited. Not enough. How the
Speaker,
ingenuity
please.
of African
Thank you.
Americans.
Your 2 minutes are up, but thank you so much. Your comments are noted by the task force. Thanks again for coming out. All right, next we have Daniel Landry, number 18. Please, good morning.
Yes, good morning, Task Force, Chair Moore, of course, to Black people in the audience and Black people wherever you at. My name is Daniel Landry. I am the member of the San Francisco Reparation Task Force Committee, Advisory Committee, and I come before you this morning to speak on two things very quickly. Number one, lineage base is pretty much what we're considering and putting forth, and we'll have a meeting this coming Monday, which is going to be a big decision for us because we've been working like you for 2 years now, trying to figure this thing out about eligibility. Number two, I was talking to the director in San Francisco about the redevelopment agency, and a conversation is developing about taking legal action, whether it's legal action of San Francisco suing the state of California or if California suing the federal government. I think we need to consider remedies as we move towards this reparations thing, because you know as well as I know, it was some connections there that allowed for the past harms, the legacy institutions in San Francisco and in this state to happen. Quite frankly, what's happening this morning, like someone said earlier, the tension is good because of whatever we're going through, it can't add up to what our people done went through here in the United States and throughout the world. But I will echo, we got to do better, like Chair Moore said, because at the end of the day, we all are Black. And I'm not going to shoot myself in the foot thinking I'm making progress. So as much as we want to use someone as a punching bag, it's bigger than all of us. So I just thought I'd emphasize that, show some respect and love for each other. We can have conversations behind the doors. We can argue. We can even curse each other out.
Thank you.
But let's show some respect in the public. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. The next speaker should be Eris Eggerly and then Chris Lodgen. 19 and 20, please come forward to the mic. Eris Eggerly.
Hi, Eris gave me his number 19 out of respect for my elected position in the city of San Francisco. Okay, my name is Gloria Berry. I'm elected to the San Francisco Democratic Party. I simultaneously serve on the San Francisco Reparations Committee. I want to emphasize a lot of us committees in the cities need to have support from the state level when it comes to education. I'm all for cut the check, but I'm also for us bettering our schools so that the prison pipeline is disrupted. When we have our schools, I think we should demand that there be schools that tell the truth, that we stop continuing white supremacy when it comes to our education. While history is often viewed as an objective account of past events, the reality is that the selection and presentation of historical information can be influenced by a variety of factors, including racism, political context, and the limitation of the historical record. Therefore, it is important to approach history with a critical and open-minded perspective and to seek out a diversity of sources and perspectives in order to gain a fuller understanding of historical truth. In San Francisco, through a simple search, I saw that there was at least 3 Latino schools, 10 Japanese schools, 3 Korean schools, 18 French schools, at least 2 German schools, and 3 Native American schools. We need Black schools. We need Black HBCUs here in California. We need to hire Black and brown people that teach the truth. And we need those brothers and sisters to be retrained on a different curriculum that is based on truth and not white supremacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out. I need Chris Lodgen, and then Russell Clark is next.
You know, I had a whole thing here, but I want to talk to my people for a minute, and I'll get to this. So I know we hurting. I know we've been through it. We going through it. I know we bring our trauma into this work. As somebody who is an organizer for over 10, 15 years now, I know we bring our trauma into this work. I know what we are capable of also. As the task force completes this work and finishes this plan, I want to say to my people, I'm going to need you, because part of my job, along with these 2 brothers here and a lot of the rest of us, is to actually get you reparations. When this work is done today and at the last hearing, the next part of the battle begins. It's one thing to do a reparations task force. It's one thing to do a study and all that. It's another thing to actually get you reparations. That's my job. That's my job. But it's also your job too. I understand the anger. Let's also use some of that anger to get the damn reparations too. I'm gonna stop there for right now. You need to add an eligibility section to the report. It's a statement or 2. There gotta be a whole section in there. Add it to part 4. You gotta make it clear that part 5 is not reparations. It's already not clear to people. You've heard it in the comments, on the phone, and in person. It's not clear. People think the policies and recommendations are reparations. Reparations are in part 4. That's the cash money. That's the direct compensation. That's the reparations. But y'all got to make it very clear today that part 5 is not reparations. They are good things to do, but you got to make it clear.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for understanding. Next should be Russell Clark, and then Cameron Jackson, and then Donald Brown.
Good morning, task force members. My name is Russell Clark. I'm a 4th generation resident of Oakland, California. I'm doing this for the Clark family. Right now, everybody in here, especially you task force members, y'all can feel the tension, can't you? You feel that anger? Do you feel it? We are angry. We've been passed over by every single group, citizen and non-citizen, within the United States of America, especially here in California. We are expecting all of you, every single one of you, to do us right by this California Reparations Task Force. We need cash reparations, number one. Number one, anti-Black hate crime bills, and all the rest of what you guys have recommended in the report. I don't know what's going to happen after these hearings. This is what I do know. I have to represent not only for my ancestors, Douglas Clark, Anthony M.J. Clark, but for my descendants, my child, my grandchildren to come, my descendants to come. We don't have time to dilly-dally, to BS around. We are running out of time. I expect you guys to do your due diligence, as you've already done, but I expect you to do what's right as foundational Black Americans. Reparations is now. Pay the debt, cut the check, or no reparations, no vote 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Cameron Jackson, then Donald Brown. Cameron Jackson, Donald Brown, then Tariq Nashad, number 26. If you have 26 through 30, please line up. Cameron Jackson, Donald Brown, Tariq Nasheed, Ann Davis, Marcus Hunter, Sharice Cryer, Constance French. Please line up quickly, please. Thank you so much, everybody. And just, if you could just let us know what number you are. About 5. Okay, who's next? Cameron Jackson, Donald Brown, Tariq Nasheed, Ann Davis, Marcus Hunter. Those folks who have received a number, please come forward quickly. Approach the mic and tell us what number you have. And if you are not here, we'll keep going. Ann Davis, Marcus Hunter, Sharice Cryer, Constance French, please come forward quickly. And you are, what number? I'm not sure. Okay. And what number, please?
12.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Dear red and blue, attention. Our Black vote is for sale. What's the price? It is land. We're asking for land and land only, primarily because we know the monetary value goes back and forth. First and foremost, we thank you, Task Force, for the work that you have done since 2021, but your services are no longer needed after Amos Brown did what he did. And yet, when you want to speak about respect, tell me what politician respects the Black constituents in their community to give them housing, to give them business, to give them just a better way of life. We want you to work with what's needed for the people, not to create your own. The problem is this task force was picked by Gavin Newsom, Anthony Redden, and Tony Akins. Nothing's wrong with that, but again, politicians don't work for the people as they elected. They work for themselves as self-serving.
Okay, if you can go.
So as a descendant of slave, my main primary issue in Los Angeles County, where I'm born and raised, as a Black woman, been disrespected left and right by my Black-faced politicians when it comes to equity. So if you want to give back reparations, the first thing is to reverse the no's that loans and land that we asked for. CEQA as well, been part of that, redlining. We need to build our own clinics, mental health, and legislation to protect our Black bodies. It is power to the people. Again, we can't keep waiting for people to get the answer because we're not in these political arenas. You got to go to your city council. You got to teach your children how to enjoy, how to do political science as well. Without these things, we're going to keep waiting for the answers. You got to know what's going on and stop waiting for someone to give you the answer. That's why we're going through all this. Stop fighting and say we're not political when politics dictate how we live. Again, we thank you for your job, but you're fired. We need an alternative task force for the people by the people.
Thank you so much for your comments this morning. Next,
have a good day. And you,
next
Amos,
should be Cameron Jackson. Thank you so much. Cameron Jackson. No, Cameron Jackson's turn, please. And then Donald Brown, then Tariq Nasheed, Ann Davis, and Marcus Hunter.
Good morning, Task Force. My name is Cameron Jackson. I'm a fourth-generation Californian, and I speak for... good morning. My name is Cameron Jackson. I'm a fourth-generation Californian, and I speak for myself, my family, my ancestors, and Just want to emphasize two things: cash reparations starting, and focus on the descendants of American slaves. And that's all.
Oh, thank you. Next, we have Donald Brown. Donald Brown, please.
Reverend Tony Pierce, I'm next. I have the number. You shut me down in Oakland before. You're not going to shut me down again. Just a minute, sir. You're not going to shut me down again.
Excuse me, respectfully, if you're not next, you cannot go next. So who's next?
I'm next.
Let's hold on. We'll check. We'll verify.
The number
that.
should be 24.
Is your number
Donald Brown?
24.
Okay.
Donald Brown. Donald Brown.
Okay. Does everybody see that? Listen.
Donald Brown.
Donald Brown. Did you go?
Okay. Let me finish.
Then.
Shut me down.
Okay, I want to confirm Donald Brown already made a comment, correct? Okay, so now we're going to the Reverend. Reverend Pierce, you're next. You're next. You can go now. Turn around to the microphone. You can meet.
Donald Brown.
You're next, sir. Your 2 minutes start now.
All of you.
Okay,
we
your 2 minutes has
convening
started.
a conference on June
Please begin.
17th, and you're welcome to come. She said it. You failed us. This is the second time you tried to shut me down with my number in the hand, and it won't happen. You know that the number should be equivalent to what an acre was back then when we were given the court. Okay? When we were given 40 acres, you know what that number is. You keep trying to talk about now, yet you research back to slavery and you say nothing about slavery. Nothing. So the equivocal number from the 1860s for 40 acres today is $200 million for each and every African American. You're not supposed to be afraid. You're not supposed to be afraid. You're just supposed to tell the truth. You're not supposed to be the gatekeepers. You're supposed to say what the people want and hear from the people. So on June 17th, this will not be handed out here. It'll be handed out outside. But on June 17th, we're convening a conference at First AME Church for Juneteenth. We'll be serving barbecue. We'll be having fun. But we're looking for the real solutions. And we want all of you to come and participate for the real solutions. And tell Governor Newsom, we're coming. He knows me.
Thank you, Pastor. Okay, we're wrapping it up. The task force is asked to hear all the way through folks who have number 30. So that would be Tariq Nashad, Ann Davis, Marcus Hunter, Sharice Cryer, and Constance French. If you are those people and have numbers through 30, please line up, and that will conclude the in-person. So, sir?
Much respect to all the brothers and sisters here in the Bay Area, first of all. I want to make 3 quick points about reparations and then let our other brothers and sisters speak. First thing, we have to understand we have to focus and keep the emphasis on it being lineage-based. The problem is we see a lot of trick bag language being mixed into it where it opens the floor for other groups to come in and undermine us. Reparations in the form of lineage-based compensation is not a compensation for racism. Let's be very clear. If we open the door to racism, Hispanics can come in, Asians can come in, Middle Eastern people can come in. It will become affirmative action again, where we are left holding the crumbs and everybody else is holding the cake. So we have to focus on the lineage-based reparations, especially the agreement that our foundational Black American lineage accrued out here in California. In California, this was a state that allowed slavery. People say that this wasn't a slave state. There was informal slavery here. The only reason they made it a technicality to make slavery illegal in California, they didn't want the white wealthy slave owners back east coming here getting all the prime real estate. They had slavery out here. Our foundational Black American brothers and sisters and our ancestors were out here working enslaved. San Bernardino, California was a slave colony. There were slave colonies here around the Bay Area. We couldn't get out of slavery because they made it illegal for Black people to testify against white people. That's how they trick-bagged us up into slavery here. We have to be compensated for that. The second thing is we can't include all of these other groups with our reparations package. We hear a lot of Black and Native American. We hear a lot of Black and brown. That won't work either. All of these other groups, they've been compensated. Every single group besides foundational Black Americans has been compensated. White slave owners were compensated. White immigrants in the 1800s were compensated with the
Thank you,
Homestead
sir.
Act. Okay.
Thank you so much for your
Thank
comments
you so
this
much,
morning.
family.
And next, thank you so much for coming out. Ann Davis should be next. Ann Davis, please come forward.
Thank you. My name is Ann Davis, and I started a movement a few months ago. Attention, red and blue. Our Black vote is for sale. The lady, excuse me, she mentioned something earlier about HR 40. Won't you guys go in this audience and Google HR 40, which was something that a federal task force committee that was recommended to do on a federal level for reparation that sat dormant for 33 years with 9 presidents, including a Black one, with nothing done, even talked about reparations. I am so tired of my people suffering. They are suffering across America. Every nationality comes to this country and get a piece of the white privilege. While you can go to downtown Oakland, East Oakland, and see just travesty. I'm tired of my people suffering. And I just want you guys to put yourself in those shoes of the unfortunate Black Americans in America, and I appreciate your scholars and your education, but the majority is suffering. And all I'm asking is to be considerate of the suffering of our people and the pain of our people. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, next we should have Marcus Hunter, Cherise Cryer, and our last speaker will be Constance French. Please go ahead.
Peace and blessings, everybody. My gratitude to the commission and to all of the volunteers effectively doing a very difficult work. I appreciate you. My name is Dr. Marcus Anthony Hunter. I am a professor at UCLA, and I was the inaugural chair of the Department of African American Studies. By show of hands, I'd love to know how many people have ever heard of the phrase hashtag Black Lives Matter? Yeah? All the hands go up. I'm here to tell you today you are blessed with the presence of the creator of hashtag Black Lives Matter. Why I bring that up is because when I was creating that hashtag in August of 2012, I recently really thought a lot about the bid. By show of hands, how many people know what the bid is? How many people know what the bid is? The bid is what was put into your mouth when you were enslaved. An iron bit was put into your mouth. That meant that many people lost their smile. Why I'm bringing that up is because when I was saying Black Lives Matter, it was because we had lost our smiles. Why are smiles important? Smiles are important because they are the anchor of your thymus gland system, which keeps your immunity high. When we think about COVID and people dying from pre-existing conditions, enslavement is a pre-existing condition. It made it so we couldn't smile and heal ourselves. So whenever we're talking about what kind of repair is needed, I think we need to have a radical repair mindset because it is about more than a check. How much is your smile worth? How much is it worth? And my idea is that we should also think about solutions. And I want to be here to be able to provide a solution for the report. And I thought to myself, you know, we always hear about how much money goes out, who's getting what, how much. And I think it's about more than just a check, more than money, because a smile, again, is invaluable. And my thought is, for example, what if Black people woke up tomorrow finding out that Equifax, TransUnion, and Experian have given them an 800 plus credit score. That's not a cash payment in your hand, but it is a version of repair, that all of a sudden makes you, as a small business owner, you get an opportunity to get a loan. All of a sudden you can get a credit card. So I would encourage those in the room.
Let him speak.
Go ahead.
You're disrespectful, please. Go ahead, brother.
Thank you. I just want to offer that when we're thinking about this space, I just want to make sure that we're encouraging solutions as well, because this is an environment and a forum where we're able to offer up our voice and our solutions. And one thing I think a lot about is the ways in which we are disadvantaged in ways that money can't buy. And credit and loans are one of them. And how it repairs is because slave ships were purchased with credits and loans. Property, credits and loans. So please be mindful and really think to yourself, what would it mean if your child going to college didn't need to co-sign for a loan because they have an 800 plus credit score? All right.
Thank you so much for your comments. Thank you. Okay, our last two speakers this morning are Cherise Cryer and Constance French. Please step forward. You may begin.
Good morning. Congrats to the commission, the DOJ, and those who traveled the state month after month to support reparations. My name is Cherise Cryer. I just wanted to first say everyone's input moving the needle on the reparations issue is valuable. It doesn't matter who came first, last, or in the middle, whether it's FBA, ADOS, CJAC, NASD, Freedmen, everyone has been valuable in this effort, and we need to recognize everyone's effort. Okay. Sometime last year, our federal government passed legislation to allow Ukrainian refugees to receive pensions and Social Security benefits, yet we still don't have reparations. If you are running for office, do not think you are going to win your election if you don't have a concrete plan for reparations. Biden, do not seek a second term unless it's accompanied by an executive order for reparations for descendants of American chattel slavery. And that goes for any other person who is running for office in these United States, okay? My final request to the task force, tax-free reparations, the recommendation needs to be tax-free reparations at both the federal and state levels. So you all need to work to make sure we have tax-free reparations at both levels. Also, the legislature, do not spend more than 2 years making a final decision on these recommendations. These don't need to simmer and don't need to be going through the legislature for any long time period. And this is to the boots on the ground. The time is up for pressing Black Democrats to pass reparations. It's time to press the white Republicans. So the boots on the ground, you post some videos about going to people's offices, the Black Democrats' office, that's cute. Now we need to go to the white Republicans' offices and press them and post those videos on Twitter and Instagram. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our last speaker this morning will be Constance French. Please approach the mic. Good morning. You may begin.
Good morning. I want to talk real fast. I need y'all to think real fast. Okay, so first of all, I want to thank you all for your work. I know it's hard. And I want to thank our people, our young people, Yasmin, Fiani, and Emmanuel for their work, because we can't get it done unless somebody's organizing. The last speaker was on point. No reparations, no vote. Everybody, when we leave here, we got to get together on our concurrent work. Every time I come up here, I talk about what we need to do and how we need to respect each other. And we're not going to get everything we want. We're divergent. But stay focused on the main thing. We can do this. And we do have to hold people accountable, like the Reverends Amos Brown. We have to hold people accountable for what they do. So the other things, I'm with other people on, yes, it is lineage-based, and yes, they have to clear up Part 5 and define it. Like I said, you guys are doing good work. We have a lot of concurrent work, like the other sister just said. We have to do our work. We have to contact these people. Don't let us stay in committee. We have people who know how to do the political thing. We have to do it. Okay, that means each one of you need to call, video, or whatever you do, but make sure they hear from us. Okay, we've got our work to do to get this done, because it's a beautiful day for reparations. Okay, we're going to do this. We're going to win. hold the passionate people together. Help them remember we have to win this. Now, remember when Malcolm was killed, there was a scuffle in the audience. Do you all remember that? There was a scuffle while they killed our leader. So like, remind these people, you know, we got to be on point and we got to get this done. And I have one more thing. I hope I have time for it. Listen, I have one thing that I think would do that would help us in our self-esteem and our children's knowledge. We need to create billboards, posters everywhere you go. You know what you need to see? You need to see an apology from the descendants of the slave owners saying, we lied when we said that you were animals. We lied when we said you couldn't do science and you couldn't do all this uplifting work. We lied when we didn't honor people who did all the work in this country. We need to see that all over, okay? Descendants of slave owners, beneficiaries of slave owners. Yes, you're a beneficiary if you don't have my color. Okay.
Thank you
All
so
right.
much for your
Thank
comments
you so
this
very
morning.
much. I'm so glad.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, folks who have called in. Thank you, folks who have showed up today. If you did not get a chance to speak this morning, please, the task force invites you to submit written comments or testimony via email at reparationstaskforce@doj.ca.gov. Also, the next meeting will be June 30th. Thank you again. The meeting will continue. I'll turn it back over to Chair Moore, and I'm sure the task force would love for everyone to stick around to hear the rest of the business meeting. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Martin Walton. Thank you, members of the public, for the public comment that you all provided on the phone and in person today. We'll now turn to the next item on the agenda, which is item number 4. Action item, approval of March 29th and 30th, 2023 meeting minutes. Task force members, we've been provided copies of the meeting minutes in advance. Members of the public can follow along on our website for a copy of those meeting minutes as well under the meeting materials tab. Seeing that we've had the opportunity to review the minutes, entertaining a motion to approve the minutes as presented, or entertaining a motion to amend the minutes.
Madam Chair, I move the approval as amended.
What are we amending?
Any amendment.
Oh, it has been properly moved by Vice Chair Brown and properly seconded by Senator Bradford that we approve the minutes as amended if there are any amendments. Are there any amendments?
I have a correction, Chair Moore.
Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
So this is a correction of the, on page 14, which is the names of the curriculum professors. It should be Professors Brinton and Bristol. So if you could, it's a minor, very minor thing, but I think because it's a name, it should be accurate. Bristol. Thanks.
Any other amendments? Hearing none, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will begin calling the roll, beginning with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Excuse me. I'm sorry. This is to approve the minutes as corrected. Next is Vice Chair Brown. Aye. Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills. Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder. Member Holder. Member Holder is not voting. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer is not voting. I will go back to Member Holder. Member Holder votes aye. Excuse me. Member Lewis. Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp. Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 8 members present and voting. There are 8 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions.
Thank you. There are 8 ayes, 0 nays, 0 abstentions. The ayes have it and the motion carries. The meeting minutes are approved as amended or corrected. Now we will turn to the next action item on the agenda, but I wanted to check in with my fellow task force members. Do you all want to move to the next item or take a brief intermission or break? We're going to take a break of about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you. We will resume at 1:20. So we're going to go to lunch. Okay, we're going to resume at 1:20. Thank you so much. Are we ready to begin? Are we almost over here?
Oh, it's on. Okay.
So we'll now resume the meeting, and I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson to reestablish a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will begin with calling Chair Moore.
Present.
Chair Moore is present. Vice Chair Brown. Vice Chair Brown is present. Member Bradford. Member Bradford is present. Member Grills. Member Grills is present. Member Holder. Member Holder is present. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer is present. Member Lewis. Member Lewis is present. Member Montgomery Stepp. Member Montgomery Stepp is present. And Member Tamaki. Member Tamaki is present. Did I leave anyone out? Okay. Madam Chair, there are 9 members on the task force. There are 5 that are needed for a quorum, and there are 9 members present. A quorum has been reestablished.
We will return to business. So the next item on the agenda is action item number 5. Final discussion and vote on the full final report, part 1, detail of historical atrocities. Is there any additions, changes, or discussion around action item number 5? Before we quick remark.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the task force, ladies and gentlemen. I beg your indulgence that I would make a very direct comment here. For I feel that I could not and must not leave this assemblage in good conscience without expressing, as a human being, a pastor, and a civil rights activist for nearly 70 years. It was 62 years ago that I spent time in jail in Jackson, Mississippi. Why? Because when I went to the University of Mississippi Hospital to take my 85-year-old neighbor to the emergency room, a young white doctor came out with his stethoscope in his hand and jivingly said, "What's wrong with that boy?" And immediately, the prophet Amos came up in me. And I looked him dead in the eyes and I said, "What's wrong with you?" Can't you see that this is a man and not a boy? And this young man, with his bad manners, said, "I know what it is." And I retorted to him, "Well, your insistence on calling this gentleman a boy or an it is just a byproduct of stupidity." And when the nurse called the police to deal with this smart Negro, the sheriff came with the chief of police. They both looked at me and looked at the nurse and said, "What are we going to get him on this time?" You know what they said? "We're going to arrest him for using profanity in public." It was profane in Mississippi for an 85-year-old man to be called a man. Why do I cite all of this? I just could not keep quiet for what I heard this morning. For silence does make, as they say, a statement of consent. Finally, for the record, I want the world to know, even though we have free speech, but it was uncivilized, uncouth, and disrespectful for Bishop Williams. I wish he were here still to have made that unsavory, ungentlemanlike comment this morning, and you all heard it. Yes, I know we're upset and we're angry about what this nation has done and what the world has done because of the color of our skin. But I also know that one great philosopher said, "He or she whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad." And I trust that in the subsequent proceedings of this task force, that this body, whoever's here, rise up in righteous indignation. Hear such verbiage as came out of Bishop Williams' mouth, insulting the integrity, the personhood of a lady, the vice president of this nation. My mama taught me when I left home always, "Amos, behave. Don't take anything that doesn't belong to you. Don't ask for anything. Let them offer it to you, and be kind." Thank you, Madam Chair. So let us be kind. We don't need to be just mad, but we ought to have righteous indignation for what this nation has done to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brown. So now we'll turn to action item number 5, final discussion and vote on the full final report, part 1, detail of historical atrocities. I'll turn to Senator Bradford.
If that's the appropriate time at this time. But first, let me start out by thanking this task force and all the staff at DOJ for the work the tireless work that we have done for the last 2 years to bring us to this process and to culminate a final report. The final report will include 95 recommendations that will serve as the basis for deciding what reparations may ultimately look like once they're interpreted and approved by the legislature and the governor. With the process ahead of us, it is important that the intent of the recommendations as approved by the task force be very clear. As a body, we spent numerous hours debating and wordsmithing the recommendations. And while these may be clear to the members of this task force and the DOJ staff, it may not be clear to others who are reading the recommendations for the first time. Prior to the release of the task force interim report, the DOJ staff was allowed to do final review of the interim report recommendations and to provide edits that made the recommendations more succinct and to the point. This was done without changing the intent of the recommendations approved by the task force. I would like to propose the same opportunity be authorized working in conjunction with both Assemblyman Jones-Sawyer staff and my staff to give editorial discretion and working with the DOJ to make those reports make those edits, I should say. Specifically authorize Department of Justice staff to edit and make recommendations that will include the final reparations task force report, more succinct and to the point, so that the intent will be clear to those in the legislature who will be charged with analyzing and approving the policies. So I would hope that's a motion I would like to put forward.
Is there a second? I heard you. It's been moved by Senator Stephen Bradford and seconded by Member Tamaki that there be a advisory committee comprising of Senator Bradford and Reggie Jones-Sawyer, who will work with the DOJ to finalize the report and make sure that it's succinct as possible as it relates to the intent of what we decided in March 2022. Is that a good synopsis of the motion?
Yeah, I think it's the same process that we did on the interim report. So,
okay. Is there any discussion on the matter? Could you state the motion one more time, please? Can you restate it, Senator Bradford, please?
That, again, the DOJ staff will have discretion to edit in a similar fashion that they did on the interim report, working with both Assemblyman Jones-Sawyer staff and my staff as well to make sure it's something that will be acceptable by the legislature in order to move forward to the governor's desk.
In terms of discussion, can you describe, since this process has already happened in the past, can you give a synopsis of what that process was like for the interim report? What did it entail?
Just works, making sure that we made it very succinct in a legislative process. That's something that you can move into final legislation or bill, because again, we can throw a whole lot of things out there, but in order to get legislation done, it has to be very succinct, drilled down to the point. So that's all. We just want to make sure that we wordsmith it as best as possible so it's deliverable and where Ledge Council is agreeable with it as well.
Any other questions, comments? Hearing none, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote. Aye.
Aye.
For the record, I vote
I didn't vote. I'm sorry. I thought I did. I apologize. Member Tamaki. Yes. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. There were 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions.
Thank you. So now we'll return to the action item actually on the agenda, which is action item number 5. So are there any questions, comments related to this action item? Okay, I have one comment. In preparing for this penultimate meeting, I reviewed all of the meeting minutes for the past 2 years, so for the past 15 hearings. Just prefacing that. So the comments that I have relates to page 39 of the interim report. So I spoke to the DOJ about this in April of last year. On page 39, there is a sentence that reads, "Name changes, destruction of culture, inaccurate records, forced family separation, and other consequences of 400 years of racial oppression make it extremely difficult to trace which Black individuals living today are American descendants of people who were enslaved." I raised this concern with this particular sentence again with the California DOJ last year before our April hearing in San Francisco, noting that this particular sentence has no citation. The task force did not come up with that conclusion, and I noted that this sentence needs to be taken out entirely. A great number of African Americans can trace their lineage to the period of enslavement. With technology today, it's easier than ever before, or to an ancestor living to the period in the South prior to 1900, which is a rebuttable presumption of being a descendant of slaves, as mentioned by one of our expert witnesses, Dr. Evelyn McDowell. Also, an African American reader of this report may also find this particular sentence highly offensive and culturally insensitive, as it also goes against the majority of expert testimony on the issue. And so in raising that concern with the California DOJ before our April hearing, I asked if I needed to raise that concern in the public at the April hearing, and I got confirmation via email stating the following: "I do recall your request to delete the reference below from the text. I'm going to look into what happened and why it was not omitted from the final copy of the interim report. I will also inquire about whether we can make the change now, as well as add any additional acknowledgements to the report, or if we must wait until the final draft to make any additional edits." Further, the California DOJ stated via email, I was able to get some further clarification on this issue. As you know, there were several versions of the report flying back and forth between task force members and DOJ staff. Apparently, the sentence you referenced was located in 2 different places within the report. One was deleted from page 453, but the other one on page 39 slipped by. I'm informed that there are some additional fixes being made to the report. I will flag this one and provide to the advisory committee the additional acknowledgements you requested. So summarizing, in this reproduction of the interim report, that problematic sentence is still in this draft section. Raised the issue again in preliminary meetings with the DOJ about this, about let's just delete it. However, they requested that I make this concern known to the public and entertain a motion to formally delete this sentence out of the report. Page 39 of the interim report. Sure, I'll have to pull it up. Third paragraph. And I'll speak up when it comes to action item 10, where I am going to entertain a motion that we do have an independent section for the community of eligibility. And when we get there, I will explain why. But I think that in that community of eligibility section, that would be the appropriate section to chronicle this 10-month-long debate that we had that led up to the majority of us voting in favor of lineage. I think it's appropriate for task force members' concerns around that decision to be memorialized in some sense in that particular section, but we did not come up with the conclusion that tracing lineage is difficult. Member Groves, you recognize.
So I appreciate your concern, but I think perhaps it may go a little too far. I wouldn't recommend removing it, but perhaps softening some of the language, because the truth is, well, there's a couple of issues here. One, we've never tried to really trace the lineage for a large proportion of African Americans in this country. So we don't know fully how easy or difficult it really is. Second, there is the reality that records have been burned and destroyed in courthouses that burned down, that records were not kept accurately and consistently from certain parts of the country, certain states, certain counties, et cetera. So at the end of the day, for some people, it is in fact difficult to find records to substantiate one's lineage. So perhaps that rather than removing it, because it does in fact reflect the experience for some of us, that the language be that, and other consequences of 400 years of racial oppression make it difficult for some to trace which. I think that's a fairer statement than completely removing it.
So again, if that would be the change, it would have to be followed up with a citation. Do you have a citation in mind?
Do you have a citation in mind that says that it's not difficult for anyone?
Yeah, that's exactly why I followed up by saying that we need to have an independent section on the community of eligibility that chronicles the debate that we had over 10 months, where both sides, so to speak, if you want to characterize it as such, can be memorialized in that particular section. And the citations could be the expert witnesses and personal witnesses that gave testimony in February 22 and March 2022.
Right. We didn't really have a full discussion on the issue because, well, we ran out of time, frankly. So
we did, because initially we were going to vote on lineage eligibility in February 2022. And again, I read the minutes for the past 2 years. It was then pushed to March 2022. So we had 2 full hearings on deciding on who should be eligible. But even prior to that, we've had debates and discussions on the community of eligibility as official discussion items on the agenda.
Chair.
Member Holder, you're recognized.
Call for the question.
Question is called. There was no motion made, so.
Oh, there's no motion made on this section.
Again, I'm calling to entertain a motion to delete that sentence from page 39, as it was already deleted in another section in the report last year. So I'm calling for it to be fully deleted. And then on top of that, I'm asking for an independent section on eligibility where the debate on eligibility will be chronicled and memorialized. And that section would have the background of eligibility, a description of our decision, and rationale. So just briefly summarize for now, I want to entertain a motion to delete the sentence from page 39, as the DOJ already deleted that same sentence from another part of the report last year. So we need to complete that by deleting the sentence on page 39. You want to entertain a motion on that? Sure. Name changes, destruction of culture, inaccurate records, forced family separation, and other consequences of 400 years of racial oppression make it extremely difficult to trace which Black individuals living today are American descendants of people who were enslaved. Name changes, destruction of culture, inaccurate records, forced family separation, and other consequences of 400 years of racial oppression make it extremely difficult to trace which Black individuals living today are American descendants of people who were enslaved. And again, the California DOJ wrote via email. That sentence was deleted from page 453, but the other one on page 39 slipped by.
I move to delete the aforementioned sentence from page 39.
It has been properly moved by member Scott Lewis and properly seconded by member Montgomery Stepp that the aforementioned sentence, name changes, destruction of culture, inaccurate records, forced family separation, and other consequences of 400 years of racial oppression make it extremely difficult to trace which Black individuals living today are American descendants of people who were enslaved, is deleted from page 39, as it was already deleted on page 453. Is there a discussion on the matter?
Yeah, I'm just want clarity. The motion or suggestion that Dr. Grills made, does that not capture a more inclusive approach to this?
No, it doesn't. And my suggestion, which will come in action item 10, is actually, it would actually support what Dr. Gross is saying, in that if that is the opinion of any individual task force member or any personal or expert witnesses that we've invited, that's fine. Put that in its own independent section, where that, history of our debate over the past 2 years is in that section. But we didn't come to a conclusion that that is difficult to trace. It's already been deleted in one part of our report into the California DOJ's admittance. They were going to delete it on page 39, but it slipped by. So it has no need to be in there.
So is the DOJ saying they missed that in the initial report, or was it intentionally left in there, in that section?
Is it on? Okay, sorry. The line that was referenced in the report, and I don't recall the timing of it. I think it had to do with various direction that was coming to us in terms of what needed to be included. I recall we did delete one of those lines on the page that was referenced. Sitting here, I don't have an independent recall as to why the other one didn't get deleted, whether it was a matter of timing because it had already gone to print or for some other reason, but I'm not able to state.
Is there any other discussion on the matter?
So would leaving it in create conflict to what our intentions are, or does removing it bring us more clarity?
Who are you directing that
I'm to DOJ.
There's nothing else in the report that contradicts that statement. It currently stands on its own in the place that it's in.
Member Jones Sawyer, you're recognized.
I do remember this conversation. I do remember there was a discussion, because I think I brought it up, about individuals who are in the foster care system, or individuals who are homeless, or individuals who just don't have the financial capability to be able to find out their ancestry. And that is a fact, that it would be difficult for some individuals. I think the statement is just acknowledging that for some, as Dr. Grill said, for some, it may be difficult. It's just acknowledging a fact. And if according to the chair, if no member brought it up, I would say that's inaccurate, because I did. And then two, if the chair is saying that all it takes is one member to bring it up, then I will say it again, that that statement is just a statement of accuracy, in that it is not definitive that every African American in the state of California can find out how far their lineage goes back. It's not going to be easy for everyone, and we need to acknowledge that. And I think that's all it's doing. It's not saying it can't be done, and it's not saying that it can't be done but for everyone. I think it kind of expresses the challenges of it and why Mr. Bradford and I may need a statement like that. If we need to provide funding, or if we need to provide technical assistance, if we need to provide whatever it takes to ensure that every descendant of slave can trace their heritage, and that California may have to help with that, we may need that statement in there. Otherwise, it gives the impression that anyone who believes they're a descendant of slave can easily find out who they are. And then when they come and try to verify so they can get their reparations, they're turned back because they don't meet a threshold that is set forth by California to reach that. And so I think it's really important that we acknowledge it so that we can make sure that that we don't leave anyone behind that is deserving of reparations that fall in this category.
Thank you, Member John Sawyer. Member Scott Lewis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Moore. So there are a couple of things. For me, I recognize that this is a very strong claim that being made in this section that is about immigration and migration patterns, should be cited appropriately. It's a very meaningful claim with significant consequences. And when I say significant consequences, those consequences include the sense of identity of African Americans who descend from slavery, as well as the request or the recommendation that we are making in another section of the final recommendations for the agency. And so I think there is something to be said for what the role of this statement in this section is and what it does. And I don't find it to be a terribly effective or useful statement in this section. I think it's appropriate for us to talk about the challenges that some individuals may face in tracing their lineage. And that is why we are advocating or recommending that there be an agency to help with that. But I think what this does is and I made a comment about this well over a year ago, that there is a very dangerous, pernicious myth that African Americans who descend from slavery don't come from somewhere, don't come from people. And there is something really dangerous about even subtly perpetuating this myth that people cannot establish from where and from whom they are from. For me, that is the basis of what we're doing here. It is the basis of recognition. And I appreciate that. But so I think, there's a reason why we are advocating for the development of an agency, where we have written that part of the job of that agency would be to help people determine this. And I think there is something about it being located in this, which is a section on immigration and migration patterns, right? That is then immediately followed about, that by 2060, right, the Black foreign-born population is projected to make up about 1/3 of the U.S. Black population. There's something in there that doesn't actually sit quite well with me, if I'm being honest. And I appreciate you, Chair Moore, for bringing this bringing this up. There is an appropriate place for us to talk about the challenges of tracing lineage. And we recognize that. We understand that. And for all the reasons that you and Professor Grills bring up, I don't think it belongs here because it's out of context here.
Is there any other discussion on the matter? Question is called. I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
I will begin the roll call beginning with the chairman. Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown.
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Member Bradford. Abstain. Member Grills. Member Grills votes no. Member Holder. Member Holder abstains. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer votes no. Member Lewis. Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp. Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki.
Aye.
Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there were 9 members present and voting. There were 4 ayes, 2 abstentions, and that is correct. There are 5 ayes, there are 2 abstentions, and 2 nays.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. There are 5 ayes, 2 abstentions, and 2 nays. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. Is there any other comments related to this particular action item? Again, Part 1, detail of historical atrocities, which is essentially chapters 1 through 13 of the interim report that will be reproduced in our final report. Hearing none, I will turn to the next action item. Huh? Oh, right. Yeah, sure. Sure. So now we will vote on the main item, which is final discussion and vote on full final report, Part 1, detail of historical atrocities. It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been properly moved by Member Montgomery Stepp and properly seconded by Senator Stephen Bradford to approve Part 1, detail of historical atrocities. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing none, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Thank you. I will begin with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown.
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills. Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder. Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer. I'm sorry? Not voting. Member Lewis. Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp. Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. There are 8 ayes, 1 not voting or abstention.
Thank you. There are 8 ayes, 1 abstention, and thus the ayes have it and the motion carries. We have finalized Part 1 of the full final report, detail of historical atrocities as amended. So the next item on the agenda is final discussion and vote on the full final report, Part 2, International Reparations Framework and examples of other reparation schemes. Are there any comments, questions related to this section of the report? And I'll start off by saying thank you to the California DOJ for, I think I said this at the other hearing, but adding the genocide section. It's very comprehensive, and thank you for that. Any other comments, questions? So I have a comment. So in this section, the International Reparations Framework, in this section, this is really about the International Reparations Framework. However, there is a section in this report around the domestic history of the reparations movement as it relates to African Americans. When I read through this particular section, that part did seem to feel misplaced. And so I think that it would be good if we entertain a motion to move the examples of other international reparatory efforts to Chapter 14 that encompasses the International Reparations Framework. And the section that's on the history of the reparations movement be taken out of the section of the International Reparations Framework, and it is in its own separate section, Chapter 15, which would be our new chapter on the community of eligibility. So again, as of right now, when you read the International Reparations Framework and examples of other reparation schemes, again, it gives you an overview of the international reparations standards. It gives you the example of international reparations examples, and then it talks about the history of the reparations movement in the United States as it relates to African Americans. I think that particular section around the history of the reparations movement in the United States for African Americans needs to be pulled out into its own chapter that will then be the chapter on the community of eligibility. And that background, I mean, that part that's already in this report, that will be the background for the community of eligibility section. Then there will have to be a description on how we decided who should be eligible, and then a rationale. So just to be more clear, entertaining a motion for Chapter 14 to only include the International Reparations Framework and examples of other international reparation schemes, taking out the section on the history of reparations movement for African Americans that cites people like enslaved people themselves, like Belinda Sutton, Callie House, descendants of slaves like Queen Mother Moore. That's an amazing section written by the DOJ. That should serve as the first or the introduction section to our new community of eligibility chapter. So again, I'm going to stop here, but in my opinion, there should be Chapter 14 should only focus on international law, the International Reparation Framework, and examples of other reparation schemes internationally, taking out that section on the history of the reparations movement in the United States, putting it in its own chapter. Senator Bradford.
Yeah, I just got a little concerned with that because I think doing that makes the assumption that there's going to be a new chapter of eligibility. Shouldn't you have to do that first? You would have to first establish a new chapter before you could take the actions that you're asking for at this point.
Oh, sure. So just going to bring it up on action item 10, because I personally thought that would be more relevant to do that. But to your point, I take heed to what you're saying. I think you're correct. So I think the first motion should be to entertain a motion to create a new chapter on eligibility. And again, reading the minutes for the past 2 years, our first hearing, June 2021, we voted on the structure and the contents of not only the interim report, but also the final report. And in the final report, there is supposed to be already a section on eligibility. And out of report 1 and report 2, all of the sections are in this draft final report except for eligibility. Eligibility is not in the draft final report, even though June 2021 at our first meeting, we said that that was going to be in the report before we even knew who was going to be eligible. Before we even made that decision, we said that that is going to have its own standalone section. But as it stands right now, there is no chapter on eligibility. So the motion should be to have a new chapter on eligibility as we voted on June 2021. And technically, it's not necessarily new because, again, we voted in June 2021 that our final report would have a section on eligibility. So, I mean, in terms of discussion, I'd entertain a motion to, as voted on in June 2021, have a chapter on eligibility. And as noted, the determination of eligibility is one of the most important decisions the task force made, and it will be very important to upcoming legislation. As such, a more thorough account of the recommendation on eligibility in the report is necessary. The section, again, as I said earlier, should include a background on the decision, the description of the decision, and a rationale for the decision. And my point is the rationale for the decision already exists in this final draft, but it's in the section under international reparations with the tab, the history of the reparations movement in the United States. My point is that there needs to be a chapter on eligibility. The rationale is already in there. And all we would have to do for this chapter would be to include a background on the decision that would include, comments from task force members, about their thoughts. It would include citations from our personal and expert witnesses, and then it will include a description of the decision that we made in March 2022. And that way everybody is satisfied because everyone's thoughts and opinions will be reflected in this chapter on eligibility. Member Montgomery Stubb, you're recognized.
I just have a question to the DOJ. Since it was in that original framework that we voted on, was there internally, was there any reason why that was not included?
My understanding is that in June of 2021, which was the first meeting, that there was no established format to the report. So there would not have been any vote to establish a section of a report when no sections of the report had been established at that time. I don't know if there were any discussions about simply acknowledging whatever the community eligibility would be in a report, but there was not a decision made to establish an entire section dedicated to that point.
Can the DOJ please pull up pages 5 and 6 of the June 1, 2021 meeting minutes? Pages 5 and 6.
Before we do that, the task force has voted already on the format of the report. It's been voted on several times. And so if there is going to be a change to that format, then there would have to be a 2/3 majority vote to reorganize the report to include this section.
Again,
Madam Chair.
Can you please pull up pages 5 and 6 of the June 2021 meeting minutes? Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
In public testimony, there has been the matter raised about there being more clarity around eligibility. So what is the problem?
We can't hear you.
My comment was that there has been, during public testimony, pointed questions regarding there being more clarity around this issue of eligibility. So why are we quibbling about it? Department of Justice? Why would we be quibbling about this?
I don't think there's any quibbling. The DOJ takes direction based on votes. So if there's a vote to do something, that's the direction that we take. We don't sift through comments that are made throughout the meetings and intersperse them, in terms of how we move forward in drafting the minutes. And I think that's the point on this particular section. We're pulling up the minutes now to see if they reflect a vote on the pages that Chair Moore referenced.
Thank you. Member Groves, you're recognized.
I'm just following, I'm trying to understand procedure here.
Mhm.
So if you call for a motion.
And no one made a motion, then shan't we move on?
I was about to make a motion.
Yeah, he was about to make a motion, and then Member Montgomery Stepp had a question to the California DOJ.
Okay, well then let's do the motion.
Madam
And-
Chair, I move that we include that. Are you ready for a motion?
Yeah, but I want people to see pages 5 and 6 of the meeting minutes because we made a vote on that, and the meeting minutes are very clear. It says the staff recommended that the report be issued in 2 parts. Part 1 of the report would be published June 1, 2022. Part 2 of the report would be published by July 1, 2023. Now, I'm going to read the contents of Part 1 and Part 2. All the contents of Part 1 are in the interim report. The following topics would be included in Part 2. An apology, that's in the final draft. International law justification, that's in the final draft. Economic rationale, that's in the final draft. Eligibility, not in the final draft. Summary of existing reparation schemes, that's in the final draft. Recommendations, that's in the final draft. How to educate the California population, that's the final draft. Out of all the contents we voted on having in Part 1 and Part 2, the only section that's not in the final draft is on eligibility.
I see the citation that you're referencing. The minutes reflect that the following topics would be included. Eligibility is a topic. It's not a section. It's not a chapter. It is included throughout the report. And we do discuss eligibility throughout the report, just like we discuss health, international law justifications. All of those different topics are covered in the report. So the vote that took place subsequent to this June meeting was to organize the report according to parts, according to chapters. That has been voted on several times. At no point was there a request to make eligibility its own section or its own chapter. But what has been done in accordance with the June 2021 minutes is that the topic of the community of eligibility has been covered throughout the report.
As of right now, eligibility is referenced in a footnote. And if you look at this, right, these bullet points, each of the bullet points represents a standalone chapter of Report 1 and Report 2, right? So any reasonable person would look at that and see that eligibility, as all the other topics, would have to have a standalone chapter as well.
I think it would be appropriate if the task force chooses to vote on establishing, if that is the will of the task force, but again, that was not the direction that we received, and the votes that took place that established the structure of the report in all of the preceding meetings never included its own chapter or its own part. So we were following the directive of the task force and the votes that were taken when we structured it the way that we did.
Thank you, Attorney Brown. So again, looking to entertain a motion to have a standalone chapter for eligibility. As
Madam Chair, I move that we include a standalone chapter that's clear, palpably clear, direct, and definitely understood by the general public.
Is there a second? Okay, so it has been properly moved by Vice Chair Brown and properly seconded by Member Montgomery Stepp that there be a standalone chapter on the community of eligibility. Parliamentarian Johnson, you recognize.
I'm sorry, yes. Okay, so in order to effect what you're seeking to do, you need to do a reconsideration of the action that was previously taken. In order to do that, you make a motion for reconsideration. And then, I'm sorry, rescission, because it was already made, and it was made at a prior meeting, so you cannot do it at the same meeting you're voting on.
Okay,
But
we
you-
can do
but wait,
that.
what you can move to do the, to do the rescission of the last action. And after you do that, because it wasn't noticed, it's not on the agenda, it would have to be set. And so you would have to call, and you can do that, another meeting because you may have more than just this. So, you're going to have to put that down for another meeting. But the first step is to get the 2/3 vote in order to take the action that you're seeking.
Senator Bradford's motion to create an advisory committee, that wasn't on the agenda either.
Pardon me?
The earlier motion that Senator Bradford introduced around creating a committee to work with the DOJ to have discretion on finalizing the contents of the report, that wasn't on this agenda. I'm making a note to you on that.
Okay, I want to make
that's
a
an
note
aside.
back.
Mhm.
At the time that was done, the motion that was up was with regard to the action number 5. If you look at the motion, that's what was made. That was a motion that was made. Then to that motion, he moved to have the editorial team address that motion, and he said, and all others. So it was captured in that. This is not that. This is a separate item, and it is, I'm not sure, but it would seem to me this could come up more than once, as you may have other actions that you're going to address. So what you're doing is you're asking to reconsider or rescind an action that was previously made. And you can't, I'm not saying you can't do it, because you can. The vote has to be there. And if once that's voted on, then you take the next step in making sure that everyone, first of all, they have the document. And you're talking about an entire criteria, which has to go to the public. You can't just do it here with one person seeing it. Not only do you have to see it, but all of the members of the task force must be aware of it, must be noticed of what it is that you're including in eligibility. The public has to be made aware of it as well, so that they know that when it's going to be discussed in terms of those eligibility factors, that they have an opportunity to be heard as well.
Parliamentarian Johnson. So again, that June 2021 vote, that was a vote. We never did a motion to rescind that June 2021 vote.
The last motion you did a motion to reconsideration, which you can do at the same meeting when the original vote takes place. This happened, as you said, I believe April, I'm not sure when, but it was not today. So you have to, this is the procedure. That's what you have, what you have to do.
Member Montgomery Stepp, you're recognized.
I'm looking at those minutes, and in part 1, we did decide on what the chapters would be, but it also describes what turned into chapters as topics for part 1. And so the only out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 bullet points. The only one that doesn't have a chapter is eligibility. They all have, and the only reason why I'm bringing it up, because there was an argument made, or not an argument, but a point made that the topics are not necessarily chapters, but they're all chapters with all the bullet points. And so I wish we didn't have to go back to the drawing board, but we did vote on this, and the way that it seemed to have been interpreted back then is what our report looks like now, except for eligibility.
I think so.
Hello? I understand how there may be divergent thinking on this. Again, the topics that were listed there are the topics. This task force has voted at least 3 times on the structure of the report. At no point did any task force member say, we're missing an eligibility chapter or part, we need to include it. So what you have before you is what you have voted on 3 times. And if you would like to reconsider that, you are, as Parliamentarian Johnson indicated, you do have that right, but it would require you to rescind your prior vote on the organization of this report. And once that motion is approved with a 2/3 majority, a subsequent motion can be made to include that. But to Parliamentarian Johnson's point, we cannot draft an entire chapter without the task force's approval of that, which would have to be duly noticed and voted upon in a subsequent meeting. So that would be the procedure, not to say that it can't be done,
Right.
but it has to be done in that way.
That part, I do understand that, and I get the procedural part, but looking at the minutes, that's what the minutes say. And so I don't know, which is why I asked the original question. I don't know how that decision was made. Like you said, it came before us and we voted on it. But the most of our conversation in these last 2 years has been about eligibility. And I also think for purposes of the historical record, to capture that conversation is going to be important for the nation as they're going to look at it. So if it was something we missed, that's fine. I can accept that. But in the minutes, every other bullet point has a chapter, except for that one.
Yes, Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
So thank you, Member Montgomery Sept, for that. I could just tell you how I sort of interpreted the whole thing. It was pretty clear from March of 2022 what the requirements were in connection with lineage. And I don't know how that was approached by other members, but I reviewed literally hundreds of pages of proposals for repair, as well as the interim report. And the sort of wrapper and filter and screen that I used was lineage. So for instance, on health and education, to the extent it was practical, I tried to basically apply that. And I think there are many areas in each of the proposals actually where it says exclusively on monetary and monetary equivalent reparations. You know, not only cash, but then tuition, loan assistance, tax exemptions, all of that stuff is clearly descendants. So I didn't expect a separate chapter. And so when we've had these proposals for literally months, okay, and for each hearing, we read them again. They were sort of modified, they were edited, but that descendancy lineage issue was infused in every single proposal. So I did not expect this and to have a separate chapter. And so I'm just concerned about timing. And your point is well taken. I understand what the point that the chair is making. I don't want to diminish that, but we are supposed to be down to the final nits of this. And that to me means non-substantive changes. And the reason is we have to get this approved. It then goes to a formatting and then a printer. And when the final report, which will be easily in excess of 1,000 pages, is presented to the legislature at the end of June, it's not like we're going to go on. We are done. I mean, we no longer exist as a body. So literally, we are, as a practical matter, out of time. So we've had these proposals for months. That was my interpretation, that lineage would be applied throughout. And I did that on the chapters that I read, and I was with Pastor Brown overseeing education and healthcare in particular. But I applied that to the other proposals as well. And I thought we did that pretty faithfully. I like this report. I think it's well balanced. I think it recognizes the harm to descendants and directs compensation in that direction. And I think the policy proposals also apply special emphasis to descendants. And so I'm struggling with how we do this, really. I mean, I don't know, I get the point about, it would be nice to have a standalone chapter, but I wish this had been raised like 9 months ago. And so, and now we're basically up against a legislative deadline where, legally speaking, we will no longer exist. So,
Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized, and then we'll turn to Member Jovan Scott Lewis. Thank you.
An old preacher in Mississippi said, who never gone to Harvard, Morehouse, or Stanford, there's one room that's never filled, and that is the room for improvement. There's one room that's never filled, and that's the room for improvement. And I feel it to be personally disingenuous for us to sit up here after having listened with these ears to the public, and there was continuously the question raised about the need for clarity around eligibility. Now, if we can't deal with that, there's a cat on the line somewhere. Big old cat.
Member Scott Lewis, you're
I call
recognized.
for the question.
Hello. Thank you, Chair Moore, for the recognition. I want to just respond to Member Montgomery's step as to why we may have gotten here in this way. Throughout AB 3121, the question of eligibility in every instance is directly tied to compensation. In the instances where the question of eligibility has been asked of the task force to answer, as part of our duties, it is explicitly asked in relationship to compensation. Who will be eligible for compensation? And so, in the compensation chapter, the recommendations that the economists have worked on, there, was a need at last meeting for further clarification, a more declarative statement as to who we were talking about. And I asked that we also clarify, when we're talking about beneficiary-driven policies and programs, that we make very clear that those beneficiary-driven policies and programs are directed towards the eligible community that we defined. And so I'm trying to give you some context as to, at least my understanding as why we might have gotten to this point without a standalone chapter on eligibility. Because AB 3121 asks us to deal with the question of eligibility as it relates to compensation. Who are we giving money to? And that's what we decided on. And that's what the recommendations, really do bear out. So I just want to clarify that. Everybody knows where I stand on the issue of eligibility. Everybody understands where I am on the question of recognition. But I just, from a procedural standpoint, from the vantage point of the history of how we've kind of moved from meeting to meeting, I think that there was an underlying understanding that what we're talking about is eligibility as it relates to compensation. At last meeting, I asked the DOJ, and I followed up in email, I think maybe a day after or 2 days after the deadline, But to make sure that that is more clearly stated. I would agree, and I think there was comments in the public comment section this morning that what I asked for at the last meeting and what I asked for in the email perhaps were not adequately responded to. And so I think, if the DOJ can maybe speak to how we might better declaratively and with respect and recognition identify and recognize the eligible community as we are asked to do in relationship to AB 3121's mandate, that would be really helpful. And then we can maybe decide what we need to do in terms of further recognizing the community of eligibility. Because it does need to be clear. I completely agree. It needs to be very clear. And it needs to be clear that what we're talking about, when we're talking about eligibility, we're talking about compensation and we're talking about beneficiary-driven policies and programs. Those things are for the eligible community. So that needs to be clear. And so if we can maybe get clarification from the DOJ as to how, within the limits that we're working with, because we are working with limits, and and you're right. Maybe we can come back tomorrow. But I live up the street, so But seriously though, I think it would be helpful if you can maybe tell us what that could look like, and then we could see if we would be satisfied with that, and then we could actually make a motion with clarity and with hopefully consensus about how to respect and recognize this community that we've long established is the community eligibility based upon lineage and descent.
So yes, absolutely. And obviously this has been a subject of conversation, substantial conversation for the last 3 meetings, substantial, across both the monetary components and the policy components. So from the last meeting, based on your feedback, to this meeting, or from the last version of the report to the final version of the report, we have done a number of things to emphasize specifically feedback on a number of the different policy proposals, where we made very clear, essentially descendants first, in many cases descendants only, and made very clear that those even policies that are applicable to the entire general public, the intent is that they directly beneficially impact descendants first. When I use the term descendants, I'm using the as defined by the task force's vote on March 29th, 2022. So we've upped that across the entire policy section. In the section on financial compensation, Chapter 17, we also included a number of different references. I think looking at it now, especially in the light of this conversation, I think we can do more. And I think, to Member Montgomery Stepp's point, that is the eligibility conversation. And so I have sort of, as the conversation's been progressing, put together a little draft of a sort of a paragraph that I can read to everybody. I don't have it on a slide because I've just been putting it together, but it's essentially a conclusion to the Chapter 17, bringing the entire chapter together. The title of the subheading is Conclusion and Recommendation Regarding Monetary Compensation for the Eligible Class. The discussion is as follows. As set forth in this chapter, even limited to the relatively few categories of harms that the task force found to be calculable, the immense nature of the loss is significant. This loss must be compensated with monetary payments as set forth in this chapter to those who suffered the loss. The task force reiterates its recommendation that, however the legislature ultimately determines to make monetary payments for these losses, those monetary payments should be restricted to the African-American descendants of a chattel enslaved person or descendants of a free Black person living in the United States prior to the end of the 19th century, members of the eligible class as defined by the task force. And so that's basically a synthesis of the data, how it translates, and a very strong statement that that is the intent of the task force.
Okay.
I have a question. Go ahead, Member Scott Lewis, you recognize.
So thank you for that. And so I was having heard that, I wanted to know from my colleagues, what else do we think is missing? Right? I mean, I want us to have this conversation because I think there is, again, right? If we say that this is, if we can agree ultimately that this is an appropriate place to make that kind of statement and commentary, then I think we can, within the limits of time and capacity and authority, say as much as we want to say about eligibility within this already established and voted on chapter on compensation. Meaning, so that could be a starting point for the discussion around an elaboration on eligibility. And so what I want, I mean, and this may even incorporate what you were saying earlier, Chair Moore, about moving the section from the comparative models of reparations into the eligibility discussion. Meaning we could have a much more robust chapter, but that chapter will still be tying the issue of eligibility to compensation. That's what AB 3121 asked us to do. And so the question I think I have for discussion here is, what more would we want the discussion on eligibility to say? And I agree that it should say more.
So I think that there needs to be an independent chapter. In that chapter would be a background on, the history of the reparations movement in the United States, which is inherently based on lineage. When you think about people who are already referenced in that section, like Belinda Sutton, like Hallie House, like Queen Mother Ollie Moore, who created the Reparations Committee for Descendants of American Slaves, to Malcolm X. These are already people referenced in our report in that particular section on the history of the reparations movement in the United States. That will serve as that could serve as the introduction for the standalone eligibility chapter. After that section, which again already exists, it's just in a misplaced section. It's in the international framework section right now, which is really awkward, right? That be moved to the eligibility chapter, and then the rest of the chapter will be a description of our decision. So chronicling that 10-month-long debate, capturing all sides of the issue, right? Capturing all sides of task force members' opinions about the issue, capturing all sides of the personal expert testimony on the issue, and then the conclusion. Thanks, Michael, Attorney Newman, for typing that up during the break. That's not necessarily sufficient, but I think it serves as a good first step, right? The last part of that chapter will provide a rationale for our decision, why the task force voted in favor of lineage. So, and on to answer your question, Member Jovan Scott Lewis, the first part of the standalone section will be a background of the history of lineage-based reparations movement, which again already exists in our final draft. It's just in the international reparations framework section. The second part of the chapter will provide a comprehensive overview or description of the 10-month-long debate that culminated into the majority of task force members voting to affirm lineage-based reparations. And the conclusion will provide a rationale for why we decided to affirm lineage-based reparations.
Thank you, Chair Moore. Any other members of the task force have a response to my question about?
I have a question though, because that's something that I wanted to raise in the part 5 of the agenda item, because the sentence that Member Tamaki read, while recommending that monetary reparations be limited to the eligible class, the task force recognizes that the 5 pillars of reparations and AB 3121 require that it also endeavor to ensure cumulative harms of the past 4 centuries do not continue to be visited upon living African Americans and on society in California and the United States. At the same time, many recommendations cannot be implemented only for descendants and must instead be framed to benefit the larger community of African American Californians, or even all Californians. That sentence I was going to advocate actually needs to be deleted, because that actually represents the motion. After reading through all the meeting minutes from the past 2 years, that sentence reflects the motion that failed. That represents the motion that failed when we were having our community of eligibility discussion. The motion that passed was, and I quote, Member Lewis moved to define that the community of eligibility for reparations, it didn't distinguish monetary from other forms. It says, Member Lewis moved to define that the community of eligibility for reparations be based on lineage, determined by an individual being an African-American descendant of a chattel enslaved person or a descendant of a free Black person living in the United States prior to the end of the 19th century. Member Montgomery Stepp seconded the motion. The motion that failed was as follows. This is on page 10 and 11 of the March 2022 minutes. Member Holder moved to amend the motion to define the community of eligibility to be consistent with the 2.6 million African Americans in the state of California, with an understanding that there will be special lineage considerations determined by an individual being an African American descendant of a chattel enslaved person or the descendant of a free Black person living in the United States prior to 1900. So again, to conclude, that sentence around in our final report that the California DOJ inputted, where it says, while recommending that monetary reparations be limited to the eligible class, the task force recognized such and such, and that recommendations cannot be implemented only for descendants and must go to all Black people and even all Californians. That's actually not what the task force voted for. That motion failed. We voted that all forms of reparations under international law, compensation, restitution, rehabilitation, satisfaction, and guarantees of non-repetition will be aimed to the descendants. And the California DOJ at our last hearing said they would do their due diligence in Part 5 with these policy prescriptions to clearly identify how each of the policy prescriptions would benefit descendants. They did not do that, as we just discussed. So a compromise again would be, when we'll get to that when that part of the agenda comes, that needs to be deleted again because that represents the failed motion. But going back to the item at hand, we need to be clear that all forms of reparations under international law are for African Americans under the community of eligibility, and that policy section needs to remain there, but we need to ensure and show that that section is not reparations. Dr. Julianne Malveaux in Palm Springs said very eloquently that good public policy is not reparations. So all of those policy prescriptions is good, but it's not reparations. And so there needs to be some separations so not to confuse the reader.
Okay, so I mean, I think we've made several moves, you know, in the past several minutes. So I mean, I think so we can discuss your point, you know, when we get to section when we get to discussing Part 5, but you know, we jumped to talking about the eligibility question as a way of satisfying your views, Chair Moore, on the matter of international reparations framework. And so what I was trying to get us to do was to kind of see if we can, you know, answer that question on eligibility, but I don't think that we can in this action item. So because of that, I'm going to move that we approve, you know, Part 2, International Reparations Framework and examples of the reparation schemes as it has been presented.
Before we do that, Vice Chair Brown had to be recognized. Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Yep, that's okay. Not bad.
Member Scott Lewis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Moore. So again, I move that we approve action item number 6, Part 2 of the final recommendations, International Reparations Framework and examples of other reparation schemes.
Is there a second?
No. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, it has been properly moved by Member Scott Lewis and properly seconded by Member Holder that we approve, reading it, a final discussion, International Reparations Framework and examples of other reparation schemes. Is there any discussion on the matter? Senator Bradford, you're recognized.
Language that Mr. Newman suggested.
That's not what I was motioning.
You're not making that motion? Okay,
No.
I'm, all right.
And the discussion and the reason why, if I can be recognized, is that I think there are appropriate action items for us to discuss what we've been discussing. You know, the question of eligibility, where to put it, and the questions that Chair Moore has about, I think it's part 5. So I just motion to approve what's there currently.
What we have right now.
Yeah, for part 2.
Okay, so my question is, are you saying that the section on the history of the reparations movement in the United States should stay in that section?
Yeah, and there's
What's the rationale
and aside from the conversation about eligibility and part 5, I actually do want, and prior to us having this prolonged conversation that we just had, I do think that we should leave the discussion around African American reparations as a part of the international reparations framework chapter, because it provides an appropriate relationship between what we are doing with these already existing and already recognized as legitimate forms of reparations as they have existed and have been successful in many contexts globally. So to separate that, I think actually creates a distance between what we're doing and what has been recognized as being legitimately done in the past. And so I think it's important to create a kind of logic of continuity behind international cases and what we're doing in California, so that hopefully, which is my view, that we can go on to support the federal movement for reparations in this country.
That's good. Thank you for that. Okay, so a follow-up question is, where are you suggesting that we have a conversation, a potential motion around an independent chapter on eligibility?
When we get to the chapter on compensation, because I still do make the argument that AB 3121 links eligibility to compensation. And so therefore, in the chapter on compensation, there would be, to my mind, a logical delinking at that point, or a development beyond that linkage between the two things. So we can talk about that, but when we get to that section, to that part.
Thank you. Any other questions, discussion on the matter? Hearing none, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
To approve the final report, part 2, as presented, with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown.
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills. Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder. Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis. Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp. Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. And Member Tamaki. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. On the main motion, there are 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Thank you. There were 9 ayes, 0 nays, and so the ayes have it, and the motion carries. So now the next item on the agenda is item number 8. Before we do so, I'm not sure if she's still here, but I wanted to recognize Oakland Councilwoman Treva Reed. Thank you for coming. So the next item on the agenda is communications advisory committee comments and communications firm implementation updates and outcomes. Presenters, member Lewis, Bradford, and Charles Group representatives. You recognize him.
Oh, okay, there we go. So the Charles Communications Group sends their apologies for not being able to attend this meeting. So Senator Bradford and I, as the Communications Advisory Group for the task force in liaison with Charles Communications Group, will present their updates on their behalf. So I believe, there's not a presentation up there to I don't need it, just in case. All right, I'm just going to read. So the Charles Communications Group sends this report of notable activities since last meeting. There's a note that the media requests have substantially increased with the approach of the May 6, today's Reparations Task Force meeting. This trend, it is argued, will continue as the final report's delivery on June 30th approaches. Interview requests and published articles have focused on reparation compensation amounts in spite of the task force's decision to not deliver a sum. And this is in particular to the recent media reporting on the reparations amount of $1.2 million. There's been an increased interest in getting task force members' opinion on this amount and the rationale behind it. The Charles Communication Group has coordinated with the Communications Committee, which is myself and Member Bradford and the DOJ, to approve responses to these inquiries on behalf of the task force. Attributed comments to the task force members are being discussed with and approved by the members prior to sharing them with the media, meaning with Senator Bradford and myself. The Charles Communication Group is continuing to pitch task force member media opportunities on a statewide and national level. So what that looks like is seeking opportunities for us to speak to the media and to engage in activities both across the state and across the nation. There are 2 reparations task force flyers that have begun distribution to organizations, government entities, and elected officials. The task force will receive the flyers following this meeting, today's meeting. A public service announcement has been created for statewide broadcast. A commercial was created, narrated by Senator Bradford. I heard it's very wonderful. I haven't seen it, but Bradford is, impressive. And so Charles Communication Group also provided reparations task force update to elected officials across the state. As far as April activities, specifically, the Charles Communication Group booked and coordinated media interviews for task force members, conducted media outreach for Mills College, today's public hearing, and developing post-task force communication activities, including collaborations, social media, and a landing page, I guess for some kind of website. And there is some planning underway to pitch to the media the kind of impact of an import of our final report. Okay, that's the update.
Thank you. Any comments, questions? Hearing none, we'll turn to the next item on the agenda. Item number 9, final discussion and vote on the full final report, part 3, recommendations of the task force as to how the state of California will offer a formal apology on behalf of the people of California for the perpetration of gross human rights violations and crimes against humanity on African slaves and their descendants. Entertain a motion to approve, amend.
Are you asking for a motion? I move.
Second.
There has been a motion properly moved by Member Tamaki and properly seconded by Vice Chair Brown to approve the action item number 9, which is, again, recommendation of the task force as how the state of California will offer a formal apology on behalf of the people of California for the perpetration of gross human rights violations and crimes against humanity on African slaves and their descendants. Is there any discussion on the matter? Member Gross, you're recognized.
I'd just like to offer a couple of just very minor edit and suggestions for that chapter. On page 2, the paragraph beginning in June 2019, the last line, it should be "or any other form of reparations." instead of. That is very minor. But on page 9, the last bullet talks about African American physicians are underrepresented in California. And if that could just be expanded to say African American physicians, psychologists, and psychiatrists are underrepresented in California's health, medical and health fields or something like that. That's page 9. And then the last thing is that, is it possible, I don't know if this would be on page 10, somewhere on page 9 or 10, if there could be a statement or a clause added that says an intensive community education strategy for the state related to the apology occur, so that people are aware, because most people don't know about the federal apologies. So they came and went and with no fanfare, so there should be some community education about that. That was it.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, additions, changes? Okay, hearing none, we'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote, and the vote would be to approve essentially this section with the changes that Dr. Grills mentioned.
Thank you. I will begin the vote with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown.
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. I'm sorry, sir. Aye. Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills. Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder. Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis. Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp. Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting on the motion. There are 9 ayes, 0 nays, and no abstentions.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. There are 9 ayes, 0 nays, and no abstentions. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. We'll now turn to the next item on the agenda, which is item number 10. Final discussion and vote on the full final report, part 4, recommendations of task force regarding calculations of reparations and forms of compensation and restitution. So as it stands right now, in this section, the economists and the public policy experts reference the Freedmen Affairs Agency throughout that particular section, as that will be the agency that will be essentially fielding inquiries and eligibility for reparations in its various forms. And so right now, the Freedmen Affairs Agency proposal is in part 5. So it would be most appropriate if the Freedmen Affairs Agency is moved from part 5 and into part 4. So looking to entertain a motion. Again, that's a small minor change as well. We don't even really need a motion for that, to move the Freedmen Affairs Agency section to part 4. Are there any other changes for that section? That's my question to Member Scott Lewis. Are you saying that potential, the eligibility discussion would be in part 4? Is that what you're saying?
Thank you, Chair Moore. So what I was, so what I was saying earlier is that, and then this was prompted by Member Montgomery Stepp's question about how we got to the point where we didn't have a separate eligibility chapter. My explanation, based upon my own assumptions, really, and I guess my own view, was that the question of eligibility, as put forward in AB 3121, was very directly asked in relationship to compensation. So that was just the answer. And so what I was proposing in my earlier motion to approve a previous section was that I think now is an appropriate time to then have the conversation about the eligibility question as you posed it earlier. And so my view, given the limitations, meaning the practical limitations on having to get this done in a matter of weeks, the idea of a chapter, I don't know, but it sounds like from the DOJ, the creation of a new chapter and the required procedure of drafting that new chapter, getting feedback from the task force on that chapter, then voting on that chapter would be infeasible given our timeline. My question to both my colleagues and the DOJ was really, could we satisfy the need to robustly, respectfully, adequately define eligibility as you were asking for it to be defined, Chair Moore, within the compensation chapter? Because I think there's a distinction between there needing to be a separate chapter and needing for us to respect the definition of eligibility as fully defined. So that was kind of it. So, that was the question. And I think, Attorney Newman, provided, I think, a beginning, a quick rough draft of how that expansion on defining eligibility could work. My question was to my colleagues, what more would we want reflected in that definition, right? So there's a history that you were talking about, Chair Moore. I think that could go in there, right? I think, we could talk about me. I don't know what's within the limits. And so I'm trying to strike a balance here between what we can do procedurally and what we need to do to kind of fully flesh out the kind of definitional terms of eligibility. What I would say is that whatever the answer is, I want to respect fully defining eligibility. That's fairly consistent on my part. That's why I asked for further and again a more declarative statement last meeting. I asked for it again in my follow-up recommendations as we were asked to provide by the deadline. And so that's the question.
I think what we could do is, obviously, Attorney Newman has presented a framework of what we think, based on the information that was provided today, would elevate the issue of eligibility in that chapter. If there are other thoughts and ideas, certainly we could share them today, and then we could continue to work with the legislative staff as we're finalizing the report to elevate that in this current section. As things are today, drafting a new section from scratch would not be feasible for us. We simply don't have the time to draft it, to provide 10 days notice for this task force to meet again to approve it based on our publishing deadlines in order to meet the statutory deadline of June 30th. We don't want to risk all of the work of this task force being for naught if we don't make that June 30th deadline. So the most that we could do is take and synthesize any information that's provided today, work with the legislative staff as we finalize the report to elevate what we have within the structure that we have.
Chair Moore? You're recognized. Thank you, Attorney Brown. So And so what I'm trying to ask for is not necessarily the drafting of a new section, but is it not within our capabilities today to say, well, there is already, right, language around eligibility in Part 4, Chapter 17 that can be expanded on significantly? I mean, can we not just do it now? You know, and that's why I asked my colleagues, what else do you want reflected in the conversation on eligibility? Because I think it might be within the scope for us to maybe in real time expand upon that and clarify that definition, make it very, you know, not just clear, but explicit. And again, this is what I asked for last time, right? And that's what was in the email. So I'm not asking for a new chapter. I'm not asking necessarily for a new section, but can we adequately define eligibility within the compensation chapter, meaning within Chapter 17? No, yeah, like today.
You can expand upon it, and the way that you can do it is by saying today what
Yeah.
you would like to see.
Yeah.
You're saying adequately, and the reason why I'm hedging on that
It's
is because you all have to determine what's adequate, and that's not up to us. So
Yeah.
it has to be subject to the legislative staff of Senator Bradford, Senator Jones Sawyer, and us as we try to reconcile what is talked about today. But there's not going to be an opportunity beyond that to do anything different.
So meaning, could one of us right now sit here, draft something, motion for it to be included in Chapter 17, and then we vote and debate, pass it, and it's included, and it's done?
As long as you get it done before they kick us out of this auditorium.
What time are they kicking us out? 9 o'clock?
We're done at 6.
Done at 6? All right. I mean, so that's why I'm really asking the question, right? What do we want to say?
Newman's added language capture what we're trying to do here. And as we move forward with the editorial process and the motion that was made earlier, would allow them a little bit more leeway to better define that if there's more to be added versus trying to wordsmith it right now.
Can you put that in the form of a motion?
Well, he's asking a question if it would.
I was asking the question.
Can you put it in the form of a motion?
Would
He wants to know if we think it would be, if it's adequate.
is the language that Attorney Newman provided, you know, about a half hour ago adequate to address the concerns?
I mean, that begs the question. I mean,
Yeah.
writing it up during lunch, is that really? Come on, seriously.
We don't have time. We don't, I'm trying to tell you, we're up against the clock. as far as you
Meaning,
think about it.
like, you know, the point is that the actual motion for eligibility was written, like, you know, it was a motion. We didn't draft eligibility and then send around drafts and debate it and then vote on it. It was a motion, and we got to the terms of eligibility that passed through the process of motioning and voting on it. And so what I'm saying is that we can perhaps expand, you know, this definition of eligibility, not even expand, not expand.
But better
define this definition of eligibility through this process. And that's why I was saying, so we have some language that's already here, right? Because it's important to note, and for those, you know, who might be interested, Chapter 17 is titled Final Recommendations of Task Force Regarding Calculations of Losses to African American Descendants of a Chattel enslaved person or descendants of a free Black person living in the United States prior to the end of the 19th century, and forms of compensation and restitution. So the eligibility is baked in, but I think what we're missing and what I said we were missing from last meeting was a very clear statement of eligibility. And then that's what I think we heard in public comment. I think that's what Chair Moore is asking for. I think that's what Member Montgomery Steppe is asking for, is a very clear statement of who we are talking about. And I think Chair Moore is asking for us to further state why. And so what I'm asking is, can we do that through a motion, have it included within chapter 17, which talks about compensation, which I would argue is appropriate because AB 3121 asks us to talk about eligibility in terms of compensation. And so that way we can respect the much needed clarification, recognition, representation of the eligible community, and also respect the DOJ's timeline for getting this done. So that's what I'm trying to get at. It is for the people. Well, you know, the issue is that when AB 3121 was put into a bill and was passed, AB 3121 came with a deadline. So we ceased to exist on June 30, meaning you will see me on the street and I'm just Javon. Don't ask for no picture, it won't be worth anything. And so there is a real issue here, which is that if we don't get this thing done, it's not done. And so what I'm asking for is if we can get it done the right way in the right time. And yes, Member Montgomery Stepp is right. Right? We should have done this better earlier. It's on us. Full stop. And I think there's a reason why it wasn't done earlier. That's fine. But here is where we are. And so what I want is for us to do this right in the right time or the necessary time. Right? It's not the right time, necessary time. And so I'm asking us to say, because if we're quiet now,
Right.
You said something earlier, Dr. Brown, about silence. It's that. So if we're quiet now, that means you're good with what we got. And then if that's the case, then we vote, and then it is what it is.
Hey, Attorney Newman, can you read the paragraph?
Sure. This is the very end of chapter 17. The paragraph, the header is part 4, conclusion and recommendation regarding monetary compensation for the eligible class. The discussion is, as set forth in this chapter, even limited to the relatively few categories of harms that the task force found to be calculable, the immense nature of the loss is significant. This loss must be compensated with monetary payments as set forth in this chapter to those who suffered the loss. The task force reiterates its recommendation that, however the legislature ultimately determines to make monetary payment for these losses, those monetary payments should be restricted to African American descendants of a chattel enslaved person or descendants of a free Black person living in the United States prior to the end of the 19th century, members of the eligible class as defined by the task force.
No, it's not. No, that's not the right language, because again, that expresses the motion that failed. We didn't in March 2022 decide that only monetary reparations would go to descendants and all other forms of reparations under international law will go to all folks. That's not what we decided. And the way that's written, it's written to say that, again, we decided that monetary reparations would go to just descendants and all other forms would go to everyone else. That's not what we decided. So then in terms of a compromise, I think we can work with that, but monetary needs to be excluded. It needs to say, we decided, again, it needs to reflect the decision that we made in March 2022 that all forms of reparations, including monetary reparations, are to be for the eligible class as defined in March 2022. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, you cannot speak from the audience. You cannot speak from the audience. Please. This is a deliberation of the panel.
So again, the way that paragraph is written, again, that is a reflection of the motion that failed in March 2022. Again, when you read the statute, AB 3121, yes, it asks us to determine who's going to be eligible for compensation. But again, we, through our 5-4 decision, so we're not relitigating it here today, unless you guys want to relitigate that. But we already decided in March 2022 that all forms of reparations, including monetary reparations, would go to the community of eligibility. So we can use your paragraph, but it needs to be modified to say all forms of reparations, including monetary reparations, goes to the community of eligibility. And that way, then you'll just change the title of this section and it'll just say forms of compensation and restitution, comma, satisfaction, rehabilitation, and guarantees of non-repetition. You keep that paragraph, change it to say all forms of reparations, including monetary reparations, goes to the community of eligibility. And then you pull up the Freedmen Affairs Agency from Part 5 and you put it in Part 4, and then we're done. Okay, so hearing no pushback, again, what I'm stating is Part 4, Chapter 17, you update the title to say forms of compensation, restitution, satisfaction, rehabilitation, guarantees of non-repetition. You put the Freedmen Affairs Agency into that section, so moving from Part 5, and then you use that paragraph that you just mentioned, and you can leave it at the end, but change it to say all forms of reparations, including monetary reparations, goes to the community of eligibility. Is that good? Everyone satisfied?
I don't.
I haven't heard a motion.
As stated by you, I move. That's my motion.
Is there a second? I'll restate the motion. The motion is to amend Part 4, Chapter 17. One, amend it to change the title to include satisfaction, guarantees of non-repetition, and rehabilitation. So the full title would be Final Recommendations of Task Force regarding calculations of losses to African-American descendants of a chattel enslaved person or descendants of a free Black person living in the United States prior to the end of 19th century, and forms of compensation, restitution, rehabilitation, satisfaction, and guarantees of non-repetition. So it'll be amended to change the title. The second amendment would be to move up the Freedmen Affairs Agency into Part 4 from Part 5, since Part 4 references the agency. And then the third amendment would be to include the paragraph that Michael Newman is stating, but change the paragraph to say all forms of reparations, including monetary compensation, goes to the community of eligibility.
If that's the motion, it needs to be framed as a motion for reconsideration, and then we can vote on it.
Motion for reconsideration. Provide a rationale for that.
The rationale is that it is a motion for reconsideration because you have changed the terms and the definitions that were previously agreed upon. So it's a motion for reconsideration. So frame it as such and let's take the vote.
What have I changed? Respectfully, Member Holder, what definitions have I changed?
Yeah, this would be rescinding the votes that we previously took, establishing the organization of the chapters. So it's fine. It's fine. It's doable. Just frame it properly as a motion for reconsideration, and let's take the vote.
We're talking about the movement of the Freedmen's Bureau stuff, agency,
And adding restitution and all that stuff.
Okay. Chair Moore?
You're recognized.
Thank you. So what I was trying to do in the first instance is, one, get a fully worked out terms of eligibility, very declaratively stated in this chapter 17, around compensation. I think that what you're asking for is clarification around what we're calling reparations and for whom these reparations are being provided. You're asking for that to be done through restructuring of the chapters, meaning taking things from another chapter, bringing it into this chapter, and then restructuring the chapter. So I think that's what why member holder is asking for is it called a rescission? Okay, thank you. And so if that's what you want to do, that's what she's saying you have to do. And I think that's what Parliamentary Johnson is also saying would have to be done. I do think there's another way, which is that when we get to the appropriate part where we're talking about the policies, that we can there also restate the terms of eligibility. So we can talk about eligibility in the compensation chapter, meaning chapter 17, part 4, and then we can specify eligibility in part 5. What I would just say is that when I followed up with my comments for revisions, as we were directed to do, I requested that we should state that the recommendations for reparations are explicitly identified for the community of eligibility, and that reparations should be understood as direct compensation and beneficiary-driven policies and programs. That, to my mind, is reparations. There are other policies that we are recommending because AB 3121 asks us to think about bad policies in the state of California and fixing them. Let's understand, everybody, why there are some recommendations for compensation and there are other recommendations that are not compensation. When the economics group looked at the 12 areas that the task force determined and defined as the areas of harms, they did an earnest assessment of what was calculable. How could we identify and calculate the losses that this community experienced? And the direct compensation are based upon those areas. There are other areas that we were unable to provide a methodology for direct compensation. And in lieu of direct compensation, we made recommendations as a task force for policies and programs. So what that means is that reparations here looks like two things. In part, it looks like direct compensation, and it also looks like policies and programs. Both of those are meant to be directed towards the eligible community. There are other policies and recommendations, again, that are a separate concern, which is to remedy the wickedness, right? If I can just put it that way. And so what I'm basically trying, and I provide that as a kind of, context for what I'm trying to suggest here, which is that there is, I think, appropriate scope for us to clarify that there are policies that are directed to the descendant community, the eligible community. And there is compensation directed to the eligible community. And so what I'm asking is if we can do that within the scope of what we have. In addition to that, I do believe that we need to better define the community of eligibility in the way that Chair Moore was asking us to, right? Which is to say, here is the community of eligibility. Here's who they are, right? Here's who we decided deserves reparations as defined. And so I'm just saying, I think we can do that in part 4, and I think we could do that also in part 5. And I'm making this as a suggestion, hoping that it doesn't require rescission and it doesn't require a whole bunch of work from anybody. And I want to hopefully think that we can do it before it's Damon 6 o'clock. And I kind of think, oh, we might be able to. And I'm just wondering if we can. Okay. I'm trying.
Member Montgomery, Sept, you're recognized.
Thank you. What about, so Chair Moore, first of all, let me just say procedurally, I don't think that would require a rescission or reconsideration for literally moving a part of the report to another part of the report. Like, I just don't. But if that's the way we go, and if that is what the procedure that we decide on, okay. I just want to ask Chair Moore, what is the, I guess, purpose of putting the agency piece with the compensation piece? If you could explain that a little bit more.
So in part 4, the Freedmen Affairs Agency is referenced throughout the agency, this particular section. For instance, it states, the task force recommends a specific entity, potentially the recommended California American Freedmen Affairs Agency, be charged with processing these claims of compensation and rendering payment in an efficient and timely manner. Also, another reference to the agency is as follows in part 4. Informed by the economists, the task force recommends that the legislature establish an agency to make direct payments to eligible recipients and aid recipients with establishing eligibility. This is preferable to an indirect approach where the agency oversees the distribution of resources through nonprofit community organizations. These recommendations are reflected in chapters 18 through 30 of this report, where the task force offers policy recommendations for the legislature to remedy injuries to California's African American population. So this is written by the economists and the public policy experts,
right,
where they themselves are saying that this agency would control areas of compensation and restitution, and that's preferable over some of the other policies that are listed in the other chapters in the report. So since the agency is mentioned throughout this particular section, I think it would just read better if you move the agency to this section. They go hand in hand, essentially, is my argument.
Okay. The agency, though, covers a large amount of the way that it's presented now. It covers a large amount. It has a large responsibility, and not just the compensatory part. So I agree with you that the additional kind of arms of reparations should be added to compensation and restitution. I don't think outside of a reference in this chapter that states the agency is further explained or fully explained in the, chapter 18, I believe it is. Would that be sufficient? Because I don't know if moving the entire, the explanation of the agency up into this portion that really focuses on just compensation is accomplishing what I think we wanted to. So I just that for thought. Because the other two, I think if we voted on the other two recommendations, it would not bring up this rescission conversation. I think what's bringing that up is the moving of parts.
I mean, I guess that could be handled separately, so we can, separate it out, so to speak, in terms of discussing or taking together the ones that may not trigger, an extra procedural step in terms of an extra motion to take.
And I do just for adding to the conversation, we are at the point where the rubber meets the road, and we never fully, I think, resolved the issue of using the United Nations definition of reparations in the 5 different parts for the community of eligibility. Now we're parsing it out, and there's a belief that it should only be, the community of eligibility should only be referenced with compensation and restitution, but that's not been our understanding the whole time in these last 2 years. That's not been my understanding.
And that's why I was recommending that the agency be pulled up to the compensation and restitution piece. And then part 5 or chapter 18, that's just general policy recommendations, just good public policy, us doing extra credit work, so to speak, and coming up with, good public policy that corresponds with the particular section in the report that asks us to consider, policies that disproportionately impact the African American community, but may benefit other people. So that's why I was recommending that. Again, the reparation section is part 4. I'm gonna just be straight up. The reparation section, that's part 4. That's the compensation, that's the restitution, which has several references to the agency. Then also a part of that section would be the agency that will provide direct reparatory justice services, aka full forms of reparations under international law. And then part 5, that's the good public policy section. We're not calling that reparations, that's the good public policy section that corresponds with a particular section in the statute that requires us to consider how California laws and policies that continue to disproportionately and negatively affect African Americans as a group and perpetuate the lingering material and psychosocial effects of slavery can be eliminated. So again, part 4 is the reparation section for the community of eligibility. And part 5 is the good public policy section that satisfies 8301(3)(a)(c) of the statute.
Okay, I get that. I do believe, though, that there are still some policies that are descendant specific, even in those.
That's true. And then I was also thinking through that as I was going through the drafts, I'm like, do we need to pull all the descendant specific policies into part 4 as well, so there's no confusion either?
I think based on timing, we do have to submit something. And I just, like member Scott Lewis, some of this is on, I will take responsibility. But I think we have to go, my opinion is we need to go with what we have before us and try to do the best that we can with that. But if I had it over to do again, I think it should have been parsed out that way, honestly, because that's where the confusion is coming from. It's coming from the fact that we're kind of putting together in the policy section, universal policies and policies that are descendant specific.
It's an easy fix because we're acknowledging that there's confusion, and this is the space and the place to fix it, where we don't have to do another notice public meeting. And so the other part is, one of the other rationales for why that Freeman agency needs to be in that compensation and restitution part is the agency is a form of restitution under international law. The Freedmen's Bureau did once exist in this country to provide services to the descendants of slaves, but it was dismantled after Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, Andrew Johnson went into power, and all of that progress during that brief period of Reconstruction was dismantled. So having a new state agency, yes, on the state level, particularly for descendants of slaves to provide direct reparatory justice services, that is a form of restitution under international law.
Yeah.
Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
So this is more of a question for Professor Scott Lewis and member Chair Moore. and that is on the good policy points. We're dealing with terrible data or terrible, horrific outcomes, like in San Francisco, the Black infant mortality rate being 5 times that of white babies, and policing. And we just concluded a 58 county survey on district attorneys' offices in order to ferret out anti-Black bias infecting everything from arrest to sentencing. And so these are areas that are, we are addressing them in great detail in the proposals in Part 5. And so just for clarity, what I was struggling with, maybe you could clarify this, is for the abolition of the death penalty or for Black infant mortality, we're not just talking about descendant babies. It's a healthcare outcome that is a result of a systemically racist education, policies, practices within a particular sector that continues to just churn and recycle this sort of pathology. And so, it's not easily broken down into or addressed by lineage. So I think that's part of my concern, that if we say that all forms of reparations only are addressed to descendant community, how does that translate to a healthcare provider or UCF staff or our medical system, for instance, in addressing that when it becomes, as a practical matter, very difficult to implement. And so that's what I'm struggling with that particular motion. I like, frankly, the motion draft that Michael Newman drafted it, but if we put an angle that has to be all reparations has to be focused on descendants, and then you have to prove lineage and whatever. How does that translate into like the San Francisco infant mortality rate? How do you fix that? So, and yet I think we should have those policies in there in our report. So I don't know if that is confusing, but I'd like to get your thoughts on that.
Chair Brown, you're recognized.
I appreciate your concern. However, we must, because of this system, go to the scene of the crime and deal with facts. And the fact is that because we are descendants of enslavement in this nation, and we know who they are, we have to deal with that. How do you deal with a big elephant? Take one bite at a time. And we got to take this bite here, or else we as Black folks will never get any kind of healing at all. Dr. King's first autobiography was entitled Strides Toward Freedom, not jumping to it. And we have not even made strides in this state. We have not made strides in this nation. U.S. Congress, either one presidents have done anything about this issue. So I think it comes a point in time that we got to be practitioners. We got to be social engineers and make sure that we deliver something to this Black population, or else we never will do it. And I'll be going on to glory. So we got to start somewhere. We got to brighten this corner.
Yeah, and thank you. I mean, you pretty much captured it. Again, no one is saying take anything out of the good public policy section.
Yeah.
My point is, call it what it is, which is the good public policy section that meets 8301 AC of the statute. And again, we voted March of last year that all forms of reparations would go to the community of eligibility. We made no distinction between monetary or other forms. Now, I understand you might have some concerns with that because you were on the minority side. But again, if you want to relitigate that, then that would have to be an agenda item. That would have to be on another notice meeting. But it is what it is in terms of who we decided reparations would be for. We decided a year ago that it would be for descendants of enslaved people or free Black people living in the United States prior to 1900. And so by law, that means that's who we need to call the community of eligibility. That's who reparations goes for. We made that decision already. Everything else needs to be called what it is, which is good public policy.
We've had over
Member Holder, you're recognized.
Since that decision came down over a year ago, we've had a year to figure out how we would constitute this report. For the last 4 months, we have had numerous votes, and we have come to consensus on the structure of this report. We are 2 hours from the deadline, and now we are talking about restructuring this entire report. If there's going to be a restructuring, then we should use the correct procedure, and that is to rescind our previous decisions that we have been making over the last 6 months about the structure of this report. So move to rescind the previous decisions that we have made over the last 6 months. Let's go ahead and do it. Let's get this vote done. We have 2 hours before we get shut down here, okay? So let's go ahead and do it as a motion to rescind.
That's actually, respectfully, that's actually a misreading, because the way that this report is actually written in a way that goes against what the task force voted on. And if people were honest about that, then it would be you all who would need to put in a motion to rescind the lineage vote that we affirmed last year in March 2022. But you aren't being honest about that, so you're trying to be subversive.
For the last 4 months, we have looked at different iterations of the organization of this report. Every month we came back, we all reviewed the report. We came to a consensus on what the structure of the report would look like. We cannot, in the last 2 hours of a 2-year process, try to now completely undo everything that we just did in the last 6 months in terms of structuring this report. It's completely impractical, and frankly, it's just not ethical. So if that is your approach, then I say move to rescind. And then let's move forward. We don't have any more time. Let's take a vote.
At the last meeting, and Member Scott Lewis has said this several times on this panel today, he gave the California DOJ clear instructions. So this is why we're in this situation right now in the last 2 hours, is because Member Scott Lewis in the last meeting said in the good public policy section, there needs to be, with each section, a clear description that shows how each of these chapters, each of these policy recommendations are benefiting the community of eligibility. The DOJ did not do that. Member Brown, Attorney Newman, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the discussion. It's certainly been an interesting discussion. I will just say that having been through the report in a final edit after all the attorneys on staff and having read every word, every line of the report, between the last meeting to this meeting, the number one change in the report is in light of the direction we received from the full task force last time, we have amped up throughout the entirety of the public policy section the focus on the fact that every single thing is intended to benefit the eligible class. There are certain things, as we discussed, as various advisory committees presented, that you can't really narrow. But even in those cases, we said that the intent of the task force is that first and foremost, they are intended to support the eligible class descendants. Throughout the report, it made it quite a bit longer. Throughout the report, we've not just said African Americans, but we've said African Americans and some formulation of what AB 3121 says, which is specific consideration or ensuring that the benefits first flow to, or some other way of saying, number one in every scenario is that descendants and members of the eligible class are benefited by every single public policy proposal. And that has changed from the last meeting, because we did get the sense of the entire task force, because what had come in through the original advisory committee recommendations weren't all necessarily tied to this eligible class. We had this full discussion, and all of that has been implemented in the version of the part that, well, we're not yet actually technically there, but it's all been implemented in that section. So for those who have read it, you will have noticed a significant shift and pivot in the public policy section that truly emphasizes the fact that these public policy proposals are intended by the task force first and foremost. And there's language about how previous efforts, previous things that were intended to support the African American community, you actually had other people benefiting first. You actually had African American people who were not getting the benefits of those programs. They were actually helping other people first. And the point of this, all these policy proposals, is that descendants are helped first, and the focus is on ameliorating the historical harms and atrocities perpetrated against African American people. So that's the biggest difference from the last meeting to this meeting, and I want to just correct the record and ensure that everyone understands the direction of the task force as a whole was implemented.
Thank you. So again, it's an easy fix. And again, the introduction to Part 5 still is a misreading of what the task force voted on in March of 2022. The introduction of Part 5, thank you in good faith for beefing that up in the ways in which you just described. But again, the introduction of Part 5 reflects the failed motion that member Holder raised in March 2022. It does not reflect the motion that actually passed. So again, it's an easy fix in terms of changing that language, which also includes changing the paragraph that you had just read out to say that all forms of reparations, including monetary reparations, will go to the community of eligibility. And this section, Part 5, is a good public policy section, so to speak, that satisfies Section 8301 AC1. And then Part 4 is where you have that conversation around compensation and restitution, where the agency is referenced numerous times. You put that agency section up in there, and then you just change the title to say other forms of reparations, including compensation, restitution, rehabilitation, satisfaction, and guarantees of non-repetition, because the agency satisfies all of those requirements under international law. And then we're good. No one's asking to change, the substantive policy recommendations in Part 5. Again, the request is to call it what it's supposed to be called by virtue of the statute, by the specific statutory provision. Member Montgomery Stubb, you're recognized.
If Vice Chair Brown's motion is still on the floor, then I will second it so that we could vote and make the decision. Yeah, that's been on the floor. His motion.
And I'll call for a point of order.
Sawyer, you're recognized.
And this is a question for the parliamentarian, because I'm totally confused procedurally on how we need to proceed. I'm hearing we need to rescind a vote versus moving forward. You are our parliamentarian. You're supposed to be our objective person, and obviously we got two different versions. So as the official individual we have hired to let us know how we're supposed to proceed legally, how should we proceed now?
You've got two different issues on the floor. One has to do with the Freedmen's Bureau, and the other one has to do with the reparations as defined in the definition of eligibility. The proposal that was advanced by Member Jovan could be moved because it's an expansion. It would be an amendment to what is already there. So you can write that amendment. I don't know now in terms of doing that, but I believe that the first one, because you're dealing with a structure that you voted on, an organization that you voted on, you would have to go back and undo that. So that would have to be rescinded. You can rescind it, and then you can take it up at the next meeting. I don't mean June 30th. I mean, obviously, a meeting between now and June 30th, so that you can, notice it, send it out to the public, and then you can move forward in that way. And everyone will have an opportunity to review what you're talking about in terms of moving it. But
record the motion that Vice Chair Brown had put on the floor before Member Scott Lewis spoke?
Yeah, remember I said that you could not do that motion. It died. It was open for someone to make a motion to rescind. No one did, so they moved on. And to your point, Member John Sawyer, if you want to move a motion, an action forward, you can call for orders of the day to get back on the agenda, so that so everyone knows where they are, because the chair would have to then state where you are on the agenda so that you can proceed. Member
I'll wait to be
Montgomery
recognized by
Step,
the
I'm
chair.
finished.
Parliamentarian Johnson, you can finish. Did you finish?
I was waiting to be recognized by the chair.
Member Montgomery Step, you're recognized.
So to Parliamentarian Johnson, so there is no motion and second on the floor then, is that what you're saying? Okay.
That is correct.
First of all, substantively, now the order might change based on the recommendation. Go ahead. Yeah, yes, you did, and I seconded it.
Was it seconded?
Yes, it was.
It was seconded, so that's why I asked you, Parliamentarian Johnson. It was a motion on the floor by Vice Chair Brown. It was properly seconded, and I asked if you have that recorded.
Yeah, but it is the chair's decision, though. It's the chair's decision. She's here in an advisory capacity.
So, okay, so really quickly, Parliamentarian Johnson, what is being rescinded? What's being rescinded by the definition of what rescind means? What is being rescinded?
The order, just the order. Okay. I'm going to point out the difference substantively of us having to agendize a whole nother chapter of eligibility and us making changes to parts of the report that are already noticed by the public in this agenda and with the attached reports. and changing that order. I understand on the technicalities what you're saying, but it really doesn't make sense because the substance is already here. So if we all agreed as a body to change that, we could do that. We could do that. No, with this motion, with the chair's recommendation, it was what is in front of us, changing of the wording of Attorney Newman's conclusion paragraph, changing the subtitle, and also moving up the agency language to be included into the compensation chapter. That is all what has been discussed and what is in front of us. None of that is different. It's not creating a whole new paragraph or chapter. Member Scott Lewis, did you have a motion? I don't think he had a motion. Did he?
He did. And it was seconded.
Motion then. Who seconded his motion?
I don't remember that. I don't remember that.
I'm sorry, just 1 second. This is the reason why we can't get it straight, because we have
Wait, were you
different.
recognized?
I'm sorry?
Recognized.
I'm recognized because we have to get out of here. So there's too many motions going back and forth. You want us to be able to get it correct, we have to have some order. So once there's a motion made, there has to be a second. If there's no second, the motion dies for lack of a second, and a new motion can be entertained. But I think it's an unfair expectation. We have these stream of consciousness conversations where people are going and cross-talking. It's hard for us to keep track of what's actually being discussed for the purpose of voting. So if we could just clearly get a motion, have a second, so that everybody knows Parliamentarian Johnson is doing her best to keep up with the conversation that's going on. But that would be the way to move it
a
forward.
motion, and it was properly seconded.
The motion was out of order. That's what Parliamentarian Johnson is saying. The motion that Dr. Brown made
And
was out of
Montgomery
order,
Step
and
was
that she
pushing
seconded.
back on
it.
that, respectfully.
The parliamentarian is who's calling the balls and strikes. It's out of order. That's it.
Okay.
So we can take another motion and move forward.
Okay, Member Montgomery Step, you're
Okay,
recognized.
all right. Step by step, what do we need to get back in order? Because whatever it is, we're going to have to vote. And so do we need to restate? What do we need to do from here?
What is it that you're seeking to do? And then we'll tell you what you need to do.
I just want to put a motion on the floor so we can make a decision as a task force, how we're going to move forward and what we're going to convey to the public.
Okay.
So what I thought that I was seconding was the chair's recommendation to change the title of the Part 4 to include, after compensation restitution, the 3 other forms of reparation, to include Attorney Newman's conclusory paragraph with her modifications, and to move the agency language to Part 4. Are you saying that that would require rescission and then we'd have to come back?
It's my belief that based on the inclusion of the second part with the Freedmen's Bureau, that was something that was separate and apart, and it was acted on at a prior meeting. So that motion was passed at that time. And if it was passed at that time and no action was taken to change it during that meeting, you can't have reconsideration. So in order to change it, you would have to amend it through a rescission. That has to do with the Freedmen's part. So you could separate it and you could do them both. But right now, if you're dealing with the restitution, the rest of that, then you said if you did not add the Freedmen, which is part of action item 11, correct? Listen.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
so that was one of the programs, and there was a big discussion that's been going on for a while with regard to the program, et cetera. So if you look at the reparations portion and you want, because you wanted to, I know I heard
understand what-
someone talk about rewriting the motion and including what Attorney Newman said, as well as what was already there. Is that incorrect? Because you can.
No, I said, I said what I said. I just don't agree with the conclusion. And that's, I just don't agree with it. I think that the
They
public
can
has
vote
been
on it, and
noticed
then-
enough for us to make that type of change. I do agree with your conclusion around the chapter of eligibility, because that would create an entire different chapter that has not been properly noticed. So I do agree with that, but I just don't agree with this. I think the public has enough notice in order to have feedback, and we have enough information to make a decision on it here. But that's just my opinion, and I'm not the chair.
Recognized, Vice Chair.
And this is not an opinion. This is a fact. Number one, we have a responsibility, a moral responsibility to do something. But just let me finish. Let me finish, please. Let me finish. And if this body has, through deliberation, discussed the issue that we have on the floor now, is nothing secret. There's nothing that had not been unheard. It's time for the body that's constituted to just do it and stop going around here in circle on Tweedledee and Tweedledum. And I made the motion, and it got confused with cobwebs. And I called for the question.
Has been called. I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote on the motion on the floor.
What is the question? Could you he's calling the question. Okay. There requires a 2/3 vote to call the question. May I have, you need to get a second for the call for the question.
I second it.
All right, it's been seconded.
I'm sorry. Madam Chair, you need a second for the call for the question. Oh, thank you.
Seconded.
Okay, I will begin to the vote. It requires 6 to pass. Chair Moore?
Aye.
Chair Moore says.
Yeah.
What were we voted on?
Are we not voting? You just, no, we're not voting to end debate. Okay, so now we're voting on the motion. Okay, the motion that's been properly moved by Vice Chair Brown and properly seconded by Member Montgomery Stepp.
He called for the question. That stops debate. So, I mean, Dr. Brown called for the question. And when he did that, that means to end debate, which is where we are now. So we were voting on that.
Oh, otherwise we keep debating?
It's a vote.
What are we voting?
No, you need 2/3. There are 9 people here. You need 2/3.
We're gonna, let me take a break or what?
No,
Break.
no.
Hold on.
I don't know, somebody's confusing this thing,
It's not us.
and it's not me.
Dr. Brown, you just called for the question, correct?
For us to vote on getting done what we need to do.
And
Now, do we need to have the restatement of the motion?
Yes, go ahead, Madam Chair.
the restatement of the motion as it was moved by Vice Chair Brown and properly seconded by Member Montgomery Stepp would be to modify Part 4 to change the title to include the 3 other forms of reparations, include Michael Newman's conclusory paragraph with the modifications that I mentioned earlier, and to move the agency section up to Part 4.
Okay, I will begin the vote with Chair Brown. I'm sorry, Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown? Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford? Nay, is that nay? I don't, nay.
No vote. No, he's no vote. He's no vote.
Okay. Member Grills? Member Grills votes nay. Member Holder? Member Holder votes nay. Jones Sawyer, Member Jones Sawyer? No vote. Member Lewis? Member Lewis votes no. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes no. There were 9 members present and voting. There are 9 members present and voting. And there were 3 ayes, 2 no votes, and 4 nays. The motion does not pass.
Thank you. There are 3 ayes, 4 no votes, and 2 abstentions, and thus the motion fails. So as a reminder, we are on agenda item number, we're on agenda item number 10.
As is? Which is it?
But again, Member John Sawyer, you're recognized.
I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 10 as is.
It has been properly moved by Member Jones Sawyer and properly seconded by Member Grills to approve agenda item number 10 as is. Is there any discussion on the matter? Elephant? So where does that leave Michael Newman's paragraph that he wrote during lunch?
You want to add paragraph? Can I amend my motion to add the paragraph for Michael Newman?
Again, so the motion, okay, there's a motion to amend. Is there a second? It's been properly moved by Member Jones Sawyer and properly seconded by Member Grills to include the paragraph that Attorney Newman wrote during the lunch period. Is there any discussion on the matter? Again, my concern with the paragraph that Attorney Newman wrote during the lunch period, it doesn't accurately reflect what the task force decided in terms of eligibility. So the paragraph as written is flawed. It goes against the decision that we made as a task force in March 2022. We never made a distinction that only monetary reparations goes to the community of eligibility and all other forms go to everyone else, including all Californians, regardless of background. We never made that statement. That paragraph reflects, again, the failed motion that passed, not the actual motion that passed, and that is in page 10 of the March 2022 meeting minutes. Member Jones Sawyer, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Moore, for your comments. I believe we've discussed this for quite a while. So I'll call for the question.
there a second?
Is there a second?
Is there a second on the call for the question?
I will call, okay, the question has been called.
Is there a second on the call of the question?
Yes.
Is there a second on the call of the question? It has been properly, okay, now turn it to Parliamentarian Johnson.
Thank you. 2/3 vote is required. All in favor vote aye. I will begin with Chair Moore.
No.
Chair Moore votes no. Vice Chair Brown? Vice Chair Brown votes no. Member Bradford? Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills? Member Grill votes aye. Member Holder? Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis? Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp votes no. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, Madam Chair, there were 6 ayes. There were 9 members present and voting. There were 6 ayes and 3 noes.
Thank you. There are 6 ayes and 3 noes. The ayes have it and the motion carries. Technically, that means that then there should be a follow-up motion to rescind the lineage eligibility vote that we made March 2022. That's the effect. That is the effect of what just passed.
So there's already a motion. So call the motion now.
How is it different?
Call the motion to approve it as a.
That's what he, oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Yes.
So we'll now move to the next item on the agenda.
No, Madam Chair,
which
we
is-
have to vote on the main motion.
Oh, sure, to fully finalize that
Yes.
particular section in the report.
Yes. I will begin with Chair Moore.
Abstain.
Chair Moore abstains. Vice Chair Brown?
Abstain.
I'm sorry, sir?
Abstain. He's abstaining.
Vice Chair Brown abstains. Member Bradford? Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills? Member Grill votes aye. Member Holder? Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis? Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there were 9 members present and voting. There were 7 ayes and 2 abstentions. No nays.
Thank you. There are 7 ayes and 2 abstentions. The ayes have it and the motion carries. The next item on the agenda is action item number 11, final discussion and vote on full final report, part 5, policy recommendations to the legislature as to the appropriate policies, programs, projects, and recommendations for the purpose of reversing the injuries. Any comments, questions, additions? Hearing none, can entertain a motion. It's been properly moved by Senator Bradford and properly seconded by Vice Chair Brown to essentially approve action item 11, part 5, policy recommendations to the legislature as the appropriate policies, programs, projects, and recommendations for the purpose of reversing the injuries. The discussion on the matter. And I referenced this before, but I believe the following sentence should be deleted, and I will provide a rationale for the public record. While recommending that monetary reparations be limited to the eligible class, the task force recognizes that the 5 pillars of reparations in AB 3121 require that it also endeavor to ensure cumulative harms of the past 4 centuries do not continue to be visited upon living African Americans and on society in California and the United States. At the same time, many recommendations cannot be implemented only for descendants and must instead be framed to benefit the larger community of African American Californians or even all Californians. As written, the first sentence has the potential to confuse legislators and members of the public as to who the eligible class is. As written, the second sentence makes an assertion about what can or cannot be implemented by the legislature. It is unwise for the task force to make such an insertion in the final report, especially as part of a section on policy recommendations, because it has the dangerous potential to limit and negatively influence upcoming legislation. In addition, statements and decisions of what can or cannot be implemented are best left to the legislature. Therefore, this entire statement should be deleted. Apparently it's not. So I have read through the entire final draft section. I read through all of the meeting minutes for the past 2 years. Again, this sentence is the complete misreading of the statute in and of itself. It's a deliberate, in my opinion, misinterpretation of the community of eligibility decision that we made in March 2022. And therefore, that entire statement should be deleted. I will read the following sentences that should be deleted as follows. While recommending that monetary reparations be limited to the eligible class, the task force recognizes that the 5 pillars of reparations and AB 3121 require that it also endeavor to ensure cumulative harms of the past 4 centuries do not continue to be visited upon living African Americans and on society in California and the United States. At the same time, many recommendations cannot be implemented only for the descendants and must instead be framed to benefit the larger community of African American Californians or even all Californians. That, yes, or even all Californians. It's a joke at this point. Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
This is cotton candy politics. Like Jack and the Bear making tracks and get nowhere. We're supposed to be righting the wrongs for what happened on this land. Other groups were specific, direct. They were not shooting with a shotgun all over the place, pellets everywhere. Boom! It was a live rifle approach. In Germany, the Jewish community was wronged. And the German government paid the reparations. And in America, it was a Japanese community that was specifically wronged. And the U.S. government, during the tenure of Ronald Reagan, paid for reparations. Let's be honest. Yes, there were violations of other people of color, around this earth. Belgium, France, Portugal, the villains, including England too. And they still haven't gotten it right over there with the racism that is still prevalent. If the house is on fire, the fire department does not come putting water on every house on the block. The fire department responds to the address of the burning house. We know what has happened to black folks in this country. We're descendants of that evil system of enslavement. It was for 244 to 250 years. And if we are serious about righting the wrong, we ought to stay with the scene of the crime, or else this political process in this nation, in this state, gonna whoop your behind. And you're gonna get nothing.
Thank you. Member Montgomery Sept, you're recognized.
I would just ask for an amendment or put an amendment on the floor to remove those sentences from the report.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been properly moved by Member Montgomery Sept and properly seconded by Senator Bradford to remove the two aforementioned sentences from the report. Is there any discussion on the matter? Member Holder, you're recognized.
Page 2 of chapter 14. That talks about who qualifies for reparations under the UN principles on reparations, based on the fact that AB 3121 requires us to recognize international human rights standards on reparations. I would suggest that we remove the last sentence and keep the other sentence, which emphasizes the importance of guarantees of non-repetition. That is critical. So I would suggest that we remove the last sentence only.
So the motion on the floor is a motion on the floor. If it passes, it passes. If it doesn't, it doesn't, and then we can entertain that. Unless you want to put in the motion to amend.
This is a discussion.
Okay, I'm just
This is a
saying.
moment for discussion.
Is there any other discussion on the matter?
So can I do? So what I'd like to do then is
With a motion,
a motion for a friendly amendment consistent with what I just said.
Not a friendly, just an amendment. Amend the motion that was previously made. That's what you're seeking to do.
So amend the previous motion to be consistent with what I just said, which is to remove only the last sentence. That's the motion. I think we need to ask for a second.
I second. Is there a second? Okay. There is already a motion on the floor, though, so we need to deal with the motion that's on the floor. And we're still in the discussion on the motion on the floor. So your point is well taken, Member Holder. However, again, that first sentence is a misreading. I'm not going to go as far and say it's deliberate, but it's a misreading of the statute. And in preliminary meetings leading up to this hearing, right, I realized there wasn't an independent section on eligibility. The only reference is really to the community of eligibility was in a footnote, in a sparse sentence or two. And so I asked the California DOJ, one of my additions was to include in the footnote, the community of eligibility is descendants of slaves and free Black people living in the United States prior to 1900, as clarified by the author of AB 3121, Dr. Shirley Weber. The California DOJ told me if I want to add that little phrase, as clarified by the author of the bill, Shirley Weber, that would have to be a motion. And again, these two sentences here that are problematic, these are not sentences that are the voice of the task force via decisions that we've made in the past. These are decisions that have been inputted by the DOJ. So these are the opinions of the DOJ. This is a misreading of the DOJ of the task force's decisions over 2 years. So they do need to be taken out.
Okay.
Otherwise,
Chair,
it's really a slap
are
in the
you
face.
speaking against the proposal to amend the amendment?
Yeah, we're in the discussion phase of the motion that's on the floor.
To amend
Member
the
Holder
amendment.
had a point about amending the amendment, and I'm saying, yes, I disagree with that.
Okay, so you're speaking against the motion to amend the amendment. So I just want to make sure we keep it straight so that we're first going to take action with regard to the amendment made by Member Holder that was seconded by Member Grills.
Why
to
are
which
we first taking action?
Because
on
that's
the
how you
motion?
do it. When you do amendments to amendments, you take the last one first. And if that amendment takes place, no, you don't. Okay, I'm not. Okay, so you've got to, member, I'm sorry, Chair. So you have to take action, and obviously the vote, you can discuss it, which is what you're just doing, but you're discussing, it should be based on what you said, but make it clear that you're speaking with respect to the last amendment made. And then after that, if there's no further discussion, you would move it to the vote, and the member of the task force would vote on that amendment. If it fails, then you go back to the main motion with the amendment that was just made by Member Montgomery Stepp. Okay, so you first do this amendment, because what happens is that if that passes, it becomes a substitute motion. Okay, so that, because it takes the place of the first one. Okay, Madam Chair. Oh. Could you please? Madam Chair, do you? Yeah. Yeah, and you work backwards. Yeah.
Work backward. No, I was looking at her text. But that was Stepp's motion that Bradford seconded. Or Bradford accepted. Let me.
What is?
That's why the chair doesn't participate in this. That's why she's supposed to facilitate and not.
That's right.
Member Scott Lewis, you're recognized. Member Montgomery Stepp, you're recognized.
I was just going to try to go over the procedure. So because there are three, there's the main motion, there's amendment to that, and there's amendment to the amendment. We have to go backwards. And so every one of those has a second. So we do have to vote on the last one first, because if that fails, then so anyway, we have to, so the question is, if the last one, member Holder's amendment to the amendment, passes, then that does nullify my motion. Okay. Okay, but just to be clear, I made the motion to remove both of those sentences, and I want to stand with that. And I think that there is very good reason to remove both of those, just based on the conversations and the motions that we have passed as a task force, along with the language of AB 3121. I think that that is legitimate to remove both of those sentences.
If you want to follow that amendment, then you would vote against the amendment made by Holder.
Understood.
Okay.
Understood.
The last motion is to delete the last sentence.
I just think that I understand that, and appreciate and know where you're going with that. I do just think that there is an interpretation of the statute that I don't necessarily agree with in the previous sentence.
That's fine.
Parliamentarian Johnson. Roll call vote, please. Roll call on member Holder's amendment.
I will begin with Chair Moore on the amendment to the amendment. Chair Moore?
No.
Chair Moore votes no. Vice Chair Brown? Vice Chair Brown votes no. Member Bradford? Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills? Member Grill votes aye. Member Holder? Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis? Member Lewis votes no. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp votes no. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Votes aye. Madam Chair, there were 5 ayes and 4 nays, no abstentions.
Thank you. There are 5 ayes, 4 nays, no abstentions, and the ayes have it. So, okay, it is what it is. The motion has passed. You know, the sentence does not reflect the decisions that the task force has made over a course of years, and it does not reflect the actual language of the statute. It is a reflection of the opinion of the California DOJ. Well, the California DOJ has editorialized this paper. That sentence is not a reflection of the task force's lineage decision. It's not a reflection of the statute as it's written.
Chair Moore, just so we're clear, the decision was the decision of the task force. They just voted on it. So we just want to make sure that we're clear. There's no editorialization happening. We're reconciling what's voted on and the feedback from the task force members, and the task force just made a vote to make a change.
Okay, so In this particular section, I am recommending when we reference the community of eligibility, we put in a footnote as clarified by the author of the bill, Secretary of State Shirley Weber. Again, I'm looking to entertain a motion when we reference the community of eligibility, particularly in part 5, we add a footnote as clarified by the author, Secretary of State Shirley Weber, when she provided expert testimony to the task force in February 2022. Is there a second? It has been properly moved by Senator Bradford and properly seconded by Member Montgomery Stepp that we add to part 5 when referencing the community of eligibility a footnote that states as clarified by the author, Secretary of State Shirley Weber, during expert testimony in February 2022. Is there any discussion on the matter? You're recognized, Vice Chair Brown.
I say this is no sour grape attitude, but I say this is a truth teller. I was born and bred in Mississippi. And when I die, I'm going to be a Mississippian who's been a fighter since I was 14 years old. Secretary Weber is from Arkansas. Knows something about Eileen, Arkansas, that many don't know about, can't even imagine it. And I say this day, with all due respect to you, it's a slap in the face of this lady. The person who gave birth to the notion and idea of reparations. And what is happening here? That the evil of dissing and disrespecting blackness and black genius is rising again. Right in our midst. Now the burden is on this state assembly and Senate to show that it has some integrity, compassion, and sense of justice. To do the right thing. It's a crime against humanity. But what's happening still as we speak to black folks in this state, and you all know what I'm talking about. And after all these years, the same thing that happened at Clinton, Mississippi on September the 4th, 1875, when 50 black people were massacred by those racist Democrats who didn't want to follow Reconstruction and were mad because Hiram Rhodes rebels made it to that U.S. Senate. Were mad because C.K. Bruce was elected too. So I say, We are spitting on the grave of the people of Clinton, the town where my mama and granddaddy were born. 12 miles west of Jackson. Near a place right now where the state legislature is taking over the whole judiciary system of the city of Jackson and also the police department. We're just as bad as those folks down there. I hate to have to say all this, but I got to say it. It's like fire shut up in my bones.
Junior said, where do we go from here?
We're going to chaos. That's where we're going, not community.
Not community, because of this subversion. I know that's right. Yeah, so the motion is on the floor. It's been properly moved and seconded. What?
Again, I'm the one voting for the point, but the public needs to know that we're spitting on her.
Yeah, part 5. But you just made decisions against her this whole day. All right, let's turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote. And he turning red. Michael Newman is turning red because he don't want that Weber.
I will begin with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown. Aye. Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills. Member Grills votes no. Member Holder. Member Holder. No vote. Abstention. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis. Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp. Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are nine members present and voting. There are 8 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 abstention.
There's one no. One no.
1 no, I'm so sorry. Yeah, there's 7 ayes, 0 nays. I'm sorry, 1 nay and 1 abstention.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. There were 7 ayes, 1 nay, 1 abstention. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. Now we'll turn to the global entertaining of a motion to approve this section as amended, as discussed today. Is there a second? It's been properly moved by Member Scott Lewis and properly seconded by Member Holder to approve action item number 11 as amended. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing no discussion, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Thank you. I will begin with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown. Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills. Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder. Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis. Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp. Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. There are 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions.
There are 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions, and thus the ayes have it. So we'll now turn to the other action item on the agenda, which is action item number 11, final discussion and vote on the full final report, part 5. Any questions? Oh, 12. 12,
Part 6.
Yes.
which is chapter, oh, okay. 12, full final report, part 6, report on Racial Justice Act implementation. Second. It's been properly moved by member Tamaki and properly seconded by member Scott Lewis to approve action item number 13. 12. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing none, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Thank you. I will begin with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown? Aye. Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford? Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills? Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder? Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis? Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. There are 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions.
Thank you. There are 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. We'll now turn to action item number 13, final discussion and vote on the full final report, Bunch Center report on community engagement and input through community listening sessions. Is there a second? It has been properly moved by member Grills and properly seconded by member Scott Lewis to approve action item number 13. Is there any discussion on the matter? It would be appropriate, and member Grills, please let me know your thoughts on this, for this section to include the total cost of the engagement of the Bunch Center and all of the various funding sources. And the funding sources would be framed in like a special thanks type of way, like thanks to the California taxpayers and to the various different private organizations that you worked with to secure funding for this effort.
I don't really see what that's adding to the content of the report for the Bunch Center. And I don't see us doing that, for example, with The Economist talking about how much is being paid. So I would not advocate for adding that kind of information.
And what about the various different funding sources? I know you reached out to various different private foundations. Do you think that they should be acknowledged in any way in this report?
I guess they could.
Right. Is the California DOJ
But that
feeding
would have to go
info
through the
to
Bunch
Dr.
Center
Bills?
because that's the Bunch Center's report, which is being inserted into our report.
Right, but we have the editorial privilege to edit what's in our report. And so, for instance, in the first iteration or draft of the Bunch Center executive summary in our report, there was no mention of the amount of people they reached out to and things like that. And so now that's in the report since I inserted it. So again, we have the power. We're independent of the UCLA Bunch Center. We can do what we want.
Professor Stoll, that's a decision that I would say
Ask Professor Stoll what?
About adding that information. I can't make that call.
Chair Moore, if I may.
Attorney Newman, you're recognized.
Sure. So the Bunch Center was contracted with the with the task force and had a deliverable. The deliverable was a report, and the report was delivered and adopted in September. So that would have been the time that any changes that were sought in the report would have been included in the report and adopted for the report. Again, in order for them to change the report, I don't think the task force would want to delegate to the contractor to make the changes they saw fit and then have it just included in the final report. Again, just looking at where we are in the timing at this juncture. There wouldn't be a time for that to come back to the task force to review and evaluate and endorse again, because it's already been done.
Okay. The other suggestion I was going to say is in this executive summary, the names of the anchor orgs aren't in here. So that was another potential addition that I was going to add to acknowledge the anchor organizations as well in the executive summary of the Bunt report.
Yeah, again, it's the same issue. The task force already adopted the Bunch Center report as presented. So at this point, they'd have to go back in and change, and then it would not leave an opportunity for the task force to re-adopt it. So that would have been something that would have needed to have been done previously.
So, okay, so it's been stated by Member Grills and the California DOJ that they don't want the funding sources to be in the executive summary because the UCLA Bunt Center hasn't put that information in there. And thus, well, I wasn't finished, but okay. It's neither here nor there. So again, my thought was that there should be a section in that report to be transparent. This is a public board and commission. We should know, what private organizations are funding this community engagement process. And I thought that because we're an independent task force, I understand the UCLA Bunt Center has its own report, but we have the editorial privilege to put in the report what we want to put in. And so it was just a friendly recommendation, right, to acknowledge the private foundations that you recruited, to have them acknowledged in this report as well. If you don't want to do that, that's perfectly fine. And we can entertain a motion to accept this part of the report as presented. Is there a second?
For point of clarification, they're all listed in the acknowledgement section of the report. So they're already there. All of the contributors.
Which include so the names of the private foundations that have been recruited for this. Member Montgomery Sept, you're recognized.
Not sure if it's an exhaustive list, but the anchor orgs are listed in the acknowledgements. There's also a section that says, we would like to thank these organizations and individuals who supported this project from facilitation to funding. So that may not be completely clear who they are, but it is listed in there. I have the Weingart Foundation and the California Wellness Foundation and quite a few others.
Sorry.
But I don't know if it's exhaustive.
No, I misspoke. Sorry, I was talking about the executive summary. So in the executive summary, we give a synopsis of the Bunt Center report, and I was saying that information should be in the executive summary because most people are not going to read the full final report. So anyway, excuse me on that. So we can entertain a motion to approve the final Bunt Center report. And it's already a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. So I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Yes, I will move on action item number 13. I will begin with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown? Aye. Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford? Aye. Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills? Aye. Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder? Aye. Member Holder votes aye. Member Lewis? Aye. Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp? Aye. Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki? Aye. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. There are 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions.
Thank you. There are 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. Member John Sawyer, you're recognized.
I don't think I was called.
Oh, Jesus. Thank you.
Just for the record.
For the record, thank you. So the next item on the agenda is a break. We can move forward to power through this. The next item on the agenda is item number 15, final discussion and vote on the full final report, task force recommendations for educating the public. Are there any comments, questions? My change is that any explicit reference to a docuseries needs to be deleted. Okay.
That's for motion. That's for motion.
So we can entertain a motion to approve item number 15, as amended with the deletion of any explicit reference of the docuseries.
So move.
It's been properly moved by member Scott Lewis and properly seconded by Vice Chair Brown to approve action item 15 with the amendment to delete any explicit reference to a docuseries. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing none, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Thank you. I will begin by calling on Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown? Aye. Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Grills? Abstain. Member Grills abstains. Member Holder? Abstain. Member Holder abstains. Member Jones Sawyer? Aye. Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis? Aye. Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp? Aye. Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki? Aye. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. Why is this? Member Bradford votes aye. Sorry, Member Bradford. Member Bradford votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. There were 7 ayes, 2 abstentions, no nays.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. There were 7 ayes, 2 abstentions, and no nays, and thus the ayes have it, and the motion carries. We'll turn to action item number 16, final discussion and vote on the full final report, Part 9, Compendium of Statutes and Case Law that contributed to an unjust legal system. Is there a motion to, is there a second? It has been properly moved by Senator Bradford and properly seconded by Vice Chair Brown to approve action item 16 as presented. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing none, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Yes, beginning with the chair, Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Chair Brown. Aye. Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Aye. Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills. Aye. Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder. Aye. Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer. Aye. Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis. Aye. Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp. Aye. Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki. Aye. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. There are 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. There were 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions, and thus the ayes have it, and the motion carries. We'll now turn to action item number 17, which is final discussion and vote on the full final report executive summary. I have a point of clarification. Attorney Newman, can you remind me, is this the part of the report where initially that Sonia Sotomayor Race Matters quote was in?
I don't frankly recall, but I know we took it out.
And what did you replace that quote with?
I don't exactly remember. We're gonna look at right now. We can come back to it if there are other issues, but we'll look for that. And I don't remember. Do you remember exactly where that was, Chair Moore? We'll search for it and come back to it. No, the one, it's not there, but I will search for it and I see where it was and see what it was replaced with. Or actually, it was taken out, and we can follow up with you right after the meeting. If you don't want to use time right now, we can follow up with you on it, but we have taken it out. You instructed it, and I think there was a vote on it, and so it's out.
Is there any discussion on the matter? I have a discussion or a comment or a point to include. We already voted to include in the footnote where we referenced in part 5 the community of eligibility. We voted to insert as clarified by the author, Secretary of State Shirley Weber. I'm voting I would like to entertain a motion to also incorporate that footnote. Anytime in the executive summary, there's a reference to the community of eligibility, that it be added as clarified by the author, Secretary of State Shirley Weber. No, because there's a motion on the floor. Okay. So the motion on the floor is to approve it as presented. Dr. Grills, are you willing to do a friendly amendment to add that footnote? No, you're not. Okay. So is there any other discussion on the matter? Okay. So I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote. Abstain.
Madam Chair abstains. Vice Chair Brown?
To approve the executive summary as presented. No, to approve.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford? Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills? Member Grill votes aye. Member Holder? Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis? Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. There are 8 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 abstention.
Thank you. There were 8 ayes, 1 abstention, and 0 nays, and thus the ayes have it and the motion carries. So that concludes most of the substantive items in the agenda. So the next item on the agenda is oh right. Before we do so, again, this is the time now that we're talking about the final report to again entertain a motion where in the report there's references to the community of eligibility that we reference as clarified by the author, Secretary of State Shirley Weber. And since we already voted to do that for part 5, then Attorney Newman, we can follow up to make sure that that's incorporated throughout the report.
Yeah, I think that was just the vote. I think that was just the motion that was voted on.
No, the motion was to approve it as presented. I asked Dr. Grills for a friendly amendment. She said no. Then the vote was passed right. And so now I'm making a reference that we did already in part 5 say we were going to add that language. So we might as well just entertain a motion to apply that language throughout the interim report and see what happens. I mean, throughout the final report and just see where the vote goes. So is there a motion? Is there a motion to, throughout the report, since we voted on it for part 5, throughout the report where there's references to the community of eligibility, we add as clarified by the author, Secretary of State Shirley Weber? Is there a second? It's been properly moved by Member Montgomery Sept and properly seconded by Vice Chair Brown, that where we reference the community of eligibility in the report, as we already voted in part 5, that we apply that to the rest of the sections in the report as relevant or as relevant. Is there any discussion on the matter? Member Scott Lewis, you recognize.
Saying that every time that there's an instance where we reference the community of eligibility, we add a footnote about Secretary Weber?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I might not add Dr. Weber specifically. I would reference the legislation that got us here, and I would reference AB 3121.
But remember, over a course of a year and a half before we decided who would be eligible for reparations, we were all kind of, needed clarity for why, for clarity around what the statute actually said. So again, I read through the entire minutes for all the past 2 years, and it was actually Member Jones-Sawyer and Member Bradford who recommended that we invite Secretary Weber to give us clarity about what the actual bill language meant and said. So October 2021 meeting minutes. Member Jones-Sawyer stated that the topic of community of eligibility should be a priority for the task force to study, get help from experts, and that Dr. Weber could be invited to a future meeting to explain her intent directly to the task force members. He attested that Dr. Weber fought hard for every word in the bill and that every word was deliberate. That's in the October 2021 minutes. Member Bradford agreed with Member Jones-Sawyer as someone who discussed the intent of the bill with Dr. Weber and who voted for the bill. He agreed that Dr. Weber could be invited to share directly her intent of the bill regarding eligibility. Vice Chair Brown moved that the Secretary of State, Dr. Shirley Weber, address the task force regarding the topic of community of eligibility at a future meeting. The motion was seconded following the discussion, and it passed. Member Scott Lewis, you recognize.
So I completely appreciate and recognize the need to elevate the definition of eligibility with the kind of influence and even authority of Dr. Weber. I do want to say, though, that if we as a task force mean anything, we should feel confident enough that as a body, we have defined eligibility, and that should be enough. if it's not enough, then we have a problem. If it's not enough, then we really have a problem. Because the truth is that AB 3121 could have directly decided on eligibility, but instead they asked us to decide on eligibility. And listen, and I understand that a lot of people worked very hard to get where we got with AB 3121 with special consideration. And at the very first meeting of the task force, we all wanted to know what this meant. And eventually we got some clarity from Dr. Weber. And we voted for eligibility on the basis of lineage. And so I understand what you're trying to say. I understand what that means. But I want us to advance the authority of this task force. We have a footnote that provides clarification. In one section, that's fine. But to be fair, that's not how footnotes work. Right? So what we can do is we can say that at the first instance of eligibility in the final report, we have a footnote there that mentions Dr. Weber. And that then carries forward that every time there is an instance of eligibility, the explanation of that footnote carries forward.
And thank you thank you so much, Member Scott Lewis, because that was the insertion that I put into the draft section. The first instance where eligibility is referenced, I did put as clarified as, by Secretary of State Shirley Weber. It was the California DOJ who rejected that insertion and told me if I wanted it to be included, it would have to be in the form of a motion. So here we are today.
But it's in there, right?
So
where did
just change it to move it up to the first instance then? As I said, as I requested to the DOJ 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
I did well, okay?
Okay.
Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, members of the task force, may I have your attention? I just might say something. Except those whom I told, I want everybody who's heard of Reverend Josiah Henson. Hold up your hands. Nobody that I told. Everybody who is here under the sound of my voice, who's ever heard of Reverend Josiah Henson. Well, I have to give all of you F-. This is the reason why we need to be careful about being historically accurate and telling the truth. You heard about Frederick Douglass, who was an AME Zion preacher. And Harriet Tubman was his sidekick, and good trouble. You heard about Booker T. Washington, but you never heard of Reverend Josiah Henson. Why? Because white arrogance did not want you to ever know the truth, the whole truth about what we as Black folks have done in spite of that hellish, horrifying experience of enslavement. They didn't want you to know that we really were achievers. I give you the answer. Reverend Josiah Henson was born in 1789 in Montgomery County, Maryland. And this evil white enslaver, this doctor who was his enslaver, caught him one day on that plantation with a spelling book in his hand. And he looked at him and said, using the N-word, "Where did you get that spelling book from?" He said, "I bought it from the fruit that I've been selling." And he grabbed a stick and beat him across his left shoulder. That left him deformed for the rest of his life, even though he lived to be 93 years old. He fled from enslavement in Kentucky after he was sold down there. Kept on fighting up to Ohio. And way back in 1830, before the Civil War, built up at Don, Ontario, Canada, a whole community, which there was a school, there was economic empowerment, and our people were thriving. He went to England twice to speak to Queen Victoria about the evils of slavery in America and all of the hardship and horrors that he went through. And he spoke also to the Archbishop of Canterbury. The point that I'm making is, this man was a builder and excelled in spite of the hellishness and horror of enslavement. But you never heard about it. And you know what else? Harriet Beecher Stowe stole his Uncle Tom's Cabin. That was his autobiography. And she got notoriety. And when Abraham Lincoln met Harriet Tubman, he looked at her and said, "So you the little lady who got this Civil War going, which was about slavery and not about states' rights." Thank you for indulging, but I think I did something here today. With all this man did and led over 100 people to liberation, to Canada, was beaten, was sick, and lived to be 93 years old, and some of us don't even make it to 25 or 50. So, brothers and sisters, let's get with it. Be strong, like Josiah Henson was. And don't let nobody mess with our thinking for ourselves. He built a community that empowered Black folk.
Right. So
that's what he did.
Call for
Go ahead and call for it.
Okay, but remind the motion on the floor was to include reference to, as clarified by Shirley Weber, in sections where it refers to the community of eligibility. But then during the discussion, I just want to recap. There was a discussion where you said that's not how footnotes work, and how if that's going to be the case, then it needs to be at the first instance where it's mentioned. So who made the motion again? Will you accept a friendly amendment to the motion to state where in the first instance community of eligibility is mentioned, that's where the footnote regarding to Shirley Weber will be placed? Okay, so Member Montgomery Sept has accepted that friendly amendment. Now there's been a call to the question. Now we can turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
I'd just like to get clarification so we know exactly what our instructions are in the drafting, which is previously we had a discussion and a vote to include Shirley Weber as referenced in a footnote. So I want to make clear, are you now telling us to include Shirley Weber in that footnote at the first mention of the task force's vote on lineage?
Yes.
And that's it? Okay.
Yes, because it'll apply globally wherever community eligibility is mentioned
So
throughout
it's
the report.
modifying the earlier vote that was had to just say the first time.
The first instance.
Great.
Okay.
So the first one only. I will begin with the vote with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown? Aye. Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford? Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills? Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder? Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis? Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. There were 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions.
Thank you. There were 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions. The ayes have it and the motion carries. So we are about on time, so we can move to the next item on the agenda, which is the planning of our last and final meeting. We can do that now, or if you guys want to take a little break. All right. Okay. So the next item on the agenda is June 30th, 2023, meeting location and agenda. So the location has not yet been chosen, as well as the substance of the meeting. So does any task force member want to start off the discussion in terms of what you all may think the last meeting should look like? Member Jones Sawyer, you are recognized, sir.
So it's come to Mr. Bradford's attention and my attention that on June 30th will be the day that we in the assembly have the official change from one speaker to another, from Speaker Rendon to Speaker Rivas in Sacramento. We're worried that because of the press that will be out for speaker change, because it's a pretty big deal in California, that we may not get the publicity and what we want. And we're recommending that we move it up a day to the 29th and then have it in Sacramento, because that's where Mr. Bradford and I will be in Sacramento. We both have to be in session to vote. But most important, that we have the actual turning over the document on the 29th at Dr. Shirley Weber's, Secretary of State Weber's facility and auditorium. She is the original author. I think it would pay homage to her. We may also get some other statewide officers or African American to attend, and we can then have the full attention not only of the entire assembly, the Senate, but hopefully the state and the country that day, and not have to compete with the changing of the guard in the assembly. There's been some preliminary talk with Dr. Weber and her office about the availability of using her auditorium. I believe we got preliminary okay to do that, but this would not delay us from being able to print the report. But probably the most important thing, well, the 2 most important things is, 1, to make sure that the press is focused just on this and reparations and nothing else. And then 2, to have Dr. Weber there when we do that would really be, I think it would be the culmination for her and her career, and really a way to celebrate with her the accomplishment of something she set out 2 years ago.
Any other discussion? Thank you, Member Jones Sawyer, for those remarks. Is there a motion if we want to just accept?
A motion that we accept Brother John Sawyer's suggestion
Is there a
that we'll
second?
meet in Sacramento on the 29th of June.
It's been properly moved by Vice Chair Brown and properly seconded by Member Scott Lewis that our hearing be moved to June 29th and the location be in Sacramento. Is there any discussion on the matter? I have a question, California DJ. When will this final report actually be published and released?
The final day of your meeting is when it'll be published, the 29th. Yeah.
So, okay. That makes sense. No, I was gonna ask, like, could it be in Los Angeles if we just move it up a couple of weeks or something like that? Because I'm like, I don't know. Is there a lot of Black folks in Sacramento that are gonna come out and other folks that are gonna come out if we have? Okay, so there is a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing none, we'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will begin with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown? Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford? Okay. Member Grills? Member Holder? Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis? Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there were 7 members present and voting. There were 7 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions.
There were 7 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions. The ayes have it and the motion carries. We'll now turn to number 19, which is discussion and potential action item unfinished business. You're recognized.
The other piece to that item was to set the agenda for that meeting, and we put it up on the screen. It's also part of the meeting materials, but that is a draft for your consideration, but we need to vote to approve that as well.
Much, Attorney Brown, for that. One addition that I think would be good would be if we add, because I know, I think in September, we said we were going to organize an evening testimonial event where the community of eligibility would be able to share their personal testimonies about the different atrocities that they've experienced that correspond with the chapters in our report. And so I do think we have some time to plan for that. We have about 2 months until that last meeting where we can add between 3 and 4 an agenda item where we invite 13 people, so to speak, or 12 people corresponding with each chapter in our report: enslavement, political disenfranchisement, racial terror, racism in the environment and infrastructure, the pathologizing of the Black family. We invite a person to speak to someone who has lived experience with each of those corresponding harms. Since we will have press and we'll have the eyes and the attention of the nation and the globe, I think that would strengthen and bolster, again, the import of this final report. So I'm willing to, work to identify, and in fact, Again, we were already supposed to have this in September, but I think the comms group pushed it to February and it never happened. And there are people who were already identified, like, and I won't say their names, but I think Elmer Fonta and some other folks, descendants of folks who were enslaved in the state of California, who are eager to share their testimony to the task force as it responds, as it relates to the different chapters in our report. So I think that would just be a really good addition, again, to our final meeting, to hear from 13 individuals, 12 to 13 individuals, where they can share their story as it relates to each of the atrocities that we've defined in the report. I remember, Tamaki, I know that, that was one of your original ideas, I think, with Dr. Grills as well, because you said how that really moved the needle of public opinion and for redress, for the Japanese American redress movement. You all having that testimonial event where testimonies were prepared in order to elicit the maximum emotional response. That event is what really changed the hearts and minds for folks to really support this. And I think this is a great, structure, but I think, adding that part in our final meeting would just would be the cherry on top, to be honest.
I think that's a really good point, because it humanizes the story. And this is not abstract policy. This is personal. This is family and ancestral experience. I think that's a great idea. I think it's a question of structuring it so it fits within the agenda. And 13 speakers might be long, but that's something that the advisory committee and other task force members supporting this can work out. I think it's a practical matter. If it lasts too long, it's counterproductive. You lose people's attention, legislators leave the venue. But if you've got great speakers and they're well prepared and it's punchy and succinct, it will be, including that, it will be powerful. It could be, so.
Okay, so
Madam Chair, I'll have a motion that we would work to put that in place.
So there's been a motion. Is there a second? So there's been a motion properly moved by Vice Chair Brown and properly seconded by Member Tamaki that we include in our final meeting an agenda item where we will invite people, particular people, to provide personal testimony on some of the atrocities that we've identified in the interim report.
Together to coordinate this.
We can work with the comms team, but again, she was supposed to organize it in December. Then she said she pushed it to February, which never happened, and she never gave us an update on when it would happen again. And she's not here today. So
Yeah, so it did get pushed back. You're totally right, Chair Moore. But other things have been happening. And for instance, when the consultant came on, we had, let's just take the endorsements of organizations. Maybe we had 40 or 50. Now it's 165 organizations in California, big and small, including yesterday was the California Wellness Foundation. There are, of course, advocates on there. There's civil rights organizations. Folks here have been responsible for that. But there's been basically a lot of work done in terms of getting the awareness out. And so suddenly this endorsement thing has really accelerated. And so I think that's a lot of where the focus has been in getting the social media out, getting the speakers organizing events and this sort of thing. So yeah, it did get pushed back, but it was not as if nothing was done. So I just want to sort of round that out. But I think in terms of timeliness, I think you're absolutely right. June 29th, when we submit the report, is probably the time of maximum coverage anyway. So I think it works. And the comms team should be involved in shaping this with the help of task force members.
Member Scott Lewis and Senator Bradford will be working on that with her. Scott Lewis, you recognize.
We will provide the appropriate and necessary support as a communications advisory group should. I mean, I think, so Shauna Charles understands that, the task force is asking her to do a variety of things, and there will need to be a question around funding some of this stuff. And I think, however that works, there's no money. But I think in terms of organizing something, on location, perhaps in a somewhat conventional way, I think the comms group will be able to facilitate that. But there is a question of, depending on what you want to do, right, and what that costs. That's what needs clarification.
Yeah, just to clarify, the comms firm is still contracted to work with us until June 30th, 2023,
Exactly right.
right? So I mean,
And so that's
she's
what I'm
going to
saying.
work to support this effort regardless, because it's going to be an agenda item in the meeting. So she has to publicize the meeting.
No, that's exactly right.
So it's
And
no funding, So, but what I was going to say is, and I think the motion on the floor, the spirit of it was Vice Chair Brown wanted to work with me to help identify the people who will be giving that personal testimony. And then, of course, by virtue of her job duties, she will inherently have to publicize it because it'll be an agenda item for our final meeting.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So the publicity of the activities is within the remit of the Charles Group. But what I'm saying is the organizing of the activities is a separate issue. And so that's what I'm saying that we need clarification on. So if you're asking the Charles Group to organize this event, that does actually introduce questions of funding and what have you. But if you're asking Charles Group to publicize an event that the task force is organizing, then that's entirely appropriate. Yeah.
Yes, we are asking the comms group to publicize our final meeting. That's in her job responsibilities. So in terms of actually inviting and picking the folks who are going to give personal testimony, the suggestion is that me and Vice Chair Brown work together on that piece.
Yes, because I mean, to my mind, this will function like our witness panels had in the first year of our meetings. So I think in that regard, it's very reasonable to suggest that we do this.
So there's already been a motion on the floor and it's seconded. Is there any discussion on the matter?
For help.
So I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Thank you. I will begin the roll call with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown. Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Member Grills. Member Holder. Member Holder abstains. Member Jones Sawyer. Aye. Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis. Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp. Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair,
There are 7 members present and voting. There are 6 ayes, 1 abstention, 0 nays.
There's 6 ayes, 0 abstentions, and 0 nays, and thus the ayes have it, and the motion
There was
carries.
1 abstention.
Oh, sorry, excuse me, 1 abstention by member Holder. Thank you for that. And yeah, so the ayes have it, and the motion carries. So I'll turn to the next item on the agenda, which is discussion and potential action item, unfinished business. Attorney Brown, you're recognized.
Okay. We don't have any other items to discuss. I just wanted to clarify on the last vote that was taken that you and Vice Chair Brown will work with the comms firm directly on planning this event, because we don't want to create a Bagley-Keene violation if you're working through Bradford and Member Lewis. So it should be either the advisory committee works with the comms to plan it, or if Vice Chair Brown and yourself are going to plan it, then you'd have to work directly with the comms firm.
No, it would be indirect, because again, her role already is to publicize our final meeting. And we voted that we're going to include, public testimony. So all she has to do is publicize the final meeting, and in her publicity mention, we're also going to have, as part of our final meeting, a section where we will hear personal testimony from people with lived experience.
Yeah, no, that's
and then
fine.
when the agenda item is public, if we publicize the names of those people, then she could amplify or augment her publicity to mention those names and their stories.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to be clear that it wasn't working through that advisory committee, and DOJ does not have a role in that process. So we'll just agendize it, and then you'll do whatever you do to get the people there. Okay.
Is task force member closing remarks and meeting adjourned. Vice Chair Brown, do you have any closing remarks? No. Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
Well, I want to just thank the Department of Justice again. I mean, the amount of work that was produced, just going through these pages and being able to harmonize them in a way that makes sense, because there's numbers of attorneys, each authoring different sections, each working, to incorporate the feedback of task force members. It is a monumental job. And I'm getting emails at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. during the weekday and on weekends. So I have a sense of how much work has been involved. And it's one of these things where people have to believe in the mission in order to do this. And so I think when they signed up for this kind of work within the Civil Rights Division, this is something that they wanted to do as a personal and professional mission. And it shows in the work. So I think it's terrific. And I just wanted to give props to the Department of Justice on this.
Thank you, Member Tamaki. Any other closing remarks? Again, I'd also like to thank Mills College for hosting us. I'd also like to thank the community of eligibility for attending and sitting through today. I know it might have been tough in some spots, but I just want to say to stay encouraged, and history is repeating itself. There is, when we think about Callie House and Isaiah Dickerson and what they had to go through, it was actually federal agencies like the U.S. Postal Office, the U.S. DOJ, the U.S. Pensions Office that worked to hinder the freed people's movement for pensions. And so just stay encouraged and know that justice will prevail at the end of the day. Thank you. This meeting is officially adjourned.